Hello, everyone. We're live. And Spurs Chemo says he's going to come and... Well, he said I'm going to lie to him. So anyway, we've invited him and he knows the hangout's here. So let's see if he turns up. And I have tonight's cake that I will be consuming on behalf of the hangout is Aunt Bessie's 4 jam bakes. That is, they're jam bakes and there's 4 of them. And these are especially good cakes because they are actually a pie with a cake in it, which is like the ultimate, really. So I suppose I better find the old watch page thingy. Links, YouTube page. See if anyone's watching. Blimey. Already. Welcome, everyone. Ban him, Mark. Ban him. Fuck him. I see everyone's got a spanner. Everyone that matters. That's the way, Mark. Shut it, Watson. Well, welcome, everyone. We're just really awaiting our guest for the evening. In fact, how did Spurs do today, as in the football team? That could be some good material, couldn't it? Oh, blimey. 4-0. They did well. It says 4-0 on Google, Mark. Why would we ban someone we're spying on? To annoy you, Ute. To give you just a small taste of your own medicine. Hey, Test, welcome. Happy Egg Day. Yes, that's good. I like that. Oh, why? What's Rumpy doing? That's the way, CB. Is he vocalizing his thoughts before he gathered them by any chance? Oh, welcome, BB. Actually, I meant to add you, mate. If you want to come in, I'll stick you in anyway. Pop in if you feel like it. Whoops. How does that work then? Add people. Validation boy. So is it just me then? Somebody, oh, thank God. Welcome, VB.
Hey there, Jam. What happened? Are you on there by yourself?
I seem to be.
Oh, man.
I'm a right Billy no mates. Hey, Spurs Chemo. Welcome, Spurs.
1 minute.
How you doing, man?
All right, give me a minute.
No worries.
So, yeah. Where did I see you last, Jam? You were in a chat somewhere, right?
Jeds. Was it Jeds? Or
Okay.
Yeah, Jeds.
Yeah. Or maybe it was over on P. Mars's new $5,000.
Yeah, P Mars. Yeah, could have been. Yeah, it would have been there, wouldn't it? They all blend into one. You know what I mean? I forget which one I mean. Although it's not many I'm allowed to chat in anymore.
Why are you banning YouTube? You can't have this. If you're gonna just ban the flat earthers, Jam. Come on.
What? Say that again, Spurs.
I'm banning the flat earthers in the chat. This is not. I thought this was separate from ED.
It is, but a lot of people who come to this channel, Spurs.
You were just talking in the flat earth channel.
Hang on. Let me finish what I'm saying. A lot of people who come to this channel are people who go to flat earth channels and get instantly banned. And so I give a lot of people wrenches just so they can get their own back.
Oh, I'm not about that then.
But why? This happens in every flat earth hangout I go in.
You were just speaking the last hangout freely, as I've just stated. You were talking, you were mixing. So
yeah, and I also, and one of the things I said in that hangout was how rare it was that I actually got to do that. All right, hang on. All right, you make a valid point. I will call the dogs off. Hang on. Let me. Who is? I mean, it's only Ute anyway. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't want to see Ute banned.
All right. Okay, can everyone not ban Ute, please?
Or give him a spanner for the moment.
Give him a spanner.
Yeah, because I'll protect him. You know, you got to make sure they can't
I'm not
ban him
giving
when
him a spanner, mate, because he is a Nazi with it. And he'll be banning people who haven't got spanners, and then I'll have to give all of them spanners. You know, if anyone's going to get offended, I don't care really if it's Ute, quite frankly. He's been completely derogatory to me. He's been deliberately dishonest and deceitful about me. And I really don't care about his feelings. Welcome, Jed Skeptic. Let me add you, mate, just in case you would like to join us. You're welcome.
Why are these things?
Is he getting protection, or you just gonna have this?
Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind not banning Ute, that's as much as I'm going to say on the matter.
It's not right, you know, because like I said, you were just.
Well, it's not. It's not, Spurs, and that is what we all have to put up with all week long, everywhere we go. And I don't hear you complaining about that. How many times have you pointed out to Poncho how unfair it is that he bans anyone who disagrees with him?
Look, I haven't banned anybody. So when I'm in here with you,
but how many times have you pointed this out?
I can't speak for other people.
Well, well, you can speak for yourself. How many times have you?
Right, and I don't ban anybody. So
how many times have you mentioned it to Vinny or ADR, the way they behave like this? How many times have you pointed out to them that you don't think it's fair that people are treated in this way?
I haven't banned anybody.
Well, you don't do hangouts, mate.
Well, when I have wrenches, I don't ban anybody.
Hmm.
Right.
You stand
So-
by and let it happen, and you know, if that's your standard, then why aren't you sticking by that standard now? Why
That's their
now?
call, isn't it?
I'm
If they
sorry.
find an individual disruptive, you know, you here is not being disruptive. He's making points, giving his opinion.
But that's all I
And-
do. That's all I do. I get banned. Usually, I get banned for saying hello. I've even changed my greeting.
And like I said, I can't see you
I've
asking me to
changed my
speak.
greeting to what I say now is I say, "Good evening, people who believe the Earth is flat," and I get banned for that. Constantly, every day I get banned for that. At least once every day I get banned for that.
Yeah, you're complaining to the wrong person. I can't speak for those.
Well, likewise. Now let's move on about this Earth and the shape.
Well, Jem, real quick.
Give me a moment. Hey, validation. What's happening?
Yeah, let VB get in because
go on.
We've got a bit, haven't we?
Well, what I was going to say is I don't understand why people are. If you're hosting a live show and you're upset about someone in the little side chat typing things, then you have a serious issue when it comes to your confidence. I mean, I have 0 spanners, 0 wrenches on my show. Never once had not a single one. I don't give 2 shits what any of these people say. I mean, if you're so scared and insecure that you need to sit there and edit what people are typing in their keyboard, then you got fucking problems. That's how I've always felt about that. You're weak. You're a weak ass person if you need to ban people and have spanners and shit. I know your thing's loaded up with them, but that's for a different reason. That's a counter to what the fact that people even have them in other places. Because anytime anyone's ever had one, they always get abused. So I don't give any wrenches. My show's the only show in the entire community that has no wrenches.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I did actually have it like that. And I can't remember why. Somebody had one for some reason. And then they, you know, that I don't know, some fight. And then someone else got one. And then before I knew it, I was giving them to everyone. But we did have, the last time we did a hang, we did have a bit of a laugh about it. That, you know, some flat earthers were coming in and just getting instantly banned. And it was just basically people who were experiencing this a lot just getting their own back. I mean, it was, you know, we definitely weren't being fair or anything like that, you know. But I agree. I think it makes for a much better chat if people just get on with it. I don't think it matters if people say anything rude or swear at each other, as long as they're not doxing people or, you know, or breaking any of the terms of service. Then I think that it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. And like when it comes to doxing, I mean, if you put yourself in a position where people can research you and find your stuff out, and then they're doxing you, that's kind of your own fault. You know, I mean, like the internet does provide enough anonymity for you to, you know, go on here without people knowing your name.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah,
They're their own faults, you know. I think.
I mean, I think the problem that you're having, Jem, is the evolution of this whole flat Earth, you know, thing. How it happened in the beginning. People, the regular man, was coming to people like yourself and Thors and Qantas and asking the question. Now it's gotten to the point, because I think you've forgotten that you're dealing with regular people, that when they have an understanding of something, to rage on the argument like you're prolonging it as long as you can. Like for you or Mark, whoever, this is some type of entertainment to a point. For them, this is their values, how they view and see the world. So when you're countering what they believe, it looks like you're trolling. It looks like you're not taking them seriously as a person. It's like a sport. And therefore, when you enter the rooms and you're asking the same question to the same person, you know, they're going to see, well, what are you doing? We've been over this. You know, are you hard of hearing? Are you being difficult? Are you being awkward? So that's why I think, you know, the banning, you know, on both sides is happening. The same thing happening in ED. They know what it's all about now because they're in it day in, day out. You know, so, I mean, what more do you expect? These are regular people, not people who you're going to challenge debate, you know, like your Lawrence Krauses. These are not people who do that.
Well,
you know, if you got, yeah, you understand?
Well, as I see it, though, I mean, it seems to me that flat earthers seem to want the best of both worlds. They want to advertise events publicly on YouTube. They advertise what they're doing to the general public, and then when the general public turn up, they ban them. And I think if this is a movement, if it's going to grow and convince more people of its validity, then it has to engage with people, and I guess this is where we've been successful because we've shut it down.
Well, not really.
It talk to the
What's
hand mode. It won't. It isn't engaging with anyone, and I think it's become. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. I think it's become so paranoid that now you could quite easily have a newbie flat earther who popped into a chat somewhere and asked some innocuous question and would be banned for it just for asking a question, because I see that happen all the time.
As I said,
well,
it's not.
I think if what you have is valid and is reality, then you should welcome any challenge.
Yeah, we are.
Even if it's a juvenile, repetitive one like mine.
See that we've seen the odd occasional flat earther might join and attempt to give his argument, and you might see the Andy Riley's attempt to give his argument, but you know what's going to happen. Or two Anthony Rileys of this world will say, you know what? Why am I even doing this? I know what I know. These guys are just being, difficult and awkward. What you're getting now with when you see these other flat earth hangouts where they're just moving on. They're not being held back in any way by the likes of people who have been in this dedicated to stopping what they believe. That's what you're up against. The people like Anthony and even Dow to some extent, they're invited Tim and Don. They're speaking with Jed. They don't know these guys. We've been in this for a long time, so we know. Well, you look at the bigger hangouts now. They know who is who straight away, instant. When you look at these you just in a new one today. That guy who was looking at your messages had no idea who you were, allowing you to speak freely. Attention to the chat.
Oh, he knows who I am.
And you were allowed to speak freely. There wasn't an issue. They don't know the game that you guys are up to. If it is or if it isn't a game, however you want to dress it up. The point is that people who have moved on, they're not going to be, look, they're doing experiments. This is what we were talking about in the first year. This is what we need: people to band together and do something active, practical, not just sit in the laboratory dreaming up.
What have you done? What practical experiments have you done?
Well, I'm saying there are people out there doing them. They're out there doing them right now.
I mean, if you think about it, Spurs, think about the experiments that have been done over the past, couple of years now. What has been done that has been successful, that has been conclusive in any way? Most of it's been a total flop, total failure. From Jaron and his first laser test to his balloon that didn't work, to pro-pagan destroyer and his vacuum chamber.
They did the road bottoms experiment on the Salt Lake Flats, and they were able to see 6 miles away. That can't be explained on a flat Earth.
Well, 6 miles isn't very far, is it? But that's not very big distance to do it over.
Well, yeah, according to the board, that should have disappeared already over the horizon. That's the problem you have.
I bet you if I look at this video, we'll be able to see very quickly where they went wrong. What elevation were they at when they did it?
Go and find it, yeah. Let's look at it. Salt Lake Flats road bottom test or something like that. Debunk it.
Really? Have I got to?
You don't have to, but that's what I mean. That's
I don't really like to do these things live, you know what I mean? Because sometimes it takes a little bit of thought. What is it called? Salt Lake. Come on, help me out.
Try to find it. Yeah, give me a minute.
Rowbotham 3 confirmed. Bonneville Salt Flats. Oh, is this the guy where he drove out there and got his car stuck last year? Is it that one? another great flat Earth experiment.
Oh, this
it cost him $400 to get it towed off the flats.
No, his wife drove. No, his wife drove out there.
Yeah, that was it.
They didn't get stuck. What are you on about?
Oh, I'm glad you brought this one up. I'd forgotten about this great scientific advance. Sorry.
What's wrong?
Right, anyway, so let's play the video. At least let's be fair. So is it Rowbotham 3? Can you remember it having a number 3 in it? Or am I just on like the third video?
Can't remember, but I'm looking for it.
This is edited by Jibby Jedi, apparently. Right, hang on, let me share it anyway.
Is that the original one, yeah?
I don't know, I think so. You'll be able to tell me. So,
just point out where they're going wrong and what a baller would do.
Oh, hang on, I didn't present. Hang on.
Huh? That's what you want to know. Just want to hear your answer, your response.
To what we're doing? Hang on, let me. Can anyone hear it? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
"14 minutes. God, you guys can't say anything quickly, can you?
No, I'm not sure. I don't think it was that one. Might have been that one, I don't know.
Oh, he took his family with him this time. Oh my God. Okay, let's hurry it up.
No, listen to what he's saying at this moment and then forward it.
Yeah. She's going to drive off.
Tell us what he's doing. Commentate on what he's doing wrong and that, yeah? So
is this the one where they actually get stuck then? Is it, or is this a different one?
It's a different one. And you don't get stuck. The wife comes back. It might have been. I don't know. Well, look. So by now, according to your ball math, that should have disappeared.
No, it shouldn't. How do you know that? How far has it gone? Half a mile away.
Hold on.
How does that work?
Calm down. You're nervous. Calm down.
I'm not going to get nervous. I mean, we can already see.
All right, listen up. Just go back.
Massive diffraction problem.
Calm yourself down. Have a look at how high the camera is.
Eh?
The elevation. Are you not interested?
But it's going to be inconclusive, isn't it? Look at it already.
We still see the car.
But there's obviously some refraction going on, isn't there? Obviously. Unless the car has started floating.
Yeah, because at this point, Jeremy, you don't know where the horizon is. Nobody does. It's all blurred out now. Look at that.
She's now 4.3 miles.
Right. So look, he just told you what the math is because you ballers can't work it out.
Let's see what it is.
Right.
The curvature drop at this point should be 3.63 feet, but the car looks like it's probably about 10 feet in the air above the horizon.
Where's the horizon?
Well, I would say, roughly along this line here, sort of thing.
It's different for everybody because I would say it's further ahead. I would say it's like that. That is.
Here.
Yeah.
Here.
Right where the mirroring is of that car.
What, there?
Mm-hmm.
But why is there then blue and then brown here? Why is this bit here blue all the way down to here and this bit's brown?
Because that's what happens when you look so far away. The sky starts to mix with the atmosphere.
What are you talking about? The sky mixes with the atmosphere. What are you on about? Come on, look.
The hot atmosphere at the bottom there.
We're looking at sort of whitish brown ground and blue sky. Look.
Play the video.
Whitish brown stuff, blue stuff.
No, that's not. That's still land, but you can't see through it. Look.
Look, it's a clear line across there. Look, come on.
All that blue is land. Boy, tell him. You don't believe me. I don't want to overtake this conversation. You know what I mean? I want you guys.
No, but I just, you know, this is probably the worst example of something like this I've ever seen. I shouldn't.
Yeah, because you don't like it because it shows you exactly what you need.
But it doesn't, does it? It's very extremely inconclusive. It shows. Listen
to this, Jeremy.
It's almost impossible to see anything.
He's done his own science, real work out there in the field, and you're just complaining from the computer.
I'm not complaining. Right? I'm just saying that I don't think, you know, I think all of these things over the horizon, I think are fairly, I don't think you're ever going to be able to get anything conclusive from it, you know? Oh, possibly you would, but I think it's quite complicated to do that.
I don't know what you are going to. You still see the car anyway. You got
but you can't see clearly where the horizon is, can you? And given that it's a very, very hot day, you know, and there's very obvious distortion going on, isn't there? We can see that we can't see the car clearly. Therefore, it's impossible to say exactly what it is we are seeing.
But it's not about whether you can see clearly.
But we know for sure there's some refraction going on. So, you know, what have we done to take account of that refraction? What calculations has he made to take account of that refraction?
They've told you how far they are.
Right, but but specifically, what calculations has
because Jeremy, she was stopping every so long and saying, "I'm this far. Can you see me?"
Yeah, but that's a thing to verify.
That's verifying if you can still see me. She's saying and look what she did. She did it in the car, with the kilometers. So it's not like
but
she didn't know how far she was driving.
Verifying her distance from the camera. I'm asking you, what did they do to take account of refraction? Because we know that exists.
You don't need to in this case because if you're on the play the video, and I'll show you why. Because if you're 1 mile away and it says on the car 1 mile and you can see on the camera 1 mile, well then you know that's all verifying, isn't it? Because you know how she knows how far you are. You're speaking to her. She's verifying her distance.
Are you not hearing me?
She verifies her distance every time.
Yeah, and what calculations do they do to take account of refraction?
What are you talking about? If you don't need to, if you can see the object. That's what we're debunking. We're saying that it's not refraction.
You're saying that we have a perfectly clear image of that car.
No, I don't know if you're distorted.
Not distorted by the atmosphere in any way. Is that what you're saying?
This could be done in the dark. Listen to me. This could be done in the dark without even seeing. You just need to know how far you are from the distance that you left. Are you 1 mile? Great. Can I see you? Yes. 2 miles. Refraction, atmosphere don't come into this. We're not playing that game. It's about whether you can still see me. And then if you say yes, you might say, well, that's refraction. So you say, okay, measure how far you are. Okay, it's not refraction because you're 4 miles away. I can still see you. So it's not a guessing. You're not guessing. You guys, you ball earthers used to guess where that
at what distance does refraction stop occurring then? If you're saying
that's what I'm saying, Jeremy. You guys were guessing
You're saying it can only occur at certain distances. What distance?
No. This is what we're proving. What you're
But
trying
you
to say.
just tried to do that about 8 times. You've said refraction doesn't come into it because she's telling us her distance.
So if she
So
says
at what distance does
she's
refraction not occur?
she's 4 miles, and we see her at 4 miles, what are we looking at then? How can we be looking at refraction?
So your claim is then that refraction cannot occur at 4 miles.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you can verify where that actual refraction is, namely the car, which you think that black spot is refraction, which is 4 miles away. So all we need to do is ask the refraction, which is the car. Where are you? How far are you?
No.
Said, yes, that's how it works.
No.
As you move away, you would say, I still see this object. Where are you? How many miles away are you? She'd say, I'm 6 miles. Okay, it's not refraction. I can still see an actual object.
Okay, so once again, you're saying that refraction cannot occur because of the distance. Once we find out what that distance is, we can negate we can negate any refraction because we know the distance. Is that correct?
No, you're trying to jarble everything up. You're just trying to jarble everything up about an unnecessary point that doesn't even matter. I mean, seriously. He's saying are reading, and they know she's 4.3 miles away. The guy back here is physically seeing an object. What's the issue? There's no issue. But he
isn't physically seeing the object, is he? He's seeing a wobbly thing that appears to be in the sky.
Yeah, but if she said
the top half of the car. The top half of the car is not having any effect, any illusions on it, any mirages, any fraction. The top half of the car is just fine. The bottom is where you see the refractions and the reflections and weird stuff.
The top half is directly above the bottom, and the bottom appears to be 10 feet above the ground. So I'm saying that is an effect caused by refraction.
I don't even know if refraction plays into any of this at all. That's what Spurs is trying to say. Like, the computer reads, okay, there are 4.2 miles. I see an object.
He's wrong, and that's
there. I'm seeing it.
Very, very evident.
Jeremy, refraction. Listen, refraction is everywhere. So when we're looking at an object, we need to know where that refraction is occurring. That's like when you look out at the sea. Where is that refraction happening when the ship goes over the horizon? Because you were trying to claim before, or the guy on the news with the Chicago skyline, it's just an illusion. You're not really seeing that. So I wanted to know.
No. What is happening?
I wanted to know, how would you measure where the actual refraction is that you're seeing? None of you would answer that. So now
you can make measurements on that because
no one's ever answered that before.
Well, probably nobody knows it off the top of their head. I know I don't.
Well, how can you know? Because it's an invisible thing. As soon as you touch that refraction, it disappears. What are you talking about?
A pair of spectacles work by refraction. It's not some mystery thing that we don't know anything about.
See, Charlie just said it. Refraction is happening all the... Jeremy, listen. Jeremy, hold on. Refraction is happening all the way down the line of sight. It's happening even where you're standing, but you just don't see it, right? But the observer the woman who was in the car 6 miles away would see refraction at the cameraman, yeah? But he doesn't see it. So when he's looking down at the woman, he needs to know, am I looking at refraction or am I looking at a physical object? That's all you need to know. That's it. So how do you confirm that? If she says I'm 4 miles away.
Well, I would say a good way of confirming that would be, is an object that normally runs along the ground flying 10 feet in the air? And I would say if that is what you observe, that's likely to be an effect of refraction and not actually a flying car that you're seeing clearly.
No, what that shows is that the object is reducing from your line of sight, getting smaller and smaller until it disappears like any other object.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is the fact that it appears to be some distance above the horizon.
No, but Jeremy, what you claim is refraction, we're saying it disappears smaller and smaller. It's not going over anything. It's just going away from you. With this car, that the black spot is getting smaller and smaller, disappears. That's as far as he can
Are
see.
you saying that you've got a clear image of that car that you would see on a normal day where you weren't in a very hot area? Say you, I don't know, you were looking down from a mountain at a road, 20 miles away, and you could see cars on it. You can see that car clearly in that way.
Understand what you're on about.
Am I there? Jim,
What I'm trying to establish, sorry, VB, I'm nearly there. What I'm trying to establish is, I would say, from this video, it's absolutely evident that there is some atmospheric distortion of light going on.
I agree.
That's why the car appears all wobbly.
Yeah,
I agree. Say it appears to be in the sky. And you would say it appears to be mirrored. All of these things, hang on, all of these things tell us that there is refraction of light going on.
Yeah.
If we know for a fact that there is refraction of light going on, we know that in certain circumstances that light can bend over the surface of the earth and can make things that are beyond the horizon be visible to us because the light is bending. So since we all agreed, we've all just agreed that refraction is taking place, and we know that one of the effects of refraction is to make things beyond the horizon visible, this video cannot be used as evidence of something being over the horizon and being visible when it shouldn't. I rest my case.
You would have to be able to tell me the distance from the refraction, which is impossible. You would never be able to measure that. Between the car and the refraction, there's a huge space because it's not really there. Then you'd have to measure that, and you could never ever do that.
Well, we've agreed that. We agreed, didn't we? We both agreed that.
No, exactly. So when you're looking,
there is some atmospheric refraction taking place, didn't we?
Yes, because it's all merging. Of course it is. Yeah.
We can all. Nobody could deny that. That's obvious. And if we know that one of the effects of atmospheric refraction is to bend light over the curve of the Earth,
light doesn't bend.
Then.
Talking gobbledygook.
Oh, right. So you're seeing that car clearly then, because light doesn't bend in any way. So you're seeing it nice and clearly.
Show me curved light.
I'm sorry.
Show me curved light.
Well, you're seeing it there in that video, aren't you? It looks like you're looking at it through water.
Well, again, like I said, there's only one way to test that, and that's to ask the refraction, where are you?
Well, we can all just see it and just agree it and stop being uncharitable and silly.
The refraction, Jeremy, she represents where we can see. So we can confirm with her, call her up, where are you? Oh, I'm 3 miles away. I'm 4 miles away. It's what it says on the car. Yes? And that's it. And when she disappears completely, because what they're confirming, what you forget or you fail to realize, is that this is consistent with the canal findings and every other finding. This isn't just a single finding like on salt lakes, like, just one experiment. No, they're replicating what they've seen, and they're doing this on land and on water.
Well, I dispute that. I don't think that's true. You didn't get this atmospheric effect on the canal when this was done on the canal.
No, but the results were the same.
Well, they weren't the same, were they? If the result was the same, you would be seeing the observation in exactly the same way, and you're not.
Well, the point of the experiment is something, an object, visible at those distances, and both of them passed. So that's up to you now to decide to make your own test if you don't think that's good enough and prove those two wrong.
Well, I don't think they are wrong. I think that the object is visible, and I think that's entirely predictable when we take into account the effects of refraction, which are very, very obvious in this video, and all of us have agreed that they're occurring. So why bother to pretend that they aren't? It's just ridiculous.
Those tests were done
refraction's happening, but I can still tell exactly where that car is in space, even though refraction is happening and it's all swimmy and it appears to be flying in the air and it's reflected. I can still tell precisely where it is, and that's just nonsense.
Well, like I said, tests have been done on water, on land, just to show that, both experiments work and that those objects should not be visible according to your Bohr model.
Yeah, he's got you there, Jeremy, because, I mean, regardless of refraction, this, that, and the other, there's still plenty of examples of people just, taking photographs of buildings that are known to be specifically measured out at X number of miles away from the observer.
Well, I mean, again, I disagree. I think almost all of those experiments, very often they don't even bother to mention that their elevation, and that is obviously key to what is visible. Very often they make the calculation wrong, and they talk about the drop rather than the hidden, what should be the hidden amount. And over larger distances, that gets, that is an exponential error that they make.
No, it's not. We're taking the miles for the variable.
And again, they don't take into account refraction, and they should. Normally we add, I think, 8% generally for refraction or something like that, and nobody ever does. And we know that this thing occurs. We know plenty about it. We understand it very well. As I say, it's what makes a pair of spectacles work. It's not some mystery thing that we don't understand. We do understand it, and we know that it can be caused by layers of air close to the ground that can be different temperatures. Because, for instance, if you've got a large body of water which gets very cold overnight, in the morning the air heats up, but the water doesn't heat up, so it takes more energy to heat up that water, and so the air very close to the water can still remain cold, and you get a cold layer of air just above the water, and above that warm air, and that can create these refractive effects that we see, can make the light bend. So anyway, let's move on. Somebody else want to get in there? Welcome to Thors. Welcome to PMars. Welcome to Mark.
Yeah, all right. He's already claiming victory in text chat. He's came on.
Has he?
Yeah. He hasn't said fuck all. He's claiming victory already.
Oh, he's sweet. I like Spurs. Where would we be without him?
Jim, have you ever discussed or looked at the idea of, like, at what point in the southern hemisphere do the compasses start to point the other way and stuff like that,
Well, I don't think they do. They all point north.
They'll point north no matter where you are in the south.
Yeah, I know there was this thing, wasn't there, a while back about sort of southern hemisphere compasses. I don't really know a lot about that.
Yeah, it's kind of a big, conundrum. I don't know the arguments on both sides, so I can't really. I just wanted to hear if maybe you knew some stuff about that. Or
yeah, I did hear that thing come up, and I mean, they do. It seemed apparent that they do exist, but I also heard people say, "Well, I've never had one. I just got a normal compass, and it works fine." So I'm not entirely sure.
Southern hemisphere, because what I read was they design compasses differently in the southern hemisphere to be more sensitive, or I don't know how it works. I did read that there are special compasses for the southern hemisphere because the northern ones don't work because there is a slide.
Here we go. Will compass work in southern hemisphere? Or shall I call it, as Antonio calls it, a compass? Compass.
No homo though, right?
why are spanners Why, I call them wrenches. What are they? What is this? What's a spanner? What's that mean?
Well, you can tighten bolts with it.
A spanner is a wrench.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't know. Understand why you guys over there
In
call it-
chat? Oh, that's the ability to be a moderator in the live chat.
No, I know. I'm talking about that. You guys, when you're using a spanner in day-to-day life, you call your tool a spanner. What does that mean?
Oh, you actually were talking about an actual spanner. I was joking when I said you could.
It's just a word. It's just a word given to a device that we call a spanner.
Yeah, because a span means like from beginning to end. So I don't see how something
No.
can be.
Hold on. Etymology does not necessarily define the word's meaning in modern usage, right? So words change.
Yeah, especially in English language.
Yeah, which is a sort of a mangrove because it has, not in a bad sense, but it has a lot of influence on our culture. So.
I mean, if I met Spurs down the pub, I'd call him a spanner, and that's also terminology for idiot in the UK.
The order of the day, because that's what
hello Spurs. I wasn't sure you were still with us.
Grind.
I thought you might have been in text chat declaring victory.
Flat earthers down. You're trying to grind people down in general. People who want to.
It's called a joke. It's humour.
Who want to be educated. People who want to have a greater understanding, and it's about grinding down that.
If you want to have a greater understanding, why do you deny so much, Spurs?
Right? Can you unblock you?
Oh, I think is it the mobile bug, Jeremy, or did somebody?
He's got plenty of accounts. He can just come back on another one.
Yeah, but they're gonna keep blocking him.
Yeah, you just spews garbage, Spurs.
And
I understand you.
Yeah,
he's got about 50 accounts.
No, listen, you tar us with the same brush. We've heard it all before. Some of us are stronger than others.
I didn't say.
Yeah, there's no.
I didn't say all flat earthers are like that.
Okay, you all think that we don't understand, we don't get it, there's something wrong with us, but yet they're growing. We're growing. It's increasing in size. That's what you don't like. Like, what do you mean how we're growing? Of course it's growing.
Oh, can you name one thing that's changed from when we first spoke 7 or 8 months ago? What's changed?
Calling out you saying is this and that is just the same as me.
Changed?
Flat Earther. You have to
Hang on, let me answer that, Mark, because I can tell you something that has changed, and I think Spurs does make a good point here. Is that, say, 6 months ago, if you went and watched Globebusters on a Sunday night, they had about 400 viewers, and now if you go and watch them on a Sunday night, they have about 11 or 1,200 viewers. So that is one thing that's changed in the last 6 months. So I'd like everyone's comments on that.
Well, that doesn't mean that more flat earthers are watching, obviously. It could just be that more people that are reasonable people, i.e. believe in a static model, just having a laugh at them.
They've worked out how to get many more bots to log on as viewers watching their talking shit.
Do you not get the feeling, though, that, kind of since the basketball players and that kind of thing, that there has been a bit of a, or even since the new year, that there has been a bit of a run on flat Earth, that it has had another one of its little popularity rushes?
To some extent, yeah, that's it. But not necessarily that flat earthers are converting more, right? Just that people have noticing flat Earth more. But it's not growth of the flat Earth movement.
I think in terms of growth, you guys mean arguing with the opposition.
No,
I think more people buying into it. I think there have been. I think it has grown.
I don't think you understand.
I don't think it's grown. I think that they were all there in the first place. I just think that they've kind of congealed now, if that's the right word. I mean, what word do you use to describe the people that believe the Earth's flat in 2017? I mean, I can only think of a few, and they're all derogatory.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to say that.
Even if it's growing, though, it doesn't mean that it's true or anything else. That'd be argumentum ad populum, right? So that does not indicate of it being true in any way whatsoever.
I just think it seems to me like it is growing, just as a sort of an anecdotal feeling.
In the 50s and 60s, we had our UFO. That's when the UFO sighting thing just exploded, where everyone was seeing UFOs all the time. It was just UFO fever. It was in the pop culture. It was in movies. It was super popular. And now, the funny thing is, now that every single person in the civilized world is carrying a freaking camera and video, a video camera and picture camera in their pocket with unlimited film. We're at an all-time low for UFO sightings.
That's a good
So
point.
suddenly, when we have the ability to document it anytime it appears in the sky, there's like virtually none.
Are you sure about that?
It's like a god.
UFO sightings have dwindled significantly since the peak in the 60s and 50s.
Yeah. It's as if with higher resolution, you can actually figure out that it's not a unidentified object. It's actually something terrestrial.
It was just in the limelight at the time.
You guys seem to think that it's reducing because you're not arguing with flat earthers, which I think.
I don't think the UFO sightings are reducing. I don't know.
I think this is what annoys a lot of you. You see, you're seeing that flat earthers are banding together. They're ignoring anybody who is
banding together. I mean,
trying to
while they're not arguing with each other and calling each other shills.
Yeah, they don't need that though, do you? Who needs
do that?
Who needs the drama? If we ask you a question, you're supposed to be able to answer us. We're asking.
Yeah, right back at you, bro.
I'm asking the question on behalf of people who think. Well, imagine if I came up against you guys. You guys would just be calling me names. You'd be ridiculing. I ain't going in those rooms. You hear it all the time. You hear it all the time in the calm flat Earth rooms. Oh, look at ED.
Calm flat Earth rooms. What are those? Where are those?
Exactly. Yeah. You don't join those. You stay in ED where everybody
knows those. I for like a week now I've been Googling and YouTubing flat Earth and live channels, and all of them are not flat Earth fucking channels. Like you've been exposed that dreaded guy. By the way, good job there, Jeremy. That dude was out there fucking asshole, pseudo fucking intellectual. Because obviously, for you to be experienced with Photoshop, you need to know how fucking tetaflops it takes for the to process this, right?
They all try that one. In fact, it's funny. Jibby Jedi tried exactly the same thing in a chat earlier on tonight.
Really?
Oh, I know all about Photoshop and you don't, and I can recognize fake things in Photoshop. Fuck off, flat earthers.
Oh, we showed Jibby Jedi the video. We were showing him the ISS tour inside, and you're saying, well, that's fake. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, how do you know? And he was like, oh, I have an eye for it. I can tell just by looking.
Right.
What's fake about it? Well, it's just one of those things. You know it when you see it.
That's awesome. Is that other people can understand the world.
No.
That must really annoy you. Like, how do they do it? How are they understanding the world around
powers? Don't you? Every time it's like,
but the reason why you can't understand
you're just asleep. You took the blue pill.
Why you can't understand, Jeremy? It's because you've been reading the indoctrinated books.
No, Spurs, you're the one who's getting indoctrinated right now. You're believing somebody without any good evidence.
That's what happens.
You believe him. No, you believe him just because he says that he has this
look around the world at you
sense or special knowledge. Anybody can claim that. Spurs, I can claim that. Spurs, I can claim that I have this sense of atheism, right? I have this special sense that allows me to detect if atheism is true. And guess what? I have it. It's just the thing that you have, right? I also have this special sense to detect true pictures. Well, I have that too, right? And I can detect that all the NASA pictures are true. So the Earth is round. You see how ridiculous that is? The first question is, when somebody tells you this, is, well, wait, how do you know? How do you have this sense? What is the sense? In virtue of what? Do you know that this picture is real or fake?
Don't whine. That's the main thing. Is to have not whine. You're not complaining. You're not a house.
Yeah, I'm putting out the fallacy here. I'm not whining.
We get what you mean. All right, but the point is, if what you're saying is, we have ball earthers who can say that they're real and flat earthers, then it just boils down to, what happens is there's going to be a standoff, and then we're just going to wait until somebody applies pressure, towards NASA to settle it. Yeah, that's the only way. It'll be opinion. Your opinion versus mine.
There's nothing that NASA could do to convince flat earthers that space and the Earth is real and the Earth is round. There's nothing that they could do. Nothing. Because flat earthers, as we've shown time and time again, will not accept any piece of evidence. There is no evidence that they'll accept. We've even asked some of them, what would convince you? And they say nothing.
Yeah, just the example of what we were talking just a moment ago. Evidence has been shown to a flat earther, and he said, well, I have this special sense that allows me to take fake pictures, and it tells me that all of these pictures from NASA are fake. So
because for every piece of evidence you show, they'll have an ad hoc pulled out of their ass reason to say why it's false.
I don't understand why you're complaining.
Right? Whether
I don't understand why
bending in ways that we've never observed or measured or demonstrated or shown how it works mathematically or anything.
Whining. That's all you're doing is whining. If you're not concerned about the way flat earthers think, apply the pressure to NASA or go about your everyday business.
That's irrelevant. No, Spurs. Again, we have the evidence from NASA. We have the video footage from NASA.
How people don't understand
Spurs. We have the evidence from NASA. We have the pictures, the video footage. What we're pointing out to you is that doesn't matter to somebody who's irrational.
We got Himawari taking pictures every 10 minutes.
Excuse.
We got Himawari taking pictures every 10 minutes with weather patterns that perfectly comport to what they are on the surface. And they're just screaming fake, fake, fake.
Yeah, nobody believes that. Don't you understand?
Yeah, but why? What reason, right? Anybody can say, well, I just don't believe it.
That's my point. No evidence will make them believe it because they won't accept anything. They don't accept Himawari. They have no reason not to accept Himawari. There is nothing about it that's fake. Nothing.
Reality. It has to be real. No composites. Nothing compiled.
Composite.
There's nothing composite about Himawari, by the way. Himawari is not a composite picture.
There's so many things wrong with what you said there, right? So, Himawari is not actually made of composites. And second point, composites doesn't mean fake. Spurs.
Well, we've been through this many times, and
yeah, again, and you have no refutation of this. You claim this, but you have no reason to.
I clearly do.
You don't.
Numbers have grown. Evidence says otherwise.
That doesn't matter. What? That's like saying that because number of atheists have grown, that atheism is more likely true.
Atheism hasn't grown.
That's an appeal to popularity, Spurs. That's a fallacy.
Yeah, atheism has grown, Spurs. Come on, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it did.
No, I think there was more spiritual people in the world than atheists.
That doesn't matter.
What the
Spurs, what would convince you? What would convince you?
I've just told you, nothing composite, everything to be real footage.
Himawari is not composite. Why doesn't it convince you? There's nothing composite about Himawari. Why are the Himawari pictures fake, in your opinion? What's fake about them?
The standard we want to see is when we see the high altitude.
Why don't you answer the question? What is fake about the Himawari images? They're taken every 10 minutes. What is fake about them?
Emotional one in here, I think. Yeah, there's an emotional one.
What's fake about them?
Answer his question, Spurs.
Yeah, you're gonna answer the question. What's fake about the Himawari pictures?
Just
why
think
won't
about
they convince you?
The defeat as I continue.
Are you gonna?
But listen, are you listening to what I'm saying? The high altitude balloons that we see of the Earth, we want that quality.
Spurs, that's not a question that's been asked of you. Answer the question.
That's how I want to see the Earth. So that balloon goes
Spurs,
up and up and up.
That's not the question. Answer the question. Stop dodging it.
Well, I don't understand how to answer it in any other way. That's what I want to see.
The question is, what is fake about the Himawari pictures? Why do you not accept them?
Because it's not the quality of the high altitude air balloon.
So hold on.
What's not the quality about it? What's not quality about it? It's a very high megapixel picture.
Yeah, I was going to say, Spurs. You think a camera?
That point I've just made there is
you
just
think a camera hanging from the bottom of a balloon is better than Himawari?
Ball Earth is deflecting. That's a simple remark I've just said. Any high altitude air balloon, we want that quality from the satellite.
What camera did I use, Spurs?
You ballers accept fantasy and animation.
So what camera did I use?
The high altitude. That's late. The high altitude air balloons show good quality of the Earth.
Yeah, what camera did I use, Spurs?
Look, Mark, I'm not interested in your gameplay.
You're trying to make a point that their cameras are really high quality. So can you tell me the name of the camera, please?
I'm dealing with you, Mark, until you speak to Dal.
So can you tell me the name of the camera then, please, Kumar? If it's high quality camera, I should be able to look at it and see what kind of quality it is. So can you name the camera that's on the bottom of these balloons, please?
Or more people. So carry on with your idiotic.
So you can't name the cameras. So how can you say they're high quality then if you don't even know what cameras they are?
Right, epistemologist asked me what I wanted. What do flat earthers want? There
So
you go.
you
You
just-
can
No,
say
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no. He asked you, why do you do not believe that the Himari 8 footage is real? What is in it?
By
that
the
is
way,
fake?
the Himawari footage, you can go on the website. They have for every 10 minutes, they have a 30 megapixel picture, okay? There are no
Listen to
30
them.
megapixel. There are no 30 megapixel pictures coming off these balloons, Spurs.
Listen to these fools arguing over animation. We want the high out altitude.
That's begging
The
the
high-
question, you idiot.
Why is a 5 megapixel camera strapped to a balloon considered more credible than a 30 megapixel camera from space that generates a picture every 10 minutes, perfectly comporting to what we see on the surface?
There's only one answer to that.
That's what we want to see.
There's only one answer to that. It's because it fits their story. If it fits their story, it's okay. If it doesn't, they just
unless you provide that, Mark.
You can't even name the camera, Spurs. It might be $150 Walmart camera, and you're trying to make out that that's better than a Himawari 8. What a fucking idiot you are, Spurs.
By the way, in these balloons,
what a fucking idiot you are.
Everybody
in these balloons,
knows that.
people tend to use cheap cameras for a couple of reasons. Number one, they have a very limited weight that they can carry. Number two, there's a very high chance of losing the payload. There's a very high chance of losing the payload.
They're arguing about our demands. Just do it. Stop arguing and do it.
What I just told you is exactly my point. You just fulfilled my point. You think that the 5 megapixel camera from $100, from a $100 Walmart camera is more credible than the 30 megapixel images coming out of Himawari every 10 minutes.
Do it and
you won't accept that. And we asked you, why won't you accept the Himawari footage, and you won't give me a reason. So clearly, there is nothing that NASA could produce or any other space agency that would convince you. So clearly, it's not a lack of evidence. There's something else going on here.
Okay. Fulfill the demands, and then you
wait. Why are you the arbiter of this, standards for evidence?
Well, if other people want something else, that's up to them. But for me, I would want to see real quality camera from a high.
Real quality camera? What's that? What's a real quality camera?
The Himawari pictures are higher resolution than anything from these balloons.
Because they understand nothing. They don't understand the horizon. They don't understand what a quality camera is. They don't understand how rockets.
It's a real quality camera. What is that? How many megapixels is a real quality camera?
What is this? What am I talking?
You tell me. You said it. Real quality camera. What is that?
This is a.
Should be a simple answer, Spurs.
What is he talking about? What's going on here? This is.
What the fuck are you talking about? Real quality camera. What does that mean? How many megapixels does it have to have for it to be a real quality camera?
What are we interested in? Epistemology asked, "What do you guys want?"
That was the question before. Afterwards, you asked a different question. You haven't answered at all.
He gave you the requirements. Now fulfill.
No. You didn't answer the question.
Here's what you said first. I'll repeat what you said. You said, I want a picture of the Earth that's of the same quality of the high altitude balloons. And I'm telling you right now, Himawari is a 30 megapixel image generated every 10 minutes. 30 megapixel images coming out of any of these weather balloons because they're not put camera in there. So every weather balloon picture you've seen is at a lower quality than what Himawari produces every 10 minutes for years.
Well, what does that change? That's still the demand.
Your demand is nonsensical. You're saying you want a picture that's the same quality or better, I assume. Or what, you want a lower quality picture of the Himawari? It'd be more convincing if they put a lower quality camera on a satellite?
Well, go and speak in ED about how ridiculous our demands are. Provide that and we'll talk.
No, Spurs, you don't get to dictate these demands. Like, people do not get to arbitrarily choose the standard of evidence. So can I demand that God comes down and sucks my dick?
Because I tell you why. Flat earthers rely on high altitude balloons for proving the flat earth.
You don't give a fuck what flat earthers rely on, Spurs. The question is your belief reasonable?
We use those videos. So
we don't give a fuck what you use, Spurs. You don't understand.
Himawari 8 cameras when we're looking for the flat earth. Not one flat earther does that. No, they use high altitude air balloons. That satisfies them that what they're looking at is real. So until you can provide that quality of the earth, then the whole thing that you're trying to present to us is a fraud.
That's illogical. You're concluding that a claim is false based on an arbitrary standard that a group of biased people have determined.
When you use your brain
It's
and
like
you
saying
think
that God
about it,
doesn't exist. That's
makes
like saying
sense.
that God doesn't exist because he doesn't come down right now to every atheist and talks to them. Right?
Look.
By your same logic, we can say that God doesn't exist.
Really
Theism
think
is
about this.
false
I'm converting people
because it fails the demand of atheists of what would prove God to them. Spurs, do you not listen to me? Do you not listen to me? Did you not hear what I said?
You're converting people at the same time as I'm converting people. This is amazing because you're talking rubbish. People are thinking, what is he saying?
First, define what the quality is that you're looking for.
Right.
And
Now,
why
here we
doesn't
go.
the Himawari, why doesn't the Himawari
Here we go. They ask us a question, and now they want to go into details about why. Give us the demand.
to defend your position. We want you to defend your assertion.
If, for example, you are a hostage and we have demands, we don't, just give us the money. Don't tell us.
We've met your demands. You said give us a better. You said give us the same quality.
You want a plastic bag.
You said give us the same quality as the cameras on the balloons.
Bring us the money, and we'll talk.
So we've done it. We've answered your demands, Spurs.
Right. So nobody can provide.
So now we've met your demands. What's your answer then?
Well, where is it?
Well, the Himawari takes a picture every 10 minutes. It's better than the cameras on the bottom of the balloons. So we've met your demand. We've met your demands over.
You've seen it.
So now you're just going to deny it again, then, are you?
Yeah, we're denying that because you see what we use.
You're going to deny it for the evidence you asked for. See, so everyone hear this now, that he's denying for the evidence that he demanded like a little child.
Yeah, going around
now he's going to deny that as well. Okay, so just to clarify, Spurs is just a denier.
Instead of running away.
All he has, deny.
Right, so I think epistemology gets it. I think Thors gets it. I think Jeremy definitely gets it.
We get it that you're an idiot.
Everybody understands that the quality would have to be like
a completely nonsensical, non-logical, non-rational position. That's what we get. Even able to defend your position.
Convert people with just common sense. People say, yes, that makes sense. Why would I want an animation versus reality?
What animation?
$5 camera. It's better quality.
It takes better quality.
It like a pixel.
Again, I'm not even arguing. I'm not arguing with you if you think animation is better. Tell the people
Spurs,
think animation
you're begging the question when you say that the human is animation and not real. You're begging the fucking question, you moron. Do you not understand the simple principle? The discussion is the Earth flat or round? We present evidence in a form of footage. By you saying that, oh, we don't like that footage, right?
Yeah.
Because flat earthers prefer reality versus animation. Well, by saying that the Humara 8 footage is animation, you're begging a question and saying that the Earth is actually flat and the Humara footage is fake because it's showing animation. Do you not understand this? You're begging a question.
So what are you going to do about it? How are you going to
convince fundamental people? Logic. I fucking like to increase the education rate in whatever fucking backwards country you live in. Because you obviously fail.
Convince us. We're listening. 40 people listening.
I'm not. Convinced. No, you do not convince a person who doesn't have the basic grasp on fucking rational discourse.
Yeah, convince them then. There's ballers in here too. They're listening. Explain how animation is better than reality.
No. I'm the teacher now. You're the student.
Yeah. Explain how reality or animation is better than reality.
No. Produce a fucking standard first. A rational standard. Not an arbitrary one.
Right? So that's our demands. That's what we want.
Who cares about your demands, Spurs? That's subjective. Yeah, exactly. Every person can have his own demands for a claim.
You can hear the attitude of the ballers. Who cares about your flat earth evidence? Who cares about your demands? This is what we're saying, gentlemen. This is the point why...
Yeah, Spurs, and you agree with me. You agree with me because guess what? I'm an atheist. I can arbitrarily come up with demands to prove theism, right? And I can then say, well, it didn't meet the demands, because my demand is for God to come down and lick my fucking balls. Until he do that, he doesn't exist. He didn't do that. God doesn't exist. Christianity is false. No, you failed. No, you failed. Christianity is false.
So what is
Because
faith?
by my standard, your God doesn't exist. You failed to meet the standard. Your God doesn't exist.
What is faith?
Irrelevant to the point, Spurs. I gave you a standard. I demanded a standard by which you prove theism to me, that your God exists. You failed to provide that, right? Because God didn't came down and lick my balls. Ergo, your God is false. Jesus is false. He's not a true God.
Okay.
You see how anybody can do this with their own arbitrary standard?
I don't understand.
See, this is why humanity has developed this objective method of coming to conclusions. It's called logic. You should try and look it up.
Is this supposed to convince anybody?
It's not about convincing. It's about having a justification for your position, a rational inference that you can say you're making to support this belief that you have. Because otherwise, it's just that, a belief.
I don't think you're going to open any minds. You know, you're just closing them. You know, people are not going to be able to think for themselves.
You can open minds with a fucking shotgun.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to end it and that'll be over. And that's not what we want. We want to open minds, expand minds.
If you care about truth, you need
to
have a basis in logic. Because you will not come to true conclusions if you're not basing your
problem with humanity?
Your thought process on rationality. Do you not understand this basic principle?
I'm going to take a break now. Hello, Matthew. Welcome.
Welcome, Matt.
Hey, Matt. Gosh, damn it.
Hey,
I've been through stuff this one time.
If anyone would like to come and join Spurs, you'd be very welcome. He needs the help, let's face it.
No. I don't think that's not the case.
Yeah, do feel free to invite anyone, Spurs, if you've got anyone.
Yeah, preferably somebody who
I do feel like we're picking on someone who's mentally retarded a bit here, so if we can have someone else. Because like Spurs just don't like doing nothing.
Bring us another Chucho, Spurs.
He's still arguing the same arguments he did 8 months ago. What happened to the scientists in the field, Kimo? When are they due back?
That's it, Mark. You're not going to meet. You're not going to mix them. They're going to ban you, obviously.
You're going to ban me, are you? Oh, that's very good of you, Spurs. Well,
yeah, that's being open-minded.
Not me.
Well,
how are you opening minds, Spurs, by banning people?
Who's going to ban me, Spurs?
Those that you troll.
So you're trolling now, then?
What am I trolling?
You're trolling us, then. So, because you troll more than me, Spurs. You're in more hangouts than me nowadays, so you troll more than me.
I'm saying the truth, Mark, not stopping it.
Oh, so I'm not telling the truth then, no?
But what truth have you told?
Well, you haven't asked me anything. Ask me something.
I told you to go into Dow's room and speak some truth.
I told you I've been out all day. That wasn't me in that account. Anyone that clicks on the account can see it wasn't me.
Okay. Is that your excuse?
And apart from that, I'm banned from Dell's like everyone else that disagrees with him.
And anyone that goes in there is just, well, it's not worth doing it, is it? It's just pointless.
Look, this is just, like I said, the game
are you really impressed by that guy, Spurs?
The game is up.
Yeah, he was doing the water doesn't conform to outside of a shape earlier. Didn't you see him?
When his wallies are sniggering and giggling at people, and he's incapable of holding a rational conversation with anyone.
It seems to be a pattern with people who believe in nonsense.
Well, you know,
I can believe in nonsense. I've got loads of nonsense in my head.
It's a huge following. When you compare the numbers, if we compare the numbers to ED of what you guys have to say compared to what Dal has to say, then I'd say yes, that is a good influence on people. Absolutely, what he's saying is true. It rings true with a lot of people.
So, like I said, what's changed then?
When I mean, you've seen my video on him and the logical.
I haven't seen it, but my point is that what people.
Oh, you made a fucking comment on it.
Oh, which one was that?
About how wrong I was, but there you go.
I can't remember. I might have seen it.
It's called Debunking Dell's Dogmatic Drivel.
I can't think. But I leave a lot of comments all over the place, so you might see comments.
Yeah. On videos you haven't watched.
Speaking of videos,
you have not watching it, and you claimed you had.
Spurs, could you put your Mark Sargent video back up? I really missed that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? That's what I didn't understand. You told us he was a Mason, then I saw you in the chat saying that we should believe what he says. So I'm a bit confused.
Well, there's no need to be confused. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about flat Earth. And
So it doesn't matter what the personality, whether the person tells lies, as long as they're saying what you want to say.
Nobody is bigger than the truth. Yeah. So as long as they're
What does that
speaking
even
truth.
mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean no one's bigger than the truth?
What's the truth? What is the truth anyway?
This is why I say I have to teach a lot of these people. They don't
You're not
understand
teaching
these simple
shit. You're not even explaining stuff. Spurs, for fuck's sake.
What do you mean? What does it
Come
mean?
on,
Who's
Spurs,
bigger?
step up a bit. I know it's late, but come on, for fuck's sake.
What do you mean no one's bigger than the truth? You don't
It's not
understand
having
what
a
that means.
discussion with a cabbage or something.
Spurs,
So you
truth
yeah?
is what is the case, right? Truth is what is in reality. Saying that there is the truth implies that there is something that is not the true truth, that there is some kind of category of the truthy truth. That's stupid.
Well, it's false to say that there's curvature. It's false to say that we're spinning. So they're not.
Wait, how's it faulty to say there's curvature? George has measured it.
Yeah, not according to the Bohr model.
What do you mean?
Whatever curvature anybody finds is not according to the Bohr, not according to the numbers.
What kind of nonsense is that? The numbers that he measured perfectly comports with the amount of drop that we expect with the Earth at the stated diameter.
Yeah, this is without refraction, right? This is without refraction, right? Because this is done in conditions where it wasn't at all. Do you guys remember the experiment?
Yeah, we're open invite to anybody, so we all could have been there and seen it for ourselves.
Yeah, he invited all the flat earthers to come and debunk his measurement to his property, and not one of them took up on the offer. I wonder why.
Yeah, Matthew has been inviting flat earthers for this experiment for months.
That's true, he has.
Yeah. And nobody
I'm
took
pretty
the
sure we're going to
challenge.
prove flat, to be honest.
The best place to do these tests is over a body of water because it's flat. It's flat.
But that's what he was doing. He was drilling down to the water and leveling off from that. So it was perfect. It was the best experiment that you could ever fucking dream up. And he gave us 3 months' notice to say, if you want any changes or any additions or anything, add it to come and tell me, and I'll add it to experiment.
Is that the one in the dark? On the ski? On the?
No, not in the dark. You're thinking of the one where they shot it on that river at night.
Right.
You understand that if you can prove someone's lying, but that doesn't mean you know truth. It means that you know someone's lying.
No, look, Matthew, I understand. You know, it seems like, of course, it's a ball, but there's not enough conclusive evidence to believe it.
Well, I've gone the other way. There's not enough conclusive evidence to believe it's flat. If I were in a court case and there were
that's fine. You've been for the longest time. You've been swinging back and forth for the longest time. Yeah, of course. You know, you're first a flat earther, and then you're a ball earther. You know, you're on the fence. You're not sure. So that's normal. People aren't going to be like that. That's why people are not coming out, because they don't want to be ridiculed so hard.
Well, mate, I've been ridiculed, mate. Honest to God, I couldn't give a fuck. Honest to God, you should see what pictures I posted online. Fucking horrendous. I'm beyond it. Couldn't give a fuck. I just want to know what truth it is.
But there's one thing, Matthew, you have to remember how people got into this in the first place. That's key for me. When I thought I could prove the flat Earth by providing a picture, a clear picture of the Earth. That's how we got into this. Most people got into this by saying, "Yeah, I'll get a picture." Couldn't do that. Now we're coming with all kinds of stories about Himawari and all this kind of palaver. It's not good enough. It's not how we want it. It's not how it's supposed to be.
But you won't tell us what's not good enough about it. You will not define
in the real world. That is not how you go about. It's not how anybody would go about any of these things. It's not how you would do things.
What are you talking about? How anybody would not go about these things? Most people do go about these things. They go with the expert testimony, the expert evidence provided.
Right? When you ask, I don't understand these things. How normal people understand them. Anything that's an event is celebrated, such high esteem. It'd be huge. Look at this big ball spinning. It's amazing. Our Earth spins. They would show this. They'd have a 24 webcam of the Earth. It doesn't happen, right? It's not Marvel. It's kept quiet. It's swept under the carpet. It's like it's just implanted in your brain. Ridiculed out of ridiculed to death. If you don't believe, we haven't got time for this debate. And that's the number one subject. That's what's on people's mind. Where do we live? Are we on a spinning ball? No. Are we in a flat plane? Is there a dome? People are scared to go beyond. But if there is a dome,
By the way, I just want to correct myself because I was mistaken on the Himawari. If you actually go and look and download the raw data files, the raw image files, they're 121 megapixel, not 30 megapixel.
Bloody.
They're 121 megapixel. You can download them. They're 70 megs each.
Yeah, but is it
Every
tied
10
to
minutes.
Yeah, but Mr. Knowledge, is it tied to a balloon though?
No, but there's some things that you
121
can't explain.
megapixel, Spurs.
Oh,
You can't explain Southern Pole having 24-hour daylight.
Yeah, Southern Celestial
as
Pole.
I've said, listen to this. As I've said, as any other flat earther, if you could provide proof, people are asking the question still. I think you're just ignoring the question. We are asking the question. Provide proof. But you're like, you don't accept the proof. So ask us. I'm the only one coming forward and telling you what actual proof we require.
Okay, Spurs. I want to ask you again, and I need you to clearly verbalize this.
Forward
Spurs.
because they've had enough. Because
I need you to clearly verbalize for me why is the 121 megapixel picture generated every 10 minutes from the Himawari 8 not acceptable proof that the Earth is a sphere and that space technology is real.
I have no idea because, as far as I'm concerned, satellites do not exist. So I don't know
Okay,
what they're
so you have
capable
no idea. You have no idea why it's not satisfactory evidence for you, but you still say it's not satisfactory evidence. You know how nonsensical that is? You basically are saying, I refuse to believe it because I refuse to believe it, and for no reason.
It's called begging a question.
Yeah, I've been there. I can do that. I didn't believe all that nonsense as well. But Spurs, let me post some pictures in green chat for you about satellites. This is a fucking did my head in. What's that? Yeah, it was Ray that brought me onto this. I brought this subject up a while ago. No satellite dishes point up. But yeah, if you look at any photograph of satellite dish on the equator, they all point up.
Well, it's become very fashionable to shout out people in chat, hasn't it? So I'm going to do that in this gap. So welcome to Annabelle P. I like Annabelle. Hi, Annabelle. Clive Adams, Jibby, Jedi, Captain Bullshit, of course. Charlie is here. Who else? Tau Seti and Termin and whoever missed. Lunacentric Cultist, whose message was deleted by Mark Taylor. Welcome, Curved.
Hey up.
Hey up.
Shout out to all my ballers out there.
Cigar Face, of course.
Yeah, sorry, Jim. That's Big L. That is. I'm just doing that because he had me deleted on that. What's that black guy's channel?
Oh, you've been exposed.
Yeah. Then he deleted me on his channel.
Revenge.
Right, Spurs, can you see them pictures?
That's all good then, Mark.
How many petaflops are those pictures? Teraflops, sorry.
Spurs, can you see them pictures, man?
No, because I ain't got it open. So.
Hang on, I'll find
Have you been listening to the conversation, Curved?
Very, very briefly. I just got around.
Well, we were asking we're asking Spurs here about, what evidence he would accept. And we tried to, we asked him why he wouldn't accept the Himawari footage. And the 121 megapixel images generated every 10 minutes. And he just said, I don't know why I don't accept it, but I don't accept it, is basically what he said.
Yeah, it's all right.
Sounds perfectly rational to a crazy person.
Yeah.
I can't explain why.
Wanted something of the quality of the high altitude balloon footage, and we explained to him that these high altitude balloon footages, it's a cheap, 5 to 10 megapixel camera, something you can buy off Walmart, maybe a GoPro at best. Whereas the $1 million cameras on these satellites for some reason are not the same quality according to him.
Right, Spurs, Can you see them pictures per Spurs? Because these are
man.
these are satellite dishes that they sell on Equator, and they're all nets, so rainwater falls straight through them. You know, so whatever's up there pumping signal down, mate, it's pumping it straight down at Equator.
It's about
Come on,
that
man.
away.
Well, these pictures aren't from any conspiracy website. These pictures are from just just Google it.
Just random agents on the Earth.
I'll tell you what, that would be quite interesting that you could probably do with Google Earth. You could probably look at just pick random streets through Europe that are getting their signal from the Astra satellite, and Sky publish where it is, or roughly where it is, and you should see the angles to it change as you move south through Europe, I would expect.
And if you go to Equator, go to places like that, and you'll see it. Thailand, Google Earth's in Thailand as well, so it's all over the place.
Right.
Street View, you could go to Street View anywhere and see these satellites pointing up.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm
Google
thinking.
Earth uses NASA footage, guys, so it's fake.
I mean, what would be your explanation for that, Kamo?
Told you.
Spurs?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking like I don't know what you call it, the change the goalpost or going off other things. We've told you
We're
what.
just asking you. What would be your explanation for that?
I ain't got no explanation.
I don't have one either.
So do you think all them people have laid out all that money to have them dishes fitted like that, but none of them get any TV?
Sammy, it's not my business.
Well, do you think that's a credible argument, Kamo?
It's not my business. It's not. I'm not got no interest in that. That's not. I don't know why.
You got no interest in the globe evidence? What? Is that what you're saying?
Why? What does this prove? There's some satellites on some buildings.
Well, it proves they're not radio towers. They're not pointing at radio towers, do they?
The argument's been that satellite dishes don't point up. I've heard all satellite dishes point across the land to radio towers. None of them pointing up. Well, then I brought that up and fucking quickly got slapped by fucking a few people. And I got these pictures and I thought,
Yeah, and if you ask actually people who installed them, they'll tell you if you move them slightly, they can lose the signal. If you move them sideways to some tower that you think is doing this,
high altitude air balloon. Who's going to be the first ball?
Oh, I knew you was going to fucking say that. I can't believe you've gone down that road, but fucking balloons.
How much helium how much fucking shit you would need to constantly have these balloons in? How can you steer them? How can you steer balloons and keep them in place? Whereas you realize what a small window these antennas are capturing the signal.
You're not going to do that, no?
What?
You can't do that.
What are we not going to do? What can't we do?
You're not going to give us the...
Wait, say it again, louder, clearer, please. What cannot we do?
Give us the high altitude air balloon footage quality of the Earth.
We might, but the question is, what the fuck should we? We have better things than that.
wait a minute. It's 24-hour daylight. Just nip down on holiday. Trips, it doesn't have to be. I don't care where. They take us down there. See 24-hour daylight.
By the way, I'm pretty sure.
Matthew, all you're giving us is claim after claim after claim.
Give you evidence for the claim. Don't lie. No, you're the one who making claims without fucking evidence.
Claim about the horizon, about point A, point B, and he's the only one who didn't understand what I was explaining. Curved understood. Matthew understood. Who else? Paper understood.
For those listening in,
I really observer A, B, and C. Everybody can understand. And when he understood it, what did he do? He said, "Oh, blah, 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 get out."
Spurs Chemo, I'd appreciate it if you quit lying about us this way. That would be a good thing.
You were explaining to him. He didn't say that. He didn't mean that. He meant this. I thought you meant that. And you were trying to correct him. You made clear errors in understanding. And this is the problem that ball earthers have. Understanding and flat earthers.
Oh, you're kind of sitting cunt.
Trying to explain something.
Spurs, I sent you a
biased view and just don't want to understand. Everybody understands that observer A would look at observer B, and then you have 90 degrees observer C. He has to see, just like we were talking about the lady in the car. That's how you verify these things. You have to get the observer from different points of view. Otherwise, you're making claim. Yes?
Right.
Exactly.
You don't understand what you're talking about, though, Spurs. You're expecting to see something that is unrealistic. It's unreasonable.
Yeah, you're expecting to see like a 10 or 20 foot difference over 5 miles.
It's not ED, epistemology. Curve. You just said I'm talking nonsense. Explain why A, B, and C observer doesn't work.
I've posted a diagram for what you're
Hold on,
talking
Matthew. Let Curve jump in here because he's saying something. He's going to give a good explanation on why observer A, as soon as he starts to claim it's going down, why observer C wouldn't see
observer A on the beach, right?
I've
B
just
and
posted
C
a
are
diagram,
boats, right?
diagram on screen so you can all see what you're talking about.
I was showing it. By the way.
Go on.
Okay, can I get some numbers, Chemo?
Doesn't matter about the numbers.
It doesn't.
As soon as observer A says it's going down, observer C needs to see what observer
Which one is A, the beach, and which one is B, left or right?
A is at the beach and C is left to observe it. All right, doesn't matter.
Well, just so we'd say the same thing, so that, all right, now, B looking at C, and they don't see each other, is that correct? They begin to disappear from each other?
Listen. Observer B is in a boat, standing right next to A. B starts to say, let me finish. B starts to say,
There's a diagram that I'm screen sharing, Spurs. You can use that. That's what it's
Can you refer to the diagram, please, Spurs?
Yeah, you can look at the diagram. It makes the same thing. Observer.
Right, but I want your explanation to match the diagram, if you would.
I'm screen sharing the diagrams.
I don't see any diagram.
Well, open your eyes, man.
Okay, so the guy sitting on the beach, observer A. We're not talking about the boat here. Okay, this observer A, this observer here. What is this for you? Thoughts? I don't know what you've got here. This is not what I was.
Oh, this is Matthew. I'm just screen sharing. I'm too sleepy to, get it. So,
is this what you're talking about?
It's something like this, but it depends who you've got as A or B or whatever. I was going to
you
say,
choose. You choose, you idiot. You can choose.
You've got two ships that can't see each other. Bloke on beach can see both ships and between.
No. Because it has to be the observer on the beach. The ship has to be directly in front of him. That's why you've got it wrong.
In front of him.
Going away from him? Wait.
That's the problem with you all earthers. You don't pay attention to what we're talking.
You don't explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is why we have diagrams, Spurs. You see, this is why geometry is sort of invented, right? It's to describe things, right?
Well,
it's to show you, paint you the picture so that exactly there's no confusion like that.
This is what I'm saying. Only four of us do not understand what we're talking about. Thousands of others get it. A sitting on beach, the ship goes away from observer A. That's normal.
Directly away.
Right. Strange. I don't know why.
What's the other observer?
Where these boats are.
Where these boats are. So now there's
three boats. Kurt just asked you a singular and you responded with the plural.
It doesn't matter.
He asked you where's the other observer and you said where these boats are.
Yeah, one of these boats. You can choose left or right.
Which boat is moving away from us?
Left at the beginning, didn't I? I said to you left, didn't I?
Okay, I'm afraid to ask this.
You said all kinds of things.
Yeah, you have to whip up paint.
Well, just confuse yourself, guys. You understand?
Yeah, that's it.
Everybody understands.
Can you draw this out in Microsoft Paint?
Yeah, do that.
Put the boat in front, directly in front of the observer. Yeah.
Okay, let's pretend it's here. Sure, let's hear my mouse. Yeah.
Well, if I'm in that boat with the red flag, and I see the bloke with the other flag over the curve, left to right, and a bloke sat on the beach, able to witness both boats from his point of view, but the boats will have disappeared over the curve or behind perspection in either direction. Ain't there?
Yeah, whatever, guys. You're not going to do my observation. That's it. You lose again. Victory again. Unless you meet my demands, you lose instantly. Unless you provide a high output quality.
Spurs, come on, you're trolling us.
Yeah, you're trolling.
You know the
As soon as you fail my demands, you lose.
You know we live on a
okay.
sphere, bro. You know we live on a sphere.
So
Come on,
Spurs, I demand that for your flat model to be true, you have to be instantly here next to me. Oh, you're not. Flat Earth is false. But you lost.
Just do the diagram that I said. Matthew, put the boat directly on the horizon in front of the man.
This is not what you were talking about the other day, Spurs.
And
have you changed it now?
And your high priest Dell, he doesn't approve of diagrams, does he? He really, really doesn't like diagrams at all. He's been going on about it all day, about how 5 red pairs use diagrams.
Totally wrong. I don't know why you've got it like.
It's even worse than animation with Spurs shits on, right? Which Hermurari is. This is just one frame of the animation. That's what the diagram is.
Right. I've got a block on the beach. I've got a ship straight in front of me. Where am I putting somebody else?
I can't see your
Spurs, why don't you get your paint out and draw us a picture?
Yeah, with Lollipop Man.
I'll do it for you. Tell me what you want me to do.
I think your artistic wizardry is in order here.
Yeah, I want to see one of your lines.
Where's the other person?
Put the boat directly in front of the man and keep one of the boats left or right. Doesn't matter.
Spurs, just whip out paint. God damn it, do it yourself.
We can't draw lines, Spurs. We keep making curves. We need a straight line.
Yeah, I've got fish eyes. I can't draw straight lines. All my lines are curved.
The same as what.
Are we all afflicted with this curvy line problem?
Actually, yeah, I could have drawn a straight line with my life depending on. Spurs, we bought paint. What are you waiting for?
Waiting for Matthew's screen.
What screen? I don't know what to do.
So, what's the matter with the diagram that Matthew's got?
I can put a bloke on beach. I can put a ship straight in front of it. Where am I putting someone? A third observer. Where am I putting this person?
Are you talking about the observer on the beach? Can't see the ship once it's gone so far in front of them.
If you want 2 people on beach, they're both going to see ship disappear.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, what the fuck?
Well, this way.
Jeremy, you're born cards. I understand this.
What are you saying?
Curvature goes in every direction.
The level of their understanding, though, it's very childish, don't you think?
Curvature goes in every single direction. So 2 ships disappearing from each other, it's same as one person on shore seeing a boat disappear over the horizon. Don't matter where you are.
Yeah, why don't you share your screen, Matthew?
What? He's sharing his picture right now. He's describing what's on Thor's.
Yeah.
Click on Thor's icon and you can see
the
big size picture.
Yeah, he's sharing a picture via me.
If them ships have gone over curve from left to right, there's left to right curvature as well as forward and backward curvature. And every angle you can possibly think of curvature. So let's create a triangle. So this bloke on shore can see both ships. But the ships have gone disappeared from each other. And now that bloke are you saying that bloke on the beach should be able to see the difference of the hump between the ships? They could be able to radio through each other and say, I can't see you, radio to Gant Beach. Can you see a hump between us? Is this what we're saying?
I can't see his screen, Matthew.
What?
But I'm presenting him now. You should be able to see it.
Don't present me.
Turn the phone the other way up, okay? Turn it around.
Look at the lighted up side.
Yeah.
There you go. Present fours. Present fours. Present fours.
He is presented.
I am presented.
He is presented. What are you looking at?
Curvature goes in every single direction. You don't need it to be, where you're going to have to put your observer halfway between horizon, aren't you?
Yeah, but Matthew, you got to remember something. We're going by the claim of the observer. Yeah? What's the claim?
You're asking us what's the claim if you're imaginary observer?
Matthew, what is the claim of the observer when the ship is going away?
Well, the problem is it's curved. If I'm on beach and I look with the ship on the left, the point of curvature is straight in front of my eyes. If I look to right, the point of curvature is straight in front of my eyes.
Yeah, it's curved in all directions.
Matthew.
That's part of the problem.
Matthew,
But
what's the claim when the ship goes over the horizon? What are people claiming?
What's the question?
I think you just answered it.
On a
You
ball
answered
model,
your
it
own
goes up,
question.
on a ball model, it's going over a curve. On a flat Earth model, it's going through perspection line.
Perspection.
Oh,
That's awesome.
that's correct.
Matthew,
Matthew is correct. Perspection is the correct term here.
Matthew, what do people say when they see a ship go away from them? When
I
it's
say,
done
oh, that's nice.
They say it's going over a curve.
Right, so they say it's going over the curve, it's going down bottom first, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's going over the ball, over the horizon, yeah?
Right. Yeah.
Yes. If they say this, if they make this claim, we have to verify
Okay.
what they're saying.
But they also claim that there's 24-hour daylight at South Pole, right? And
No, hold on, Matthew, hold on. If somebody makes a claim, then we have to verify what they're saying, no?
No shit.
At South Pole.
Write that
Spurs.
100 times in the fucking wall, Spurs, in your room.
What you say, Matthew? I didn't hear you.
I said I want me and you to cut at South Pole. Let's fuck off. Let's go have a look. Me and you.
I know, but I'm saying though, if somebody makes a claim, does it have to be verified?
Am I the only one noticing the irony here?
Well, of course it has to be verified.
Right. So if it has to be verified, how do we verify if what that person is saying is actually happening?
Well, try
Here, does
observing
Spurs
it.
sound drugged? What's going on here?
See if it's true.
Well,
Spurs, you know that all the problems of the flat map.
Remember, it's all about the flat Earth question. I'm asking you a question. How do you verify, as just said, down over the horizon? How would I verify what?
I would verify it. Right. I'd say, like, I'd ignore that because there's too many explanations for what's going on. Let's think of what else. Right. Southern celestial 24-hour daylight.
So you can't answer.
No, stay on topic.
Southern
Is
celestial.
that what you're saying? That can't be answered. So when somebody makes a claim, right, you just talk about celestial poles.
No. I'm saying there's no answer that you're going to accept, and there's no answer that.
Spurs, just cut to the chase. You tell us how it can be verified. You tell us how it can be verified.
That person's claim, Matthew. How would you do that?
You tell us how it can be verified, Spurs.
This experiment is trying to do with its diagram is trying to verify it, but I'm thinking it's going to be too tricky. And
how would you go about verifying actually going down and not away? How do you verify when someone opens their mouth and says, "Look, it's going over the horizon"?
Have you tried looking at it?
Well, you can ask many people, right? So you can say that, well, there's a sensory error here, right, with one human, but when millions and millions of people throughout history have the same record, it becomes unlikely that millions and millions of people have the same error in their vision, right? That's,
okay.
Oh my goodness.
Now we're learning.
I'll have a right good think about that, Spurs, and I'll try and work on talking and things to verify that. But there's some things that can't be. There's something that
No,
won't work on.
Focus on that. If
That's what
someone makes an outstanding claim that the ship is going over the horizon, you have to verify what they're saying.
I love this hyper skepticism when it comes to evidence for globe Earth, and the absolute lack of any skepticism when it comes to for fuck's sake.
Well, I can verify it, Spurs. Let's go to South Pole, right? And if we witness 24-hour daylight there, we know that it's a ball. Then we can go back
then, isn't it, Matthew? Until
then.
Once
we've proved and established that it's a ball, because the only model we could get 24-hour daylight is a ball. We know that the ship's going over a horizon.
Right, let me ask Kurt. How would you verify somebody's claim that something is going down? How do you verify that?
Over the
I've
horizon?
just told you.
Why don't you take a look at it?
Well, we could look at Georgia's test results.
You can't make a claim from observer A. You have to be independent. How do you verify it?
I can look at the videos.
What do you mean? Wait, independent?
The countless videos of this phenomena occurring.
Yeah,
I can look at Chicago across the lake.
If you're looking at the same
Toronto
thing
across the lake, excuse me, Spurs. I was still speaking, sir. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish what I was saying before you interrupt.
My bad. Go on.
All right. So you heard what I said. I can look across or look at the pictures and videos of Chicago across Lake Michigan, Toronto across Lake Ontario. The world is full of evidence of this. This is documented. This is recorded. We know that this occurs, Spurs. Things go down over the horizon. Yes, you did ask that, and that's why I answered it.
How would you verify it?
By looking at all of these sources. I mean, a number of these documented events.
That's your problem right there.
Okay, help me out then.
Because science is about practical, observable, repeatable tests. Okay, so you can't just
part of it. Yes, there's also inference.
Because if I don't meet your own definition of scientific, am I invalid?
You can't just tell me to go and watch a video or read an article or citation.
I'm not trying to get published, Spurs.
No. Listen, I'll tell you the problem with science, okay? Because science is like an idea. You know, how this works or how that works. So you think of it, and then you write it down. So you put it on paper. So if you can't put this idea from paper into reality, then it's still just a fantasy. It's like a story. It's still a fantasy.
Cameras are real, Spurs.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Yeah, cameras are real.
Science and the theories that we deal with. When we talk about making models, you're saying model. We need a model, flat Earth, need a model to make predictions, all that type of thing. But the point.
Don't pretend to talk about science, Spurs.
Yeah, because you've got science completely wrong.
No, you're not going to talk about science here. Okay, we're talking about simply going out and making an observation. I don't need to.
I'm asking how would
John Stunge's idea of the scientific method in order to measure the distance from my house to the house across the street. I could do that.
Tell me, how would you verify somebody's claim that something is going over the horizon? That's what I'm asking you.
I look at the documentation.
All right, that's fine. And I'm not going to argue with you. That's how he would verify, by looking, not doing it himself, but by looking. That's fine.
I could if I chose to. What's the problem, Spurs?
There's no problem. There is no problem. I'm just showing people that's how you verify.
That's how the community does this. You repeat the experiments first. That's how you verify it. That's what Scurf was saying.
That's the problem.
That's how it's not an isolated event. Scientific method. What are you talking about?
Not an isolated event, Spurs.
That's a good. That's an honest answer, right? Because you're not telling. You're saying that we don't actually go out there in the field and do practical.
I could do that too. What I've done so far with regard to this is watch an assload of videos and see an assload of pictures.
I asked you, so you're supposed to give me what you would do to verify.
I would love to be able to do it for myself, but short of that, I can accept an assload of documentation.
Yeah, this is like saying that China doesn't exist unless you go there and you see for yourself.
You accept without doing the actual test. That's why we have this problem right now. That's why
to do the empirical test yourselves.
Doing the test, they're testing the curvature while you're sitting, reading, looking at videos, not doing the actual work. This is
Chemo. Did you go around the world and measure the solar noon?
Right, epistemology.
You're doing the other solar noon test there, Chemo.
You're not have to go to the solar noon. No. Spurs. How do you know that China exists? Have you been to China, Spurs? Have you been to China? Did you verify that China exists?
Horizon. And remember, you can't be from observer A because you're seeing the same thing.
Spurs, Chemo, what work have you done to verify the flat Earth?
Right.
Shut your fucking mouth.
See, this is what happened.
Nothing. He's done.
You see, when I was in ED, you kicked me out because I was straight to the point.
He didn't even partake in the solar
right
noon.
now. You're fucking drunk, fucking falling off the fucking sidewalk. Try not to go to the point, Spurs. The point is, you say that we have to do the experiment ourselves, but you didn't do the experiment yourself. Spurs, when did you verify? When did you verify any of the flat Earth observation videos, Spurs? When did you verify it yourself, Spurs? When did you went to a beach and replicate one of the flat-tard YouTube videos experiments?
Let's show Anna.
When did you do that?
How Ball Earth is answer the question. Mark, how
when did you do that, Spurs, by your fucking standard? When did you do that, Spurs? When did you verify the fucking flat Earther observations?
Spurs.
That supposedly disprove the globe. When did you do that?
Why I'm not allowed in ED, isn't
it? Keep to your own standards, Spurs.
But you decide to
keep to your own standards, Spurs.
What for? I don't know why. You can't answer any more questions than these guys.
Spurs, do
He
you
was dodging the question.
Spurs, do you agree that 24-hour daylight at South Pole proves shape of Earth?
Matthew, it's a claim.
Do you agree?
How do I verify that claim? Like you said, we have to go there. Simple as that.
So let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Stop asking me that then until we go. Right. What we can do is go to the beach and verify if somebody's seen something going down or not. I want to know from epistemology how he would verify.
Have you done it?
Whether it be the same, whether it be the same as
Spurs,
or would it be the same as Matthews. Let's go with epistemology. Clever.
Wait, I don't understand what he's asking. I was reading the chat.
You don't understand what he's asking. No, I don't understand anything.
Can someone just repeat it because I was reading the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. Someone makes a claim that the ship's going over the horizon. How do you confirm what they are saying is true independently?
Independently, you go and you make the observation. You go watch and see if a ship will go over the horizon or not.
You can't stand at observer A. That's not independent.
What?
What are you talking about?
What
do you mean by independent then?
Independent observation.
Yeah, you have to be independent.
You're talking nonsense right now.
How are you being dependent on the other guy if you stand in the same position? Like, how does it make you dependent on him? Well, what the fuck are you talking about?
You can see the same thing. In order for you to believe in God, you would have to be independent, i.e., not a Christian, not a believer.
What the fuck are you talking?
You're talking total nonsense now.
Please do that.
I have a question for Jeremy.
Questions and make you think, and you can't.
Oh, shut up, you idiot.
Sure, mate.
Jeremy, is there any way to get a translator in here that speaks frisbee worshipping cunt?
Epistemology. What was your answer, epistemology? How would you verify it? I didn't quite get your answer.
Spurs, I just said you go out and you make the observation. You go out and you make the measurement.
Okay, good. Hold on. So you said you would stand in the same place as the observer. So that's how you would verify it. Okay, that's fine.
I would be the observer. I don't need any other person there.
That's fine. Again, let the people decide if that is an independent observation.
It is because it's different people,
right?
It doesn't involve anyone else. Why would it be independent? Why wouldn't it be anything but independent? If I go and I take my tape measure out of my toolbox right now and measure how far the house across the street is from my house, that's an independent measurement that I just made.
Did someone ask for a translator?
Yeah.
We did.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom, but I'm here now, guys.
All I wanted was the answers because look, we've had different answers and people giving different, ways of verifying.
Same answer.
The only way
there is more than one answer.
The only way to verify is to go out there from a different position to see what.
Not the only way.
No, not the only way.
No, that's false. That's not the only way. There is more than one way. That is not the only way. There is no only way to do this.
Yeah, there's no the way to verify this, Spurs. There's many ways.
Or multiple.
I can think of another way. Would you like to hear
it? Throw Spurs over the curve.
Sure. Well, yeah.
I want to hear.
No, I'm serious. This is a serious way you can measure the actual relative drop.
Hold on. Wait, Qantas. I'm talking about the claim. To verify the claim. Don't twist this up. Somebody's made a claim that the ship is going down, 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 down. How do we verify what they're saying? That it is going down.
Starting again, I can tell you how to measure the relative drop between you and the ship. That is to use a sextant to measure the angular distance from the known altitude of a celestial body. You can actually see it get larger as it goes away because it is in fact physically lower relative to that body. You can use a sextant for this.
Well, again, I'm not going to argue. That's Qantas's way of explaining how he would verify what somebody sees, what claim, making an observation.
He didn't say that.
If I understand your, I am going to do a little translating here. I speak jive. I think your question, Spurs, would be better stated as when you see the ship go over, quote unquote, over the horizon, you're suggesting that maybe there's another phenomena that makes it only appear as though it has. So how would you confirm that it actually is descending rather than, I don't know, the horizon coming up to eat it, or a magic perspective that only works vertically, or whatever. Like whatever other idea might make it appear as though it's disappearing from the bottom up. Now, I'm telling you, you can actually measure its distance through its angular distance from a known body. You can actually see it descend. It can be measured directly. So it isn't just appearing to vanish from the bottom up. It really is descending relative to you because it has gone beyond the curve.
Well, you understand that this works if this works on land also. So if somebody's going over something,
Sure.
from another perspective, you can also. Yeah, it's the same principle. You understand that? So it's not a case of, well, because it's water, you wouldn't notice it from the other side, because you would if you're claiming that it's going down and over, up and over. Yeah? Good.
Cortes has given up on humanity, I think.
Yes, absolutely, because people are just not buying that. It's got to be observable, not just a claim.
I think Cortes just got sniped, by the way.
Really? Oh, wow. Really?
It's observable or measurable.
Oh, yeah, wait. So, yeah, somebody did snipe Cortes. Jeremy? You're on it? I got him. I think it was Tim Osmond. Oh, you beat me to it, Kurt.
That wasn't cool.
Yeah.
No. There's no need for that. Well, Tim, any respect I had for you is gone.
Hey, what the fuck, Tim?
Sorry to have
Not
to
cool,
say
bro.
that, but I didn't do it.
Thanks, Tim.
There's no need for that. That's ridiculous.
But I mean, there's no need to even argue with Cortes' position.
Well, actually, Cortes might think.
I mean, we've had different views on how people verify something. But none of them would
because there's so many ways to verify. We're not giving you contradictory ways to verify it. It's just that there's so many ways you can verify it that we gave each different ways a little bit, but we agreed on one, right? Just to repeat the observation from the same point.
The only way to verify, I think, is to do it, to practically do it. So even if we do it, write it down, make the observations, record it, other people still need to do it for themselves to actually verify it, unless they trust our findings. Yes? You understand? That's the difference. You guys make claims and replicate them, then it's like, well, you don't understand them. But no, any scientific observation or claim should be tested by anybody at any level.
Well, there's practical limitations, Spurs. You have to realize this, right? Just like it would be impractical to demand that for somebody to believe that another country exists, that they have to go there to verify it, right? And not be satisfied with video footage or photographic footage, or the mass testimony of really humanity or people who've been there, right? You understand?
That's science, though.
So what? Say what?
That's science. You would only be interested.
You don't have to make a direct observation. Actually, you can make inferences. See, this is what theories are. You make inferences to the observation.
For Australia, now are you going to put your resources in finding out whether that claim is true or not? So again, you're talking about minuscule things here that are irrelevant, absolutely irrelevant.
Well, sure, but again, sure, to a scientific institution, it'd be fairly mundane thing to buy a ticket and go to China to verify that it exists. Sure, but again, there are practical limitations. For an average person to buy a ticket and go to China just to verify the claim is just ridiculous. They're perfectly justified to believe that China exists because there's video footage of China and there's photos of China. There's history of China is recorded by many other people. There are people going to China every day and coming back, right? There's so many things that you can verify.
Now you understand
by China exists by inference, right?
We're talking about scientific claims.
Yes, and I'm telling you, in science, you can make inference from the observations. You don't need to directly observe.
If science says something, curvature, we're going to test it. We're not going to leave it to science. If science says the Earth is spinning, we're going to test that, not just leave it to science. You're trying to say, well, just leave it to us guys. We'll tell you the answer. Not at all.
Sure, go ahead, but you have a misconception still. You can make inferences in science, right, from the available body of evidence.
Listen,
inference,
science.
but at the same time, but let me finish, Spurs. But at the same time, you demand predictive evidence, right? You demand that for a scientific hypothesis to be valid, that okay, you're allowed to make inferences. Wait a second, let me finish. Let me finish. You're misunderstanding.
Let me what you're saying there, but don't whine on.
I was talking. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna fucking finish, Spurs. Just give me a sec, right? So if you're gonna infer from the facts and say there's something more going on than what is readily observed, you need to make a prediction as to what fact we should observe in the future that would more likely indicate your hypothesis to be true. So that we can then verify a hypothesis and not just rely on the inference alone.
We're not shamans here. No one's predicting anything. We see things as they are and test things as they happen.
I'm not talking about fucking shamanistic prediction like supernatural ones, Spurs. No. You understand? I'm not talking about vague predictions of, well, I see in your future something bad's going to happen. Oh.
Yeah, so that's
a specific prediction that actually indicate an idea being more likely true than not.
In order to make these predictions, you would have had to created this system to know what's going to happen next. Like when you build a computer, it's predictable. You know what it's programmed to do.
You don't need a computer to predict stuff. No, you can. Spurs. Here's a simple. Oh, you misunderstand.
We don't know how the cosmos was designed, created, programmed, however you want to call it, and you're trying to guess that. Is what you're making lots of errors.
No.
And that's what the last 500 years it's been corrected because you'll have to make adjustments.
Yeah, because we get more data and we understand that it's more accurate now. But the point is, Spurs, you don't need to have a simulation of the whole universe working to make predictions, right? Scientifically speaking, I could just make a simple hypothesis here that Spurs is a smoker. My evidence for that is I hear a lighter. There we go, you just did it. A future observation that will confirm my hypothesis is that when we come to your house, we will find a lighter and a pack of cigarettes. And if we investigate you, for example, closely, we will see that you'll have some residue in your lungs that is indicative of smoking. You see?
Right.
I made a prediction.
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
No, because doctors have studied the effects and the results of what happens when people do certain things. That's how you know. You study it. You study the Earth. You find out bit by bit. You build a jigsaw. Build a puzzle.
Yeah, but I inferred to something, right? So,
and that's how you.
Yes, but I didn't know for a fact. But not all humans smoke, Spurs, right? So just because we made investigations into people smoking, that doesn't mean we know that all people smoke.
Science is about
because we know how reality works.
Biology.
By the way, by the same methodology, we know the Earth is round. We can also predict things in your life, like whether or not you're a smoker.
When it comes to physics.
Sorry to interrupt. While he's on this, it might be a good time to interject that that's how the globe model was assembled.
Yeah. I was.
When it comes to physics, cosmology, this is all about conjecture, theory, ideas, fantasy, faith.
The theory is not conjecture.
That's all it's all about. It's nothing.
Okay, so are you done with your question, Spurs? What was your point? What was your point with this independent observation thing? Are you done with this?
Yeah, we finished. Yeah,
okay, so you have no objection then to the bowl?
No. I was just finding out how people would verify somebody's claim.
And we gave you that. So what's your next?
Yeah, you gave me that. That's fine. That's
Can
what
you find a contradiction? Can you find a
fallacy? How she would verify a claim made by somebody.
Okay, good. So we wasted this time. You haven't shown a fallacy in our position. Haven't shown how it contradicts reality. Okay, good. Moving on. Kara, go ahead. Get him.
Excuse me.
Welcome, Kara.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. I was assuming that you're gonna do something. You have the thing right here.
Oh, Kara, when you enter, you should say, "Where's the bitch?"
Right, Spurs.
Good point. Yeah.
I've done a picture for you, mate. Try this one. Is this what you're talking about? I think it's same thing.
What are we looking at, Matthew?
Screenshot. Oh, somebody share it again for us or something. Cheers, mate.
I'm on it.
Oh.
Sure, let me make some mods in here.
I'm screen sharing already. If you can present.
Is that what you're on about, Spurs?
Yeah, Jim, did you add Quarters back in? I added him, but I think you need his
Yeah.
email.
I did him via email.
Right.
Are we full now? We might be full. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, it's not full.
No, we're not full. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Please carry on. He's back. Look.
Thor's, you're muted if you weren't aware.
I was coughing anyway.
Oh, okay.
I can predict that you're a smoker.
Well, hello.
I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted.
Oh, sorry, Quarters.
Well,
No, not you. The CN Tower would be an excellent choice for doing the sextant measurement from a known astronomical altitude, because it is illuminated all down its side these days, different colors, so you could actually see it at night and do the observation very, very easily. So, from across the lake.
That's interesting.
Does that make sense to anybody? Does that sound like a plausible way to measure the descent of something?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
What do you think, Spurs?
The actual drop. I mean, you could also use an auto level and measure it relative to the tangent. You could actually see it fall.
Yeah, but how can you independently verify that though?
Have more than one person do it.
Yeah, but it's
I was
not
just about to
independent.
say, it's the same claim. Yeah, it's not independent.
Unless you do it yourself, then you're not going to believe it. So you would do it yourself.
I called it.
No, but you can already see yourself that it's dropping quarters. Why do you need the
You can measure it relative to the reticule in the auto level. You could sight it with a sextant from an astronomical body. You can actually see the illusion dropping.
quarters? I'm asking, why do you need an instrument for this to see the same thing that you're already seeing?
So you can measure it.
Because you are
Because your eyes are
contesting whether or not it is actually dropping. In order to determine if it's dropping, you have to measure it against unknown altitude. You can do this with an auto level. You can do this with a theodolite with an auto level. You can do this with a sextant. There are several ways to do it, so you can determine if it is actually dropping.
Okay,
As
fair enough.
opposed to some other optical phenomenon.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're saying take a device to verify it, yeah?
Sure. Actually measure it, yes.
No, that's good.
Hey, Spurs, can I ask you something real quick? And because I won't take up much of your guys' time, I just have to ask this though.
Well, go on.
So you said that when there's claims made, we have to test them and investigate them. When have you ever tested anything yourself?
Well, listen, yeah, that depends.
That's a valid question.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can use your logic, if you have common sense, then if you dispute these things is what I mean. So if you can't use your common sense and figure this out and you dispute that, then you'd go out and test it. Yes? So you don't think.
When have you say we a lot. When have you gone out and tested any claim?
The flat earth. Look.
That is valid.
Look, certain people, have they understand things quicker than other people. I don't know why. I don't know how it works. This obviously psychology. Why people have this guy learned Icelandic within a week. Pretty amazing. So some people can grasp things a lot quicker than other people. So all these things that you're saying, well, how does this work? I can just say to you, well, what about observer A?
My question isn't
realize that. And
my question isn't that. Answer my question. I don't need a 5-minute speech. Answer my question of when have you ever gone out and tested anything yourself?
What do I need to test?
How about my lens demonstration? You want to take a picture of a grid with me with a fisheye lens? You want to try that one?
You claim that the Earth is flat. When have you
That's
ever
what I
gone out
need
and
to
tested
test
that?
of
You
you.
claim
What is
satellites
I need-
don't exist. When have you ever gone out and tested that? The list can go on and on and on. Again,
Yeah, but
sir,
what would I
when
need
have
to
you,
test?
When have you ever gone out and tested
Test
anything?
what though? Sure, what would I
Anything
need
that
to
you disputed.
Right, Spurs, I'm closing Photoshop, so is this what you're on about before I change it? Or do you want any changes now?
That's what both ships would have to be on the horizon, yeah?
Both
If you
ships
say
have to
so,
be on the
why?
horizon. Well, then you got the
Spurs,
observer.
don't dance around it. I asked you a direct, simple question that a
Answer,
fucking
I'm asking you,
5-year-old.
What is it I would need to test?
What you say we a lot, as in you
Well, what
and
is it that I
others
would
gone
need
out
to
and
test?
test
What would I need to test, Pure?
How about the shape of the Earth?
Test
Curvature.
it. Test
Well,
what?
prove what?
Validate it. Test it
Please.
yourself. Go out and do the experiments yourself. It's their
According to
argument. Jeez.
according to Spurs' own claims, you
Just
need
told
to
you, if you have common sense and logic, you know that water is flat. What do you
No,
need
you
to
don't.
Yeah, prove it. Go test it,
No,
jackass.
go prove it. Go test it.
But I've just said to you, if you don't believe that, then you should test it.
So your answer
We
is
do test it, and we have tested it.
If your common logic and your common sense can't show you that water always is level and flat.
No, it's not.
been
Define
tested.
Level, not
level.
flat.
What do I need
Define
to
level,
test?
define flat.
It's been measured.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, I've never seen water curve or bend.
It's been
That's
measured.
measure
your
it.
problem.
You'd have to show me how it bends.
Look at the Toronto
have-
skyline.
Go out and test it. Your Spurs. Here's the thing. Go out and test it.
That picture that
See
Matthew's
yourself.
showing now.
Here's the
I've
thing.
never seen water. Matthew, show me the water like this in the picture.
Spurs, don't. I
Show you.
asked you a direct question. Address my question.
And I'm asking you, what would I need to test if I know I'm on a
Anything
flat?
that you dispute.
Test the
You
earth, not
dispute the curvature, test the curvature. Those are your own words, Spurs.
yeah. I've been all over the world. I've never seen curvature
Spurs.
anywhere.
No double
So you don't
stand-
think you
no
need to
double
test
standard.
anything? Spurs, you don't think you need to
What
test
would I
anything?
need to test? This makes no sense. Why would I need to test
Why
something?
wouldn't you need to
Because
test
you
anything?
disputed. You said if you dispute something, you need to test it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I'm not making any claim. I'm not
Oh
making any
my
claim.
God.
Yes, you are. You're
Holy
claiming that the
shit,
Earth.
how
you're claiming-
delusional
you're-
is this
whoa, 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 whoa.
fuckwit?
Here.
Spurs,
Let me.
Do you know that
Let me get this for
it's
just
so
2 more minutes.
that you need an instrument to help you measure it? You know what I mean? You might need just a bit of help, like a tool.
Yeah, but I still haven't made any claims here. What would I need to test?
What shape
I
is
see
the
it.
Earth?
Flat so many times.
Hold
What
on,
shape
hold
is
on,
the Earth,
hold on, hold
Spurs?
on. Spurs Gamer, do you understand that if you dismiss all evidence that is provided for you, you now adopt the burden of proof? Now your claim is that the Earth is flat. Now you have to demonstrate how it's flat.
Because in order to be on a board,
Do you understand that? The question is, do you understand that?
In order to be on a board, you have to have curvature.
We have
Spurs,
to.
that's a yes or no question. Do you understand what I just said?
Do you understand? I just answered
If I
you.
give you a piece of
No, you did not.
if I give you a piece of string, Spurs, how would you know how long it was?
What does that have to do with the price of fish?
Well, because you need to get a ruler out and you measure it. Well, if curvature is so slight that your eyes can't detect it, you're going to need to get an instrument out and measure it. You know what I mean? That's my point.
And the best way to measure something would be a spirit level to see if it's straight or not.
Over, yeah, in a local area, over a massive
right.
distance, how are you doing that?
Because water is more it's more advanced than a laser, more straight than a laser. They use it everywhere.
What?
Building.
What the
Yeah,
fuck are you on?
they use water to build buildings. They use it for all
You're
kinds of.
talking about spirit level.
You don't know how to use a water level. Are you talking about
The
a water
gospel
level or a
according to
spirit
beyond the
level?
imaginary curve that Spurs has given us here.
No, look,
Spurs,
I've-
but
I've-
you never did answer my
Dan,
question.
I've been saying this
I'm
all
gonna
before
let you get
Dan,
away
all
with it.
before Mark Sargent. We've been here all before these guys. So we're just hearing the same thing. I'm
But
just
you're using Dell's
Spurs,
words.
you're avoiding my question.
Sentences.
You've gone on.
no, we're just saying what is true. So is it a lie?
Prove it.
Yeah,
Prove it.
I'm showing you curving water, by the way.
No, you're seeing showing a distorted picture. It's not reality.
Spurs, did you understand my question? I'm not going to let you get away with it.
You want to see an undistorted picture? Remember that grid I took?
Well, pure. I wouldn't
Yeah.
say. I would say no. I haven't done any tests because there wouldn't be any tests to do.
Look what happens when you remove
Yes.
the lens
Okay.
distortion of an image. Look what happens to the horizon.
So when you say we, you mean other people have gone out and tested, yet you're just parroting
Look more
BS that other people have told you.
Well, you know what, Pure? We're in the same boat. You're parroting scientists, and I'm parroting flat Earth scientists. What's the
No,
difference?
I've been in California, Florida, and I have fucking done the observations myself.
You think a scientist is just because he's in a white suit? You know, these guys.
Scientist does the experiments.
These guys are
You're asserting
exactly,
that I've never
exactly,
gone
Clara.
and
These
done
guys
the
are out there
experiments
doing
myself.
the
I have.
tests.
Yeah, doing the work. The Earth is a globe. That's what they've determined, jackass.
They're doing the science.
Suppose
And they're showing that.
being
I'm in Florida and California, and
They're
all
showing
I
that-
know, I have done the experiments and
They're
I've
showing
done
that
the
their findings
observations
can be
myself.
repeated by anybody.
That's what colour coat does a flat Earth scientist wear?
They're just everyday people, Jeremy. Regular people with a brain.
It should be.
Use their logic.
Without a
Should be
brain
They
cell.
don't
brown,
measure.
so
Don't believe
that's it.
in measuring things.
Spurs, let's do Bedford level experiment. Me and you, I could get on a train and meet you at the Bedford level, and we could do experiment together.
All that's all well, that's all good and well, Matthew. But the point here right now is how do people verify when people make a claim?
Go and measure
Yeah.
it. Holy cow.
That's 6 miles of curved water there. 6 miles of curved water. Let's meet up and measure it.
Hey, Spurs, by the way, I have gone out and done the observations. I've done the test myself. I've done the observation of the equinox twice. So when you assert that I haven't gone out and done anything and trust the scientists, no, I haven't. I've done them myself.
My solar noon matches perfectly the
There isn't
time of
really
day.
any tests. Look, from 1960, when they tried to go to the moon, there isn't any tests that a school or university can do that can show where we live. There's nothing.
Whoa.
Yeah, there is. What the fuck?
So the reason why they went to the moon was to show where we live.
No.
But they obviously faked the moon landing.
No, it was to test fucking nuclear weapons delivery technology, you idiot.
Citation,
To end
please.
this argument, why do you think people are sending balloons up right now? Because they want to see where they live. They're sending rockets up.
What?
They want to see where they live.
You
NASA are
think-
not showing people where they truly live.
You're delusional.
Well, you can call me delusional again. I'm saying that's my...
Okay, you're delusional.
You can tell me, all these things. It doesn't change what is. What is? People are sending balloons up, as you can see on YouTube, trying to see where they live.
Okay.
Because NASA...
You think that all people who send balloons up are flat earthers trying to verify if the earth is flat or round? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're trying to see where they live. That's what they want to see.
What?
Then
What-
you're using sophistry here on purpose. You're trying to conflate the meaning of knowing the shape of the earth and just knowing where you live locally and see your
That's
house.
why we have to rely on
The
NASA.
latter meaning is probably how is applied here, right? This is why
Was it
people
like-
might send balloons or drones to see, where they live and how it looks from this.
Rely on NASA the
You
whole
try to
time.
cleverly conflate that.
Before I was
with,
right.
but no,
So
most
videos
people
of
send
never
balloons
had
and
anything to
drones
do with
because they want to know if the earth is flat or round.
Space. We've all learned in school
Oh
the
my
same
God.
thing that they've taught us. They do their findings and then we repeat it. That's all. And then
Do you
some
know what
people
the
are
shape of a ball looks like? Have you ever looked at a ball before?
some people are questioning the teacher.
Do you think
they're
you could
like-
dispute the shape of a ball? Do you think you could do that? Is that a disputable fact that a ball has a spherical shape? Is that disputable?
Like for example, if you look at the moon or the sun, you can't dispute that it looks like a
Could
ball.
you dispute what it would look like placing a camera on that ball and spinning it on an axis? Can you dispute that?
I have no idea what you're on about.
You have a classroom globe, and you take a GoPro camera, and you take a bit of tape, and you stick it to the ball, and then you turn on the camera, and then you spin the globe. Do you think you could dispute the type of effects you would see in the motions around that globe? What you would see in the frame, what it would look like from that elevation where the lens is above the surface, everything about it. Do you think you can dispute anything about that? It's pure geometry.
No, of course not. No, right, no.
Everything that we observe fits that model. Basically sticking a camera on a ball and spinning it. Literally. It's that simple. Every observation we make matches that model. Every single one. The equinoxes, the motions of the sun, the moon, the stars, everything. When we map the orbits of the planets and we place them in the correct positions relative to the sun and us, that's where they appear in the sky for us. When we go outside and we look up with our telescopes, we can predict their exact positions. We can track them. We can do everything perfectly. And you ignore that to maintain your delusion. It doesn't make any sense. And you say, we're wrong. We're the ones out testing it. We're the ones out validating the model. Every time somebody pulls out a telescope and looks at the sky and is able to track an object that is validating our model, you can't even do that with your flat Earth model. You can't predict when sunrise will be. You can't predict where a planet will be. You can't predict a solar eclipse. You can't predict anything about reality. You cannot predict anything about reality with a flat Earth model, Spurs Chemo. No matter what you do, when I take a picture of a grid that is measuring, when I take a picture of the grid, I am measuring the lens distortion. And when I'm applying that distortion to a balloon footage and canceling out that distortion like I've done here, you can see the curvature, even where you pointed out that it was flat. If you cancel out lens distortion, which is an undeniable fact, something that you can measure,
that we're not
denying reality right now.
Okay,
so
let's
hear your little retort for everything I just said.
That's my point. If I'm someone who is denying reality, why would you have such an invested interest in, I don't know.
Good question. Please tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. If it was,
you're the one that would know better than anyone else here, Spurs.
Yeah.
Why do you maintain your delusion like this when it's as simple as putting a camera on a ball and spinning it? You could test this yourself. Test it yourself. Please, Spurs, test this for your fucking self, for your own sanity, so you can acknowledge that you have been delusional for the last who knows how long.
Oh, he won't. He won't even download a fucking Theodolite app to his phone.
No, he won't. Fuck that. Go measure something? Are you crazy? I know I'm right. I don't need to measure anything. I'm Spurs Chemo.
No, it's not about me being right. I'm saying, why are you so invested?
Why don't you go measure it? I'm invested in it because you're a lying piece of shit, lying to people and possibly indoctrinating kids into a little delusional fantasy that you want them to believe in. Fuck that.
Right. So why don't you do something about it and say to the people?
I am doing something about it by stomping out people like you who spread this delusional thinking.
You should be ashamed of yourself, Spurs Chemo.
This is not how you conduct with people. You're not going to teach anybody anything like that.
You're not allowed to measure anything because it would invalidate your entire worldview.
You're not going to teach anybody anything if you conduct yourself.
You're not going to learn anything without looking at the world around you.
Spurs, have you been condescending to us?
If you were honest and you truly wanted people to learn, you wouldn't conduct yourself in such a fashion.
If I truly wanted people to learn, I wouldn't be showing them.
Yeah, you're not going to teach people how to fucking talk to them. No. You condescend to people all the fucking time. I'm going to teach you now, guys. You're the students, I'm the teacher. You're going to learn something today. See, this is what you brothers do. You don't know, we know.
And that's because you are interested in animation. You believe the animation that is provided.
No, I'm interested in measuring shit.
Yeah, Kara's showing you photos, you idiot.
Yeah, you're not in a position to do any of those things. Nobody is.
So I can't test the world around me and validate the shape of the Earth. Is that what you're saying? I have no way of doing that. That's impossible. I can't go out and measure shit.
How can we verify your findings?
With my own independent verification, with my own measurements.
That's your claim, yes?
Comparing my measurements to other people's work.
How would you verify it,
Spurs? Giants and validating what they've done.
Spurs, you keep asking everybody else, how would you verify it?
I've just told you with observer A, B, and C. You need multiple witnesses in a court case.
We have that. Yes, that's what repeated observation is.
Millions of repeated observation. Every single time somebody pulls out a telescope, this is validating our model.
That balloon. We want real observation from independent sources.
Do you have a telescope? Do you have a telescope, Spurs? Do you have a telescope?
We are.
It's kind of funny.
What you're saying is verified. It's not verifiable. Get that into your.
Go get a telescope.
Yeah, it is because hold on. Now you're retracting your statement because just the other day you were in the side chat talking about that you wanted to teach Kara, you know, because she would be a good asset to your team, you know, to make the model and everything. Now you're retracting that statement? Or
About what?
that you wanted to teach Karen, you wanted to bring her over to your team because she was good with the model machine.
Yeah, that was Sly. He was using the model machine.
No, you've asked both of them.
Yeah, you actually have. The model machine. You can't deny the model machine, Spurs. That's all you.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Kev. Let's go. You're a big child. Anyway,
You're the one who made up the model machine.
Testable.
Yeah.
That is the mantra. And that's what we need to teach children. You're talking about this.
You're retracting your statement.
What should be the mantra is to the children, unless you can test it, unless you can observe it, unless it's repeatable.
Yep. Go out.
Don't believe people.
Please do it. Go do it.
Exactly.
Please do it, Spurs.
What test will you
verify
be happy
everything
with?
we said.
What test will you be happy with, Spurs?
Anything that shows flat.
He doesn't care. He already knows.
I've just told
The Earth is flat, right? There's nothing that convinces you, right? What
You're
could
asking
convince
the right
you?
question, Matthew. That's good.
Let's go to level me and you when we can measure water together. 6 miles of water. Jump on a train. I'll meet you there.
And they just showed a video where someone did that test.
It was me. You do it. No.
That's a video. How can you verify that video if you're not there doing it?
Is that acceptable now?
That's me. You do it.
My point is, they're already confirming what I already knew. So why would I test that? I already know that.
Confirmation bias for the win.
Whoa, let's go. Me, you do it.
Confirmation bias.
You'd expect that to happen. The further
What's
away you see, the less you can see. The perspective gets smaller and smaller. It's going to get hazy. Of course, or the atmosphere, that's normal. Exactly.
Depends on the conditions.
Exactly. The
Wait,
clearer the day, the clearer you see.
Wait, you're going with this bullshit that the further you
cloudy day,
away,
you can't see very far. That's normal.
Use some decent equipment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're not
So you're saying that the level of evidence that confirms your bias, you will accept. If it goes against your particular bias, you're going to throw it out because of reasons?
No, I mean, I don't think we need machines.
Yeah.
You need model machines.
No, you need model machines.
No, you're begging for the model machine. The model machine is ours. You can't have it.
Well, this seems to be the fad about this model. Give us a flat Earth model, and I don't think it doesn't work like that. You would have to know how the model is built in. Like you'd have to be the builder.
We have to build everything around that presupposition.
Model. So when God thought of the model, he said, "Right, I've got it in my head."
You're assuming that the Earth is flat and building it off of that. You're just assuming that it's flat, not taking any measurements.
I was not even building shit.
It doesn't work like that. It's like when you build a car.
So your presuppositional.
The idea of the car is in your mind.
It's also in the model, you idiot. There's special software.
Put it on paper, that model, and then you need to put that model into reality. So you build it.
But before you put it in a computer as a model.
Everything works. The pistons, the exhaust, that the fuel is right, the inject. All those things are correct before you build it. You draw it.
They're correct.
First it's in the mind, then it's on paper, then it's in reality. You guys are trying to put it.
You missed
the opposite way around.
You're thinking of like 18th century, maybe, or whatever.
Weird way around.
No.
We're building our model based on measurements. We're basing our model based on measurements and the predictability.
This idea is ridiculous. It's got people running around trying to build something like their God. Only the creator has the model. He knows how everything works. He knows what the sun is. He knows what the moon is. He knows what the stars are. He knows what you don't, basically. What you just want to find out.
Spurs,
no. Spurs, you know, on a flat Earth model, right? You draw a line from center to edge, right? On the equinox, everybody gets a compass out.
And I don't even expect us to have a flat Earth model that works, because I can't. If you understand how this flat Earth model works, then you're going to be.
Why don't you accept? Why don't you accept that the globe model does work? Because it does.
Spurs is making sense to me.
The globe
we don't have a
model
model, but we have a working one. Would you acknowledge it, please?
Explains what we see out there. So when we see moon with the round, what you've done is, because there's a planet that's similar to Earth, so you've taken the dimensions from that and applied it to here, which makes no sense because it doesn't work when you test it.
What test? What test didn't work?
Thank you.
Explain. Give it to me. Explain what test didn't work.
Just to touch about this model thing. Flat earthers, forget the model. You're going to nothing's going to work unless you understand how we got here, how humans were created. You need a model of how we got here.
No, you don't.
To design the human.
If you want to know the geometrical shape of something, you don't need to know how the universe was created.
We have that. It's called evolution.
Experiment in the body. Look what happened to the Jews. They're experimenting until the high hilt. You know, experiment after experiment to find out they wanted to know how life is created. You don't have this knowledge.
Yeah, we do. We know exactly how life was created.
So how did life get here then?
Let's see. RNA became DNA.
Well,
DNA became multicellular organisms. Multicellular organisms became everything else.
Right. So I mean, yeah. You know,
it's called evolution.
That's in a nutshell, basically.
You have evidence for all that.
And guys, interesting thing. Guy's view is capturing with his drone fire going on, houses on fire. It's not his own. So if you're interested, the link is in the big chat.
You know,
but Spurs, here to go back to
these
the model.
Guys,
Architects
trying to find a model for the Earth. It's like trying to find out how life. It's exactly the same thing.
Spurs, when an architect is,
I thought about it. I'm like, why are they begging for this model? What is this model? How can you have a model if you don't have the original blueprint?
Shut up for 3 seconds. Holy shit, Spurs.
You're full of shit, dude.
Oh, I take
when architects create a building and they create the drawings and the plans for the building, they put it into a computer, just as Kara has created with her software the model of the fucking Earth. So you're lying.
Spurs, do you know why Equinox is a problem? Because it works on a globe. It don't work on any other model that I can think of. Throw sun millions of miles away, and then suddenly everything works.
This model doesn't work.
I get that.
See, this model doesn't work.
No, but it doesn't mean that you were living on a globe. It just means
this model does work, where there's a ball being lit by a light source. So this model works. This model doesn't work. So explain what is the problem with our model? Give us one thing that's wrong with the globe Earth model.
The bodies.
Give us one thing, please. One thing.
The claim. So until I actually see that.
What?
That moons. I mean, I'm not saying they don't, but again,
moons orbit Jupiter. Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying I haven't never seen that. But I'm saying if I,
get a telescope and look.
I've just said that.
Go get one.
You know what's really funny? Spurs schema, the globe Earth has predicted the path coming up for this eclipse. Yet Antonio has sat there and said, predicted a separate path. He even made a $500 bet.
Yeah, because nobody can know that pure. Nobody can know. Your model,
we can.
Flat Earth model. In fact, I'd be surprised if anybody got the model, even if NASA had the right model, because they still don't know what the sun is. They don't know. They've never been to the moon, so they don't know what that is.
Prove it.
You know, so they can't explain thing.
Fallacious accusation.
You guys are missing the point.
NASA doesn't know what the sun is. Is that your claim?
We don't know what's holding the moon.
Not just that, the moon. They didn't know what the moon is, apparently.
Granted, they didn't. We still know the Earth is a globe. Just so you know, by the way.
Go to the moon to know what it is, unless we just make claims.
We don't need to go to the moon to know what shape the Earth is either.
I don't think you need to go to the moon to know what it is. You can just look through a telescope. You can see mountains and valleys. You can clearly see rock. You know,
they can bounce off radio signals from it and determine.
We don't know what it's made of. We don't know what it's. You know what?
Yeah, we can.
Well, what does it look like it's made of? If you look at it through a telescope,
we don't know that. We can just make claims. That's all we have.
It's made of cheese. Okay, it's made of cheese.
I'm telling you, we're going back 500 years. Everyone's lost. All you physics teachers, all you intelligent guys, you know, you got people like Annabelle screaming in here. You've all lost it because nobody knows anything. That's the kind of.
We do know. We do though, because we've been to the moon and brought back rocks, and we know that they were formed on the moon.
Yeah, we also have pros for that took samples.
you and I can see that those rocks were formed without any water present. That's really evident in the rocks, and that isn't possible on Earth because there's
Again, they're
always
just
water
claims.
present.
Claims. It wouldn't be
They're
done like
evidence.
that. In the real world, I wouldn't.
Spurs Chemo, why do you need to go to the moon to know what shape the Earth is? This is a problem.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you ball earthers need to go to the moon to know what shape it is. That's the point.
No, we
Why?
do not.
Why?
No, we don't.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
That's
We
not
don't.
our
You can
standard.
do.
No.
We can measure the Earth.
You can do simple observations. You can do simple freaking tests to show the shape of the Earth. You don't need NASA. You don't need to go to the moon.
Spurs, what do you think knowledge is that you think that it has to be empirically verified directly? Because it doesn't have to. No philosopher has presented this that I know of.
Well, they're just claims, aren't they? Pure Earth thoughts.
No, if they were
No.
just claims, they'd be just beliefs.
I'll tell you what is a claim. It's a claim that there's no 24-hour daylight at South Pole. That's a claim by flat earthers. There's never got any proof behind any of it. It's just a claim that they throw out there because there's to say, oh, look, there's no 24-hour daylight down there.
If scientists can create life, which is what they're trying to do, then
What the fuck is this relevant?
Why are they trying to find the God particle right now? They're trying to find the key blueprint, looking for something. This is what science is all about right now. While
Yes,
leaving
discovering
guys
reality. And guess what they discovered
guys
about the shape of the
left
Earth?
behind.
That it's
You guys
round.
left behind, squabbling over the shape of the Earth. While these guys,
Everyone is squabbling over the shape of the Earth. The rest of humanity already knows it.
they're doing real chemistry, they're dealing in real biology, and you guys just look at what's happening. They don't know the answer, but you guys have the answer. That's why I run it.
They know the answer. You're the one who's.
Did he say flat earthers are doing real chemistry and real biology?
No, I'm saying that you guys. No, I
This
didn't
is the
say-
scientist.
Yeah, it's scientists.
He's trying to diss us because we agree with the scientists and we're not doing the experiments ourselves. Somehow that makes us inferior.
I just don't get where this.
Backlash of
I don't get this idea.
Guys, hold on, Jeremy. You guys are the students. This is the problem you have. You guys are regular people, but the students of what this is all about. So you've learned all of this, and now it's like you're given a chance to tell what you know. Look what I've learned, guys. This is how I'm right.
How is this relevant? What the fuck are you talking about? What has to do with the price in China?
It's not a competition. It's about reality. So
Yeah,
you can
we're talking
use all the
about
animation, use all the models. In the real world, people wouldn't operate this way.
They
would
do.
just present.
Spurs, you know how many products are made based on these applications, these softwares working? Your car, your toaster, your phone. All of these things were designed using software that has a model in it based on the Earth being round,
That's
based on
technology.
physics.
No. It's different.
Yeah.
Spurs, which model makes sense to you? This one here,
No, there is no model car.
or this one here? Which model makes more sense? This one here.
No, there is no model.
Which model makes more sense? This one here, or this one here? Tell me. Does this one make sense? Where you got all this bendy light so that people looking east and west see sunrise and sunset on the equinox? Or does this one make sense? Where you have a ball that is half lit, where you would have an even divide between the lit half and the unlit half.
And
Which makes more sense?
Diagram has
Which model makes more sense to you? Please tell me.
Spurs doesn't even understand the equinox.
Neither will make sense.
This is why model. No, this one makes
understand.
sense. This one makes sense.
How-
It actually matches what we observe.
Evolution is a theory. So the ball.
If I place a camera right here on this ball and look this direction, I will see what looks like what we see on a sunset. On this one, it doesn't make any sense when I look this way. The sun is up and to the left. When I'm over here and look this way, it's up and to the right. It doesn't make any sense. But this one, it makes sense, the other one. Because this one, at every point along the terminator, everyone looks east and sees the sun, exactly like we would predict with being on a ball.
Yeah, but
Place
you
a little camera here. There's nothing about this that you cannot test in reality. I'm using listen, I'm using a 3D model. Listen for a second. Listen for a second, Spurs. Hold on. I'm using a 3D model because it's easier for me to do and illustrate what I'm talking about. You could go out with a globe and a little GoPro camera, and you could duct tape that GoPro camera to the globe, and you could demonstrate equinox to yourself and why the globe model works. If you fail to do that, then you're not even testing the model that you're claiming to say isn't true. So when you say that you don't test anything because you know things are evidently not true, clearly not. Otherwise, you would have a basic explanation for the equinoxes, and you don't. Because the equinox we have explained at every point along this terminator, looking east, that's how it works. Or on the other side. It's not that hard to understand. It's very simple. It's a ball being lit. I don't even have the sun that far away, and it's enough to illustrate my point. Move this 93 million miles away and make the sun very big. That only supports my argument further. Because of how parallel the rays become. Because the more distant the object is, the more parallel those lines get.
That far away.
No,
and
I'm not.
Spurs already said flat Earth doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
When he looked at that, he said flat Earth, and he said
This
neither
makes
of them
sense.
make any sense.
This makes perfect
The
sense.
globe does. He doesn't realize it. But
See, if I go down to one of these cameras, see, check this out. If I go down to the camera and look.
Have to explain the physics of how creator created the whole design. Man can never find that out.
You said it didn't make sense,
Never.
Spurs.
Except
This is equivalent to just sticking a camera on a globe in a classroom. It's that simple. It's that simple. You could disprove it by showing that experiment and proving that this observation is not what you would see. This is what you would see.
That would mean evolution is 100% fact. That's not fact.
No, it would be the globe is the Earth is a globe, 100% fact. Saying nothing about evolution doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not even relevant.
Evolution could be false,
Not
but the Earth
even
can still be
relevant.
round.
The globe came from the Big Bang.
Earth could
That's
be
why it's spinning.
evolution can be false, and Earth would still be a globe. I'm sorry.
How did the globe get here?
Evolution could be false, and the Earth is still a globe.
That's a different question, Spurs.
Kara, how did the globe get here?
That's irrelevant to the fucking
Irrelevant
question.
to how it got here. This is what we observe.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about possibilities,
How
not how
the
world
the
came
sheet
to be.
imagine this
How do you
ball
not see this as dishonest yourself, Spurs? How do you not understand that it's entirely irrelevant how it got here? God could have created it out of thin air, but it's still a freaking globe, okay?
Right.
It doesn't matter how it got here.
Yeah, let's say God.
It doesn't matter
created-
how it got here.
Yeah, let's say God created the globe, but He also created all these species, kinds, right, in a way that we see, right? So evolution is false, but the Earth is a globe. Boom.
Still a globe.
Every angle is a caught out, man.
Observation.
Flat Earth. Flat Earth has zero merit.
You know, everyone's ridiculing because they have to think about that. When you have to think, you just have to deflect.
You're jumping on a point, Spurs. How don't you see that you're being a complete utter sack of shit?
Nobody's going to
I know,
build
it's so evident. It's completely evident.
Each point that you bring up, we refute firmly.
I've thought about it.
And you just move on to another with the bag of sophistry.
I'm thinking, why are NASA not releasing the information?
You're not thinking,
why?
don't lie.
What?
If they knew, they would tell what's secrecy.
NASA's not releasing what information?
Wait, no. He's moving to a different point. Spurs, are you this intellectually dishonest? Address what me and Kara told you about the possibility of the Earth being round and evolution still being false.
Yeah, I mean, but then
you agree with us or not? Because
Okay.
I'm fucking tired of us refuting every point that you bring up and then moving on to another without fucking mentioning if you agree or disagree. And then a week later you bring the same fucking points and we go through it the same way. So now please tell us either you agree with our point that the globe, that the Earth can be a globe and evolution still be false, thus your objection right before is invalid, or present evidence that refutes our possibility then.
Shout out to Drew.
So what you saying? It could be a ball without evolution, yeah?
Yes. Agree.
So how did the ball get here now?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
a
how it
different
got here.
What if Squiggly Wiggly created the ball?
How do you not understand? It doesn't matter how it got here. It's
Yeah,
what we
well, let's-
observe.
Yeah, let's
What
say
we
it was a
observe
big-
is what determines what shape it is.
It was
That's by what you said.
Big Bang without evolution, or a God created the ball without evolution.
I'm just making up a story, then that just
Stories are relevant.
Yes,
This-
just
to-
drag the argument into theoretical physics, I think.
Yeah.
What
this
came
is-
first, the chicken or the planet?
This is a deflection. This is just a redirection. Nothing else.
Quartus. EDs are over the road, you know.
Again, moving on to a different point. I love this. Like, are you self-aware of these things that you're doing, Spurs? Like, just jumping from one point to the other?
He's gotta be.
Do these work with the crowds you usually hang with, Spurs?
I said to it's Captain Bullshit. Just take defeat like men and women here. You've lost the battle. We've won the war.
Again,
you've lost.
Moving on from the point again.
He's won nothing.
So projection then. Great. What else?
But it is no Quarters. I mean, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about the situation that you find yourself in? You think you're on a spinning ball, and people are growing to know they're not.
I'm going to
What are you
debunk your sad, ignorant ass at every fucking turn.
Nothing. What? You're not doing a very good job.
You're
Again,
immune to reality first. You're
That's what I
immune to
do.
reality.
You're not doing a very good job.
I love this. Again, he got us away from the point. You see, amazing.
Yeah, but who cares about all this in out pure?
Ignore the fact that it's perfectly logically conceivable
What are
that
you going to do about
the Earth can be round and evolution still being false, right? Ignore that. Let's go on to something else. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's how we operate.
Spurs, what do you think we should do then? If you were in
If I was a baller, and I wanted to really prove the ball, and I was like still stuck on the ball, for example, and I was like, all right, what can I do to prove?
Is it bad? Is it bad of me thinking immediately if I was a baller, if I was a little bit taller?
Hey Spurs, Jeremy was asking you a question when you started talking all over him. Would you like to hear Jeremy's question, or would you at least let him ask it?
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying was, what would you do if you were in our position? And assuming you took our worldview and you believed that flat Earth was bollocks, what do you think we should do?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. First of all, you've got to address why we see it that way, right? And then stop trying to preach what everybody already understands, right? Then number two, I would be looking to the people that you rely on to provide you with more sufficient evidence. That's it.
Okay, so taking the first of those, why you see it that way, which is interesting. Why do you see it that way? Because it seems to me that the idea is reliant upon certain sort of philosophical positions, such as the one that you've been using quite a lot tonight, which is you've got to personally experience it for it to be valid, and you can't take second-hand information. And I think that philosophy is nuts. I don't think that takes account of humanity and how humanity is developed. I don't think it allows for you to gain very much knowledge in a human lifetime, given that you've got to feed yourself and sleep and do all the other things that humans have to do in that lifetime. It doesn't allow a lot of time for self-discovery. But more than that, it seems to me, how are you able to verify that what your senses and your resultant reasoning are coming up with? How can you verify that is valid unless you're checking it against what other humans are coming up with and seeing what they're doing? This is a human thing to do. And if you're out there on your own, just going on your own personal experience, how are you able to tell that your senses and your reasoning are sound and valid?
Because everybody has their five senses, which we rely on to get about and everywhere. So when somebody makes something outstanding beyond a person's senses, so like if I can't fly up to the moon and look at the Earth myself, then that is beyond my capability. So if someone else is going to tell me that it's spinning or it's curved,
Spurs capability and sense.
They're changing. When somebody uses those words to anybody, you're changing that person's reality instantly, which is why they obviously tell you from when you're a child. So they implant that into reality. But
But you're describing
senses
some of the limitations of your senses and reasoning. I mean, you aren't able.
No, but that's what I'm
hold on, you aren't able. You aren't able.
Hold on, no, hold on, Jamie. That's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying what you're saying. Your senses, right, tell you certain things. Not what are the, so like you just said, how do you know this? How do you know that? Well, that's down to you as an individual. So if somebody else wants to tell me or anybody else that they feel or sense something different, just like the God question, if someone says, I feel God, you want to say, I don't feel that, I don't see it, I don't sense that, prove it, it's an outstanding claim. So the onus is now on you because you're now changing my perception of what I see around me. Whether you're going to tell me, you know, you don't know what you see. And again, you're telling me something about my observation. So for you to, you know, prove your claim, you're going to have to do something incredible. Like not just
how can you have a claim proved to you if you have no means of checking whether your reasoning is sound? How are you able to? What if you make an error in your reasoning?
Like I said, if you go beyond, like you said,
how would you discover that error?
Australia exists. Exactly. What? People can say, how do you know if Australia exists? So obviously you don't know. So your senses would either trust the person. How do you trust and all these type of feelings? They're just senses, feelings. But to verify these things, you would have to go there yourself. So if somebody wants to
hold on. What if you went to go there yourself, and while you were in the airport, someone drugged you and put you on a plane to Saudi Arabia instead? And then when you got there, they told you you were in Australia. How would you verify that you weren't? If you aren't able to speak to anyone else, to check anyone else's knowledge, to find out, all you're able to do is go on your own senses and reasoning.
Exactly.
How can you tell you're not just
exactly? No, that's my point.
Finish. How do you know you're not hallucinating? How do you know that you haven't gone mental? How do you know your eyes aren't playing up, or you have no way of verifying anything if your pinnacle for knowledge is to say it's what I personally experience and only what I personally experience.
Jeremy, funny enough, I went through this with Spurs a few months back.
Beyond your senses. That's the only reason why. Again,
but your senses are fallible, and you've even described some of the conditions in which they are. You said you can't fly up into space. You can't fly at all. You can't fly as high as the top of a tree.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean you doubt the existence of the tops of trees, does it?
You might.
There's no trees on the flat Earth, bro.
Well, yeah.
Do you know what an outstanding claim is?
It's interesting that you're bringing up this extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, but we have that, actually. We have the extraordinary evidence. I can give you a list, for example, for the moon landing. Well, actually, maybe Chairman can give you a bigger list,
Yeah.
but I can give you a shorter one. So we have the things they went to the moon, right? The spacecrafts themselves. We have people observing it taking off from Earth, right? We have people observing it being built. We have footage of it being built. We have footage of it being launched. We have footage of it being underway from the inside. We have footage of it landing. We have photographs of people being on it. We have photographs of it being in space. We have things they brought from the moon. We have audio recordings of them talking. We have the live feed that was streamed to pretty much everybody who has a TV back in the day. I'm not done yet, motherfucker.
Yeah, but how long are you gonna whine on for? Come on.
Well, that's the evidence. That's the extraordinary evidence for the extraordinary claims.
Let's think then before I forget what I'm gonna say. So again, this boy, you ask people, how can you tell the difference between a fake picture and a real picture? Well, again, this goes down to people's senses. They've looked at real pictures.
It really doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No,
Well, it
I
does.
don't.
It comes to down to measuring it, wouldn't it?
Reality.
If I showed you a picture of a UFO, you'd say that is fake. Your senses would tell you.
No,
I would say
no.
that's a UFO. I would say that's a UFO. Yeah, it's an unidentified flying object.
I'd say it's a picture that contains something.
Yeah, an unidentified flying object.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to say whether or not that thing is an actual thing we can know what is, but it's an image that contains something. That doesn't mean it's fake.
Because it seems to me as well, Spurs, you always, the idea at the moment, the popular idea is to insist on everything being, observable, testable, and repeatable.
Mm-hmm.
A photograph is a recording of an observation. It is an observation. It's just a recorded observation.
Right, what's the point?
Well, you seem to just you seem to think you can just throw out photographs on the basis that it's possible to falsify, to fake a photograph.
No, but again, this is, I think, you're totally missing the point. You're dealing with real people who don't care about your scientific, putting God in a test tube. If it doesn't,
Spurs. Is this CGI or real?
That's my point. Right, that's my point. It would depend on what my senses tell me. If my senses tell me it's real, then I will think it's real. But NASA don't seem to give anything that tell any. Well, it tells the baller the senses that it's real. But people who have
you're putting way too much trust in your senses.
People who are
exactly.
Do you understand? That's the difference. It's about how you view it and does it look real to you.
Your senses are extremely limited, and so is your reasoning is really limited.
No, because when I looked at the NASA picture, say 6-7 years ago, I didn't question it. It looked real. I just looked at it and it was fine. You look at it, 3-4 years ago, and you're like,
what changed to the pictures? What changed in that picture?
Yeah, what changed in people's mind? That's what you're going to ask yourself.
No, not the mind, the picture.
5 years ago.
Why was it
5 years ago or 6 years ago, and they were fine with it?
Hey, Spurs.
Never questioned.
Hey, Spurs. So, yes, okay. This picture, and this picture. Which one of those three are fake?
Well, the quality doesn't look very good. I can't really tell.
Yeah.
It's an unidentified.
Which one is CGI out of these three images?
They all look photoshopped. Looks too clean.
How does an image look photoshopped?
Well, it's been touched up, obviously, yeah?
That doesn't mean it's fake, though.
Reality. That's not how it looks.
That's a stupid
touched up. That's not CGI.
Well, whatever you want to call it, manipulated, enhanced. People just want a real time, what you see with your eyes.
Okay. Do these pictures show the reality as it is depicting it roughly, within, like, let's say 90%? In terms of shapes of the objects, right, the lighting, etc., etc.
The main point are which ones are photographs and which ones are CGI.
All right, so if we were to play a game, okay, so we can say that this one here with the kitchen one probably is CGI.
This one?
Yep.
Okay, that one is CGI based on what?
Again, like I said, the pot looks a bit funny shaped. It doesn't look right to me. Again, you can't explain. You can't put these emotions in a test tube. You can't test them. It just doesn't look right.
Funny.
I may be wrong. I may be right. I don't know.
You make
so much irony here. It's hilarious.
Okay.
How about this one?
How about this one?
Yeah, I mean, when you say CGI, what do you mean? Made like they've added
CGI
in a computer.
Yes, a computer that generates every single pixel based off of nothing in reality.
So you're talking about a photograph or made by a computer, yeah?
No.
No.
Okay, do you see my screen? When I click this button,
they've been going on and on about everything being CGI for 2 years. Now all
doesn't know what CGI
is. You should be fucking expert in this, Spurs. You should be teaching us.
I don't understand the point of that.
Teach us what CGI is, please, Spurs. What is CGI?
I'm not teaching you about Yeah, I'm teaching you how to.
What is
use your mind,
CGI, Spurs?
how to use your senses.
What
you
does
How many
said.
CGI is, Spurs?
It
What does
stands for
CGI
computer
stand for?
generated
Hey, PMARS. Come on, Spurs. What does CGI stand for?
Look, PMARS is just.
Look, tell us what CGI
Answer
stands
one
for,
question
Spurs.
for once. Gee.
Yeah, because you're trying to just show that you guys are smart.
Answer one question, please, Spurs.
We
What
don't
does
need
CGI
this to
stand
show that we're
for?
smarter than you.
What's the-
You're doing that on your own.
What does
The fact that you
spell
won't do it just
CGI?
shows that you're an idiot.
What's the
Spurs,
question,
spell
Carl?
CGI.
What's the question? You kidding me?
What is CGI?
Oh my God! Why do we need to know that? Google it.
Because you don't seem to know what it is. What is CGI?
It's been said here in the Hangout what CGI is.
If you're claiming something is CGI, you should have at least some very rudimentary basic information regarding what you're claiming something to be.
It is the
Well,
fucking
you know, I've always
definition.
thought it was computer graphics. You know,
What does
and
CGI
like,
stand for, Spurs?
What does CGI stand for?
Google it.
It's been
if you
said
don't
in
know.
this Hangout.
Holy
No,
It's
no,
been
no,
said
no,
in
no,
this
no.
Hangout 2 minutes
God.
ago.
What a
No, no, no.
child.
Spurs,
Answer the
Spurs.
question.
This is what Spurs usually does. When he doesn't know something, he'll turn it on you, saying Google it if you don't know it, which means he has
We know
no
what it
idea.
is.
He has
No
no
clue.
idea what it actually means.
He's stalling to Google it.
Yes.
Everyone knows it's
And it's
Why are
perfectly
you
fine,
asking-
Spurs. See,
Spell it.
Spurs, this is something I've said before. It's perfectly fine to not know something. If you don't know what it is, just simply say, "I don't know," and we can tell you what it is.
Why are you asking me if you know what it is?
Because you're
Because-
claiming all these things are CGI and you don't know what the fuck CGI
Yeah,
is.
if you,
That's
so
why.
so Spurs, this is how it works, right?
How
If
do you know what that
if I show you an image, if I show you an image and you claim that it's CGI, okay?
You're asking me ridiculous questions.
Spurs, again, if I show you this image and you
How do you
say-
know something's a real
Spurs,
picture or not?
Spurs. So this is how
Yes.
it works. If I show you an image and you claim that it's CGI, that means you, or at least in an ideal world, that would mean you have some basal understanding of what CGI is and why this image is CGI. You need to be able to connect those two dots. If you don't know what CGI is,
Knows
the
what
chances of you being able to identify what if an image is CGI or not is
I'm not
very,
playing
very
a game,
small.
Carl. I'm not playing silly games. Everybody knows what CGI is.
Okay,
Tell
so
us.
explain
Tell
to
us.
us then, what is CGI?
I've just told you it's computer generated.
Okay,
What?
No, there's something missing there.
yeah,
going.
there's something missing, but okay.
Oh, imagery.
I'll-
What's the big deal? Why? What's the problem?
CGI. What does CGI stand for?
Oh my gosh.
Well, say it. It's 3 words.
I'm not playing this game.
Oh, but you better not play it because you're damn bad at it.
Yeah, no kidding. You lose this game in a flat second. Jesus.
You suck, Spurs.
In fact, you already do lose.
No, okay, let's just assume he knows what it is. Again.
I'd really like to know which of these images is real because that's
Yeah.
quite an interesting little quiz. And can
Well,
Which one's real, Spurs? Which one's a real photo of a real space, not computer generated? I
They
think
all
you
look
understand
real.
now.
They all look real.
They all look real.
All look real.
Take
Okay.
note, he changed his mind,
Move on.
by the way.
Move on.
That's fine. So the only problem is they're all 3 fake.
Okay.
He's an expert. He's an expert.
Yeah, but he knows that NASA footage is fake. He can distinguish CGI guys from real photos.
It's
He
so
can.
obvious that
It's terrible. How can I see with a blurry screen? I already stated that.
Oh,
Yeah,
excuses.
Or I could
Backpedal.
send you a high-res version, I'm sure.
Yeah, we could
Oh.
do another. Yeah, let's do another 3 with a high-res version. Send him high-res version.
I can send him high-res versions.
Yeah, no excuses now, Spurs. You sack of shit.
How many do you want? I can send 3, 5, 10, 50.
Yeah. Spend all night playing, having fun.
It's the only reason we talk to you, Spurs.
Exactly.
So you know.
So, what tests have you done to confirm the flat Earth, Spurs?
It doesn't need testing.
What claims?
Yes, it does.
What claims do you dispute from the globe Earth that, by your own words, mean you need to test those claims
That
because
we're
you
spinning.
dispute
I would
them?
need to feel that I'm spinning or moving.
Okay, test it. How have you tested
False
that?
premise.
So I went outside and I was walking fine. Everything was okay.
How did you arrive at this conclusion that you must feel spinning? Why do you think you need to feel spinning?
If something is moving, you would know about it.
Okay, if you're in a car driving 60 miles an hour and you have very good suspension and a very smooth road, do you think you'd feel that motion?
Airplane.
Yeah, the
Airplane, do
windows
you
are
think you'd
tame.
feel that motion? You're traveling 800 miles an hour. Do you think you'd feel that motion?
I would you?
No, you don't, Spurs.
How
No, you don't.
about if you're sitting on a chair and I move you half an inch through the period of an hour slowly? Would you notice that motion?
Close your eyes. Do you think you'd be able to feel your motion?
Depending on how sensitive I am.
Well, that's the question. Would your senses detect that slow of a motion?
As I just said,
Right.
depending on how sensitive I am.
Well, okay. Would you say based on experience that
if you're more
you would?
sensitive,
Answer the question.
that is how people pickpocket because they don't feel it.
Let's
Some
say you
people feel the
let's say
slightest touch.
you
Some
are
people don't
super
feel the
sensitive.
slightest
You can
and they
sense
lose their money.
absolutely the
That's
smallest
where your
motion.
senses
Hold
come
on,
into
Spurs.
play.
Let's say
Yeah,
you could
go ahead.
feel every little bit of motion on the earth, right? Do you think if you were to go in a car 40 miles an hour and it's a perfectly smooth ride. This is a thought experiment. Think about this for a second. Perfectly smooth ride. There's no acceleration, no deceleration. You're traveling at a constant speed along the equator of the earth, just to eliminate all sorts of variables, okay?
Mhm.
Do you think you'd feel that motion?
Well, why wouldn't I?
Because you wouldn't, and you can go measure it. This is why we're telling you you need to go measure these things. You
I
can
wouldn't
measure a frame of inertia and the fact that when you're traveling at a constant speed with no acceleration, you don't feel anything at all. Nothing whatsoever.
When I leave the earth, if I jump back on it.
If you were on an airplane and you closed your eyes, can you tell me how fast you're going?
No, of course not. I'm not that sensitive.
If it's a nice smooth ride, could you even tell you were moving?
I was that sensitive and accurate to make that kind of judgment. If my senses
Well,
were
you're saying
I
you
would know.
you would be able to sense the motion. I'm guaranteeing. Have you ever been on a plane at all?
Yeah, look, I think you're missing the point, Kara. It
Have you been
depends
on a
how
plane?
sensitive you are.
Well, can you maybe
Have
go
you been
deep-
on a plane ever?
I was on 2 days ago.
Have you been on a plane ever?
Is she okay? I've been all over the world.
You've been all over the world, so you've been on a plane. Did you ever close your eyes?
Right, of course.
Did you feel yourself moving 800 miles an hour? Or 500
know.
miles an hour, whatever speed it was going?
I was going 500 miles an hour, but I knew I was moving.
How do you know?
I could feel it.
No, you can't.
Which sense, Spurs, which
You're
sense
not-
that humans possess detects motion itself?
Well, you see, that's what scientists are trying to find out with robots, because babies balance themselves, and how do they know when they trip up?
No.
Just to
Name the sense
back.
that trigger, right? We know our senses.
If scientists don't,
touch,
well, explain
taste,
to
right?
us.
Name the
Explain to
sense.
us.
No, name the sense. Name the
know.
sense that detects motion.
It's not wrong with this guy.
You know what
Scientists are trying
motion
to-
you detect? Acceleration. If you're not accelerating, you don't
Scientists
detect
work
any
with-
motion.
And it's change in motion. That's a motion itself.
Very, very
So
good
that's
question.
So what sense
Scientists
does
want to
detect
know
motions
How
first?
do they want to know how do we detect it? They're working on babies. Like, how do babies just
Spurs,
stand
do
back
you need
up without falling
We know
down?
how we detect motion.
Spurs, do you need scientists in a lab to tell you which sense that you possess detects tastes of things, or do you know that by yourself?
That's what they're
By
trying to tell
experience,
us.
because you can taste things, because you can detect which sense is actually sensing something, right? So
Look,
why
people
can't you
ask
tell
them,
us
can you feel
which
it?
sense is
People don't
detecting
know.
motion itself, not change in motion?
People don't understand
Motion itself.
this sentence or this statement. It depends on how sensitive you are.
Spurs,
Some people are
any
tingling.
motion, any
Some people are
motion,
not.
any
You can
motion.
punch some people in the face and they don't
How do you
feel it as
sense
much.
motion, Spurs?
Yeah.
You
How do
can
you
punch
sense
somebody in the face and they're not as sensitive. They can think
How do you
more.
sense motion, Spurs?
Some people can hear further.
Oh,
How do you think that works, Spurs?
I
Feel
have one.
like blind
I have
people
one.
can read what we can't because they have
Spurs.
better sense than we
Spurs.
have. Right? It
Hey,
depends
Spurs, have
on.
you ever had a drink on an airplane?
Go on, Curve, in there.
Have you ever had a drink on an airplane?
Yes.
Have you ever had your glass
Yes.
or cup,
Answer yes.
sitting down on the tray table in front of you?
Yes, of course.
What does the liquid in the container do?
It's level.
What does it do? Questions.
Is it sloshing
Describe what's
around?
happening to it.
It's sloshing around.
Is it moving? What does your drink do there, sitting on that tray table in front of you?
Just what water does everywhere else. Stays level.
It does nothing. It's not sitting there moving around. It's not feeling the 500 mile an hour acceleration that you're trying to pass off as being there. When you get up and go to the bathroom on the airplane, do you fall backwards when you stand up because you're fighting the force of that 500 mile per hour travel? No, Spurs, you do not. No one does. Don't lie about it. So don't.
Do you have any
think about it.
difficulty walking from the front of the plane to the back of the plane versus going the other way?
What kind of logic is that?
It's pretty good logic, actually. Do you think it's harder to walk from front to back than from back to front on an airplane?
What on earth is this proving? I've just said it depends how sensitive
You have no sense to detect.
Are you more sensitive than the water?
You can only sense forces.
Next subject, because that's it. It depends how sensitive.
Are you more sensitive than the water, Spurs?
If you're telling me that this earth is moving underneath my feet, then you have to prove that somehow. Show me a spinning ball.
You don't feel constant motion, you idiot.
Yeah.
Now quit being dishonest, and I'll quit being rude.
Like I just said,
we can actually show you experiments that
you
show
don't
the
understand
Earth is
physics.
Because
this is explained in physics, and if you understood physics, you would have no problem with the model. Your only objection is against a straw man. Your only objection is against a straw man of physics, something that isn't even expected of physics. You expect to feel it for some stupid reason.
Yeah, this is primary school fucking physics.
Well, you have to prove beyond my sense.
Do you know what inertia is?
Oh, we can. Focus pendulum, Spurs.
Yeah, you just pushed it to start it.
Well, while you guys
That's
were busy
so
with physics, Spurs was studying MS Paint.
You do need more. Science does need to improve, if you think about it. I mean, it is a bit, I wouldn't say back.
I like the flat earth scientist, right?
It's not what you would call advanced science. You're not moving forward. Very stagnant.
Flat earth scientists are perfect.
Nothing really happening in the science world. This is where we're at right now. We're at the end of any
Foucault's pendulum, Spurs. The earth spins.
All we have to do now is try to better mankind. There's nobody going anywhere doing anything. All this science, this
Foucault's pendulum, Spurs.
Pointless.
Staying on one side.
Nobody's going to make a flat Earth model. Nobody's going to make a globe Earth model because in order to do that, you have to be the creator.
All right, Spurs.
You have to be the creator to create a model of the world around you. Really? Do you think you can build a model of a car? Is modeling a car impossible? Do you think modeling a car is impossible?
Model it. You create it. It starts in your mind. Then you put that idea in your mind onto paper. And then
can someone present me, please?
So there's a concept called reverse engineering.
Someone present me at the ISS come in here.
Spurs, shut up. Spurs. ISS footage.
A solid object, or you build a working model.
Live ISS footage.
That's too much for him.
Do you know what angle it'll have?
Curve. Don't present. No. It's epistemology.
Oh my god.
No. Do you know? I got him. Do you know what angle it will have? Epistemology. Like, can we make out the H shape?
Who is what where?
It's not about making a flat Earth model. All we can do is map out the land.
It's going to be right overhead
where we live.
I have a filter on here that I'm trying to dial in.
Spurs, would you shut up for a second and look at the ISS passing live footage that we have in a hangout?
I'm not going to make these things. I'm not going to be pessimistic.
That is Jupiter.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Jupiter.
This is the chat with Spurs, remember?
This is an image of Jupiter live for you to see.
All right, where's the moons? Let's have a look.
Do you see them? What card?
The moon's orbiting. Let's have a look.
It might help to flash the lens with a light source to make an autofocus.
So what is this? This is Jupiter, and I can see 1, 2, 3.
I see 4 men.
4. Yeah, 4 objects around it.
Yep.
Hold on. Is
No,
this
that's
a video
gorgeous.
or is this live now?
That's live, I believe.
This is live.
It's live, yeah.
You're outside now.
Yeah.
No, he's in a studio.
CGI.
No. This is outside. What?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
looking at. You can see it moving and drifting across his view. Like, for fuck's sake.
yeah.
Some awesome CGI there.
But
In
hold
fact,
on. How do you know?
Hold on, I want to record part of that
How do you know they're not stars?
because it's a planet.
Stars.
All right, get closer.
Little
Come on,
planet.
get closer. Get closer.
We've sent satellites to Jupiter.
Get closer,
by the way.
epistemology. Jump up. Get closer.
Zoom in. Listen, Stores.
Climb on top of
Zoom
your
in.
car.
Zoom in. Closer. It's pretty
He might
good.
be at max zoom. Depends on what kind of camera.
But what does this
Jump.
tweet, by the way?
Jump so you can get 3 feet closer.
That was pretty interesting. But I mean, how do we know they're not stars? That's the thing.
Because we can predict where Jupiter is in the night sky.
You see, we map the heavenly bodies, and we know which are stars and which are planets because they follow these paths you see called orbits. And yeah,
This isn't the only telescope in the world, also,
Where's
Spurs.
it gone? I can't see it. Yeah.
I think he slipped and fell when he tried to jump to get closer.
yeah.
See,
Actually, yeah, I heard that too.
Stars
Epistemology.
don't have phases.
Epistemology,
of
are you
luminous.
okay?
Are you there?
I just heard some noises and then everything went black.
Yeah. You too. Epistemology, you there, man?
Why can't he zoom in? What's going on?
We don't know.
Oh, it's just a slight hiccup.
Well, for all we know, he might have just fallen and
What's he
gotten
gonna
knocked
do?
unconscious.
Just an edit something.
Jesus Christ.
Flat Earther probably assassinated him.
Epistemology, you there, man? I'm
Hello?
gonna try and undercast him and broadcast him. This is showing.
I think he's just a crisis baller.
Just like NASA puts the feed at the most critical part. Interested.
Crisis baller.
I made it just lost connection.
He'll be back.
I hope so. We had one guy already, George there.
Yeah. Let's just hope he wasn't standing on his roof or something.
Yeah. I mean, the things we do to prove the globe Earth, right?
What does that prove the globe? We know we have planets.
I think he was waiting for the ISS pass.
Where do I put the planets over this flat Earth, Spurs?
Planets, everything is inside the dome there.
Say again?
Everything is under the dome. Everything.
That doesn't work. We've tried that.
Exactly.
Yeah, the dome doesn't
able
really
to
work.
create the model, Cara. Nobody will be able to. It's like trying to create life.
So you don't think you could model a car or a rock or something else? At what point can you no longer model what's around it?
If you knew the creator's mind.
Well,
And
Spurs, could you answer me? Like, at what scale can you no longer model things?
No, I said you could model it if you knew the creator's mind.
No, you don't need to know that because you can model a rock, you could model a car.
You have
At
to
what
have a-
point can you no longer model something? Spurs?
Because you have to have the same ability as the
At what
creator.
point? At what point is that required? Please tell me.
Well, you're not. You can't. Yeah, you can't create like that.
Can I model a mountain?
Can you model my soul?
I don't have the machinist abilities to manufacture an engine block from scratch. That doesn't mean I don't know how it works.
All right. He appears to be
Can I
alive.
model the shape of the surface of a lake as we observe it? Could I model the shape of the ground as it's measured?
Sorry.
Yeah, but that's the problem you have. You can't replicate these. Like, you can't have a body.
Why
like
not?
a huge
Why not?
body.
Why can't you?
He's back. He's alive.
Yeah, because you can't take like a huge
Why not?
beach ball and
Can I
and a
model?
pea.
Can I model a ball?
make that pea orbit
Can I
that
make-
ball.
Can I make a 3D ball and can I model that?
Even if you took a huge ball and made the pea
Yeah.
really small, you still couldn't do it.
Say that slower.
Yeah, say it slower.
Where is this huge ball and where is the P in relation to Earth and other gravity sources?
What are those Mythbusters? They would
At what point can I not make a model or something? I'd really love to know.
Use your American accent. I'm having trouble understanding you. Spurs, if you don't mind.
I can't remember that. No. Go on, let's come on. Let me see that orange spot that NASA shows. Or that spot. Yes, that will confirm.
You know,
that
you
will
could
verify.
go get that's ISS there.
You have that available to you at your local
I
observatory.
think it's cruising, isn't it?
Go get time on a big telescope.
Yeah, that's one fast drone there.
We're going to see the swirls like NASA shows us, right? Epistemology?
Maybe if it gets it in focus.
Is that your phone? Epistemology?
No. Yeah.
There you go.
Where have the moons gone?
I screwed that up. I freaking dropped my laptop.
There they are. Yes.
Oh, that's what we heard, dude. Is it
Yeah,
okay?
we heard a loud just clunk and then nothing.
What are you using to capture?
Oh shit.
I think he dropped it again.
Don't break your shit.
Are you okay, man? We were worried. We heard a splat sound and we were like, holy, and the feed froze and we're like, oh shit, we lost another one. Another globe bites the dust.
Oh, here's Jupiter, by the way. Captured last year. From normal camera.
I got some images of it too, actually.
What's this here?
That's Jupiter.
No. I want to see it in epistemology like this.
Does epistemology have the same?
You need to get it in proper focus for that to happen.
Well, do it then.
Go ahead, buy a telescope now. Epistemology.
Why don't you go fuck yourself, you rude little shit?
Camera. We've got Jupiter. Stop making excuses. Get what we see there.
Reality is not an excuse. Spurs.
Time is now. We have the technology.
The universe
Yeah.
is right at your command.
Yeah, epistemology. Go buy a telescope now. Zoom in on it.
Yeah. It's ordered by the Clutch Supreme.
Yeah, how hard can it be to have like Amazon deliver a telescope for you that's already set up in like 2 minutes? Fucking get around to it.
I'm tempted to do it live
Spurs
right now.
needs
Just
it.
go on, buy a telescope, and then fucking use it.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Doing it live.
Are you using a tripod or your hand?
What should I buy? I'll
It's
spend
on
like $300.
Even
He's
even
on a tripod
normal,
on a mount.
yeah, even on a normal tripod, it's hard enough.
But I'll be right back.
You need a really high quality
tripod,
tripod to have any hopes of manually tracking it.
Yeah, Spurs. You know, you and your flat hearts can just chip in and buy yourself a good telescope and try and verify your flatter fucking observations, right?
No, you guys.
At the same time, you can take a look at Jupiter and other planets.
You know what's funny? You've learned all what you've learned, but you haven't actually tested and observed. Now you do
I
it.
do not need to. My worldview doesn't require empirical.
Yeah,
was saying
there's no
evidence for
card
every
against
belief.
him. That's brilliant.
Jed was saying yesterday that he's learned so much because of all this, and now he's had to go and do real research because of all this. So you just learn, and now you go out and find out what you've learned. Now you're going to the field. That's what's happening. You're discovering actually what we've learned is not reality.
So what you can do is
Stanford?
you can buy a somewhat of a decent telescope, like to the point where you can actually make out the rings and all of that, and have a really high quality view of the moon and some of the other celestial objects in the solar system, and even nebulas, for anywhere between $300 and $1,000. That comes with a motorized mount, so you can get perfect shots.
he's not gonna do this. He would not even download a fucking Theodolite app for his smartphone to verify if Horizon rises to eye level.
He
doesn't care about verifying the claims that he makes.
So 4 moons.
Admit this. Be honest to you.
All we needed was a zoom in, just to confirm that what NASA
All we
is showing
needed
us.
for you is 5 minutes of your time to download a Theodolite app, go a little in elevation, and see if the horizon stays, up to eye level. You wouldn't do that.
For all we know, his optical instruments were already working at peak capacity because, it depends on what he was using. That wasn't a telescope.
Yes, Spurs, have you downloaded the Theodolite app and have you confirmed that horizon always rises to eye level?
You don't need to confirm that.
It's been a week.
He doesn't need to confirm that. He knows that. He knows that.
Yeah, so somehow we need to confirm our claims, but Spurs doesn't have to. I wonder if there's a term for that. Oh yeah, there is. Double standards.
Or special pleading.
Yeah.
Or both.
Hey, there's a beauty
Spurs
here
response?
that Mr. B has. Mr. B in the chat has just sent me a lovely Jupiter. Can you see this one?
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh.
You took this last night, he said.
Wait. Where are the stars, man?
What telescope is that? Because that's a pretty high detail image.
We're just seeing this for science, not to prove anything.
Yeah. Do it for science. Download a fucking Theodolite app for free.
That is a really high quality one. It even has the red dot. It's
beautiful.
Yeah.
Didn't you want to see that, Spurs?
And you can actually
Isn't that
see
what you
see
asked
two
for?
of the moons plus a shadow of the third.
Do you see a transit at all? Do you see
It's
moving?
awesome, isn't it?
You see
Is
the
it a
shadow.
sequence
of
or
one
is
of
it
the
just
moons.
Yeah, and you know why it's blurry like that? Because it's in the water.
Oh no!
I'm gonna find you and slap you.
Look at the
That is
star.
a really awesome picture. Mr.
Yeah.
B is in the chat. If he could tell us what telescope he used, be good to see that.
Because it's underwater.
16-inch f4.5. That explains why it's high detail.
So this red dot is always facing us.
No.
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 So I want to.
Jupiter
I want to
Jupiter revolves.
when we
Spins
sit
around pretty
down
fast,
with technology, this red dot should be on the other side, right?
What?
I'm sorry?
What? How does that
When we
follow?
look,
How does that follow from you?
I'm asking the
No, you said
source.
when epistemology
Pipe,
looks
pipe,
down, they should not be the red dot. And you got that
I'm
from
asking.
you
because
got
the
that
mo-
from
you always
you
see
got
that red
that from
now when
you
you
got
zoom.
that from us
Yes,
saying
sir.
that this red dot is not always pointing to us.
No,
How
you,
does
you
it
can
follow?
you can actually see it appear twice a day. Because
But when
because
we
the
always-
rotational speed of Jupiter is insane. Like is what 9 or 10 hours per sidereal.
Will we see this red dot now? Is what I'm asking. Yes or no?
No,
Who
you're not
knows?
asking that.
You've
Actually,
got
now you're
At
saying we should not see that.
at some point, yes, because one sidereal on Jupiter is somewhere around 9 or 10 hours.
Let's see that, man. Let's get it up.
Yeah, I was
Hey,
about to. I
But
knew he was
this
going to
was
say that.
taken last night, Spurs. This one, Mr.
Chop
B
chop.
last night.
No, use an agent sending more agent, files. We've got it
Prove it.
live now.
Prove it.
Got
Prove
epistemology.
it.
You
Prove
said
it.
that red dot
Prove it.
right now.
Come on,
But it-
Spaz. Get realistic, man.
You've got Jupiter here right
You
now.
made a claim. Provide the evidence that their agents sending us this fake images. Spurs, prove it.
Okay, that was a wild act. 'Cause that went beyond your senses, right? So that's like a
Wow,
wild.
wait, can we mark this in the history, please? This day, Spurs admitting that he made a wild claim.
No, because I'm just testing you. I'm showing you that when people make wild claims, evidence, yeah?
Yes, of course. All right, now here, are you ready for some science, Spurs? I can make you famous because my proposal is that we construct the Spurs chemo pendulum to check for the rotation of the globe.
Yeah. But, zoom in now. Let's screen share epistemology and let's do this.
I'm not kidding, dude. I'd really love to string you up safely and
It's red
securely
dot.
by your feet and swing you for a few hours.
Come on.
Would you,
You up
stop
for it?
swinging during an eclipse? That's the question.
Yeah, Yeah, have fun. It's all right. I don't mind. I'm taking the brunt of, if you're I'm taking the bullet.
Yeah, you're the honorable soldier fighting for the people of flat Earth.
I think you're winning this one, Spurs. They seem really agitated.
Oh shit!
I am victorious. They know
your Spurs is fighting the hordes of globers.
Everybody knows that.
Trying to overrun the flat Earth.
Hey, I call him like I see him.
What?
Gosh damn it! This is tempting.
You know what I mean? You think things can be just sorted out in 5 minutes. You're not.
Well, you do. You think you can just snap your fingers and epistemology can get you whatever photograph you demand from this equipment?
Why are we going at us then? Just talk about it and say next week I'm going to get a telescope, show Jupiter, and show that this red dot does what you say it does.
I mean, it's an interesting question, though, isn't it, Spurs? We can look in the sky. Someone who comes in our chat, who we all know, he can take this picture of this object, and yet YouTube is littered with these videos from flat earthers, from P900s, where all the planets are these wobbly, plasma-y looking things. Now, how can you explain that contradiction?
I mean, look, like I said, I can't speak for
honest mistake.
We've got it here right now. We've got Jupiter here right now.
Good one, P-Mars. But doesn't it bother you, those Spurs? If this picture that Mr. B has taken is genuine, what does that say about all those videos and the people that produce them?
No, we're talking about what NASA produced.
Well, no, we're not. We're talking about, at the moment, we're not talking about what NASA has produced, are we?
Yeah, we're not talking about regular people who do, take their own astronomy, astronomy. We're not talking about those people who look at cosmology. We're talking about NASA producing images that are, it's animation.
We're talking about Mr. B producing.
We've already established you're shit at recognizing CGI, so excuse me for not taking your word for it.
Well, again, it's not about my word. I'm saying exactly the same things that every other flat earther.
Actually, it is about your word when you're the one making the claim.
But I think it should bother you, Spurs. There's all this stuff that's supposedly representing your argument that clearly doesn't. That we can see demonstrated.
You got to understand.
Who are deliberately using the equipment, or worse still, just don't know how to use it. I mean,
listen, flat earthers also. We all don't understand. Not everybody has that higher understanding or that higher, learning.
How to focus a camera? It's hardly high understanding.
Well, obviously, clearly they don't. So I'm saying that flat earthers will make, assumptions also, same as what you guys do.
Well, I just think that's a very visual representation of all flat Earth argument, really, isn't it? It's just, that's just one we can see, but they're all the same. They're all just baseless nonsense, like that is.
Hey, real quick, epistemology. If you can hear me, I muted you accidentally. I thought you were done and was trying to.
Okay. Yeah, I got this filter that I was hoping would cut down on the glare of overexposing the CCD, but.
Well,
I'm trying to do this with a webcam, and the webcam it's just overexposes the image, and so that's what makes it so bad. Well, I just don't have. I didn't buy anything specific. I'm doing it through an eyepiece, so it's totally not ideal.
If you want the moons, you kind of have to overexpose Jupiter. If you just want Jupiter, you probably won't be able to see the moons.
Yeah, I try. The thing is, I had it earlier. I had my filter on, and the moons disappeared. If you noticed, but. It didn't bring any more detail. The detail that I can see with my eye just looking through it, is I can easily see, 8, 9, 10 atmospheric bands through my eye. Can't see them on the webcam. It's just not high enough resolution or.
Yeah.
I tried a higher magnification eyepiece through the webcam too, and it just overexposes the crap out of it because it's a black background against this very bright object.
Hey, let's all be real now. You're just a paid shill, and this is fake. So whatever.
But I mean,
Just
I broadcast Jupiter last night, and the moons were so bunched up; they were one on top of each other, pretty much. And here you can see tonight they're pretty spread out. So clearly, this stuff is orbiting. I mean,
No way.
you can go and watch Earth discussions last night about this time, and you'll see the moon configuration was completely different last night than it is right now.
Claims. Let's get it on camera. Let's get it properly.
It is on camera.
Hear what he just said?
It is on.
God.
It is on camera.
What sides first, for fuck's sake?
He's on auto derp. Not even listening, just blurting nonsense.
Yeah. Look, yes, we see objects. What's the problem?
Problem.
What's the issue?
You
Our
tell
model
us.
works, yours doesn't, Spurs.
Yeah. Can't even make a model, Spurs.
Yeah, nobody can make a model.
Not a flat Earth model. We have the globe. It explains everything we see.
We have a model that explains everything we've seen.
No, you can't explain everything.
Well, we already have. Everything we
don't know what
the shape of the Earth is explained, Spurs.
Everything is a theory and a guess. Like I said, evolution. Everything came from evolution. Just a theory.
Evolution is irrelevant to the shape of shit, Spurs. What do you think evolution has anything to do with what shape the Earth is? Explain that. What does evolution have anything to do with that?
Because for people to live on a board wouldn't make any sense.
Why not?
Okay.
People would have to live on a flat plane. That would make a whole lot more sense.
No sense.
Why? No sense whatsoever. Justify that. Why does it make more sense?
Because if you were standing on a board, you would be off balance.
No, you wouldn't.
Jesus.
Yes, of course you would. Try it.
Why? What direction are all the forces pointing in? For the person standing on that ball, what do you think?
What forces? Forces are you talking?
Force of gravity.
Again, that's another claim.
Have you ever dropped anything? Did you know? Did you know we can predict the path of anything that you drop or throw through the air?
Yeah, because it's heavy.
Do you know how we do that?
Because of the wind.
With the model.
What's keeping these lights going around this other big light?
I'm actually opening up Worldwide Telescope because I want to figure out which one is Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Because I'm assuming that's the four we're watching the Galilean moons.
Yeah, but it can be tricky to know which one. It can be tricky to know which one is which because of the orbit will where they are in their orbits will give you the illusion that one is closer to the other. And
yeah, but that's why I'm opening Worldwide Telescope. I want to see.
Yep.
Do you have like an approximate location I can use to base my telescope in Worldwide Telescope?
I can
like just the state or something would be fine. I don't need to know exactly where you are.
But shouldn't make it. The moon position won't change. Doesn't matter where you are on Earth right now. It'll look exactly like this.
Yeah, I know. It'll just make it easier for me.
I'm in Los Angeles, but
okay, yeah, that's all I need. So
this thing has me so freaking tempted right now. Because this plus this means goodness.
I think the claim, if there is any claim, is the distance of how far that is. I think that should.
How much is this, Kara? I can't read it.
Just under 900.
That plus something?
Plus, yeah, just a little lens adapter, so I can mount my camera.
That's an XT10, and I'm using is an XT8.
Millions of miles away.
You have an XT8?
Yeah, so this is an XT8 that you're looking to.
Is that
Do you
what
have
you
a key mount? Do you have one of these? Shut
up,
up, Spurs.
Believe that this is
Shut up, Spurs. Do you have one of these? You need one of these.
What is it, the SLR adapter?
Yes.
No, I don't. Because the problem is if you use an SLR, it's not easy to get video out of it.
What's the time over there now? Like
8:30.
What do you mean?
8:30.
It's
Okay.
difficult to get video. I know a perfect way to do that.
Well, I guess I'd have to get an HDMI capture card or something to do it.
Nope. No, you don't. What kind of camera do you have?
I have an X3.
X3 brand?
Sony. That's the Sony. Yeah, it uses the A series lenses. It uses
Okay,
A series lenses.
Maybe difficult with the Sony. I'm not sure. I know I can do it with Canon.
Anyway, I'm glad you calmed down, Cara, from before.
Shut up, Spurs.
You were getting a little triggered earlier, Spurs. I've never heard you so angry like you were.
No, I wasn't angry at any kind of.
You were getting your ass handed to you, and it was showing.
I allow Cara or anybody just to go on if they
well.
want. I'm not here to argue with you.
No, you were getting loud. You were getting loud and nasty.
No, I'm not going to stoop down to that level.
You didn't sound like your normal, nice, calm Christian self.
Well,
the devil coming out of you there.
Listen to him deny it. That's funny. You know this is all recorded, right?
Look, I would believe you were victorious if I see flat Earth reducing. That's when I would be worried. It's the only time I'd be worried. If I thought, oh my goodness.
Can you find the center of frame in an image, Spurs? Do you know what the center of frame is?
I've lost an argument. You know, and that's why I would leave these hangouts confidence, because tomorrow there'll be more flat earthers than today or yesterday.
So you feel good that you're deluding more people. Congratulations. Right. Where's the center of frame, Spurs?
I don't think people are that stupid. I think people
you're counting on it. You're counting on people being this stupid.
So if I'm reading epistemology, if I'm reading this right, the top left one will be Ganymede, followed by Io, right next to Jupiter on the top left. On the bottom right, you will have Callisto first, and then Europa at the very bottom.
Cool.
They line up essentially identical.
I wonder if Spurs knows how we predict the motion of those planets.
Uh-oh.
Do you know how we do that, Spurs? Do you know how we predict the exact positions of those planets at any point?
Yeah, I just said we could come up with a theory, but I mean, I'll just be talking, fantasy making claims. No point, it'd be pointless.
Do you know how we do that?
Unless I go there, make observations, do the calculations, and that's what it's about.
We've actually done that, Spurs, but that beside the point. How do you think we predict the positions of these moons?
Look, for 500 years, you've changed those predictions, constantly changing them.
We've improved them. We've built on previous ideas and improved and arrived at a quite elegant model of the solar system and the motion of all the planets. It's a very elegant model.
Why do you think they
Everything
changed?
is very simply predicted. Like,
the reason why they had to keep changing the ball was because some clever clocks would say, well, that doesn't fit. Why are you saying the sun?
Answer my questions. Gosh, would you answer one?
Why is the sun? You're not understanding logic of what you're asking.
One little question. Like, how do you think we predict the positions of those planets?
If you're trying to make a Bohr model, you need to make things fit.
How do you think
you don't have an answer, Spurs? It's like you don't have an answer.
How do you think we predict the positions of those planets?
What? I don't know. Who knows?
Here we go.
Gravity.
Let me,
gravity.
Let me, screen share this.
Gravity is
freaking gravity. The same exact mathematics. I could shoot a basketball through the air.
I can't feel.
And measure the acceleration of everything and work out the scale of everything and know.
See gravity.
And I can use that same math to predict the position.
So now that you've gone beyond my 5 senses, you have to prove this.
Crazy how that works.
It's reality.
You can feel gravity.
Pick something up right now. Like, pick some up and then drop it. I can predict it will fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Try to jump, Spurs.
I'm not a butterfly or
you don't have to be a butterfly to jump.
Huh?
Yes, but I have to be as light as
to jump.
To jump? Have you ever jumped before?
Are you? Seriously.
Yeah, but to jump and take off. Of course I'm gonna fall down because I'm
Who said anything about take off?
Take off, my God. Take off, you hoser.
Look, you're at a critical moment, Curved, and the rest of you ballers. You have to come up with something very wrong.
You are at a critical moment.
You're at a critical moment.
What are you going to do? Are you going to? Because look, if I'm not around, and whether a few flat earthers do come on the scene, I mean, look, none of you will face Dal, right? He's offering. He's one of the last people to be offering ball earthers.
Hey, I was the first person. I was the first person to go on.
Yeah, but just my point is, look, I'm not on about the ins and outs, but my point is that you're at a critical point. What are you going to do when flat earthers, you see Antonio just taking off? He's doing his own thing.
Verge of 28 days.
Don't you understand what's happening around you? And here you are bickering instead of banging on the door of NASA saying, we need more proof, we need more evidence. We need to show these guys what time it is.
Oh, no.
We don't need NASA.
Well, whoever it is, the science community, JAXA, NASA.
We can do it ourselves. We don't need them.
Doesn't mean we should just disregard everything they do either.
No, of course not. But we don't need to rely upon them to know these things for ourselves. That's why his old distrusting doesn't
I understand
work.
the bigger picture. It's not just about, just fighting amongst people and attacking the opposition. It's a bigger picture than that. What's going on? If you really are not agents, and supposing there are ballers who really want to know the truth, they have to know. We can't just be in some type of circle jerk and everybody agreeing.
Okay, whatever.
Have to get
Jeremy, what were you saying you did?
We're in at a time, and I have come up against you guys. People are listening, and they're making their minds.
You've done nothing. Shut up already.
It's all about.
You've not done anything, Spurs.
What were you saying?
Well,
you were the first to
may
do,
say
Jeremy?
that you feel like
You've
that, but I
done
told
nothing, Spurs.
10 to 15.
Not provided any evidence. Not said anything of significance.
Give me a chance to talk.
Well, Spurs was really keen that he keeps talking about the growing numbers of flat earthers. And given, I think we agreed earlier, I think you said that you don't know if the earth is flat. Is that, you think it is, but you don't know it is. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it's flat.
But you could be wrong.
As far as I know, it's flat.
But my question is it more important, which is more important, that more people believe the earth is flat, regardless of whether it's true, or that more people believe what is true?
People believe what is true. Absolutely.
So
it's not flat. As we've been saying, every flat earther, show us curvature, show us a spinning ball. There's not an argument.
I don't see why then you're concerned with the growing numbers of the apparent growing numbers of flat earthers. Well,
I'm sure. Well, my point is showing
change anything.
Why I say that is what I'm showing it. If I was wrong, like going on about aliens or going on about, chemtrails, and people were not, not buying it, it's not something that resonates with them, then I'd be like, well, I'm just going on. There's nothing to it. But if every single day people are making another video, people are coming to an understanding, then I must be correct. I have to be correct.
Oh, it's just about numbers then, is it? Because there are more people, a lot more people who disagree with the idea of a flat earth than there are who agree with it. So
no, it's not more people disagree. People that don't know about it, haven't been opened up to the idea. That's all.
Do you think the shape of the earth changes with the majority opinion change?
Right. This is it. This seems to be the idea that all they need to do.
No. The majority will change the paradigm.
That will change physics.
Yeah, that's what it will do. That will break down the whole system. That's the whole point. The people change the system. So that's why more people need to know. It's not meant to be a doctor in a cult. It's meant to be people waking up to the conspiracies and lie. Everything. It's not just flat earth, is it? We just talk about flat earth, but it's everything, the whole lie. So people wake up and then they break this system and then we do real research or whatever this real research that I keep saying is, which is not what you guys are talking about.
What is real research? Tell us.
I've just said whatever that could be, because right now...
Yeah, what is real research? How do you do that?
Well, right now, like I just said, it's what we've been saying, this observable, repeatable, testable. Whether you like it or not, that's what it is. And that's all we know. Like I said, Is it flat? Is it round? As far as I know, until
Observable and testable. You remember this? Do you think this is observable and testable, what I did with the grid here?
Uh-oh.
Could you go out, get a fisheye lens, and take a picture of a grid? Is that observable and testable?
Sure.
Why don't you go do it?
What would it prove to be?
If you want a cheap fisheye lens, buy one of those $3 accessories for your phone.
This is how you measure the distortion of a lens. Do you know why?
I'm not buying the whole fisheye lens thing. I don't know why they even invented it.
Come on, answer my question.
To get a larger field of view.
That's what I told him earlier, but it didn't sink in.
Who would want that?
No.
It's almost as if, capturing more information in a single frame is useful for something.
I think it looks awful. It doesn't look very good. It doesn't complement the video at all.
That's why they don't make fucking 2-hour-long Hollywood blockbuster movies with them. They still have their usage.
It's really not that relevant either.
No.
So,
good point.
Do you know why you would take a picture of a grid like this?
No, enlighten us.
To measure the distortion. Okay? Do you know why you would measure the distortion of a lens? No? So but if you wanted to, you could also remove that distortion, right? Because if I know the shape of the grid, the correct shape of this grid, all I have to do is distort the image, show that the grid is square again, like it used to be, right? I just have to distort the image, do a lens distortion to cancel out all of this distortion, right?
Or if you know which lens it was and what camera it was, you can use a preset that fixes all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I put a practical spin on this? Is this what you're referring to? Is like what is used to make what they call a GoPro corrected image?
Yes.
Yes.
You can actually, the way they do this, they can create lens profiles. And the way they do this is they take a grid, just like I've done, and then photograph it, and then use the distances of each grid point as a distance from the center, right? And then you can measure basically how much distortion the lens causes from before. So if I go before, let's see. So here's the baseline. So if I start with this, and then take a picture with the fisheye lens, I'm getting an accurate representation of what that lens does. Right? See how? So it's that's measuring the distortion. Can you agree with that?
I could even agree.
Can you agree with that? Can you agree with that? Or are we measuring the distortion of the lens by taking a picture of the grid?
I'm thinking about what you're saying here, and this again goes back to the point we don't know where the true horizon is.
That's irrelevant. We're hold on. We're measuring. Hold on. Quit jumping ahead. We're measuring a grid. We're measuring a grid. Can you acknowledge that we can measure the distortion of a lens by taking a picture of a grid? Can you acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
Good. So by using this distortion, we know exactly what to do to reverse it back to what it should be, right? To make it all rectilinear and square again.
Yeah, get to the point, Carl. Come on, it's late here.
That's what I've done right here. See this grid? I've overlaid it with your video.
Right.
This is the part of the video
where this
horizon.
Where this red line is, this is the horizon line.
Tell me about this blue line. What is that blue line? Pretty straight, right? It's like a new straight line, right?
No. This is what we see when we see ships going over the horizon. We don't know where the actual horizon line is.
No. That's irrelevant.
You're talking
Tell me
about
this blue line. Tell me about this blue line. Is it flat?
No, this blue line is not the horizon.
That's not what she's asking.
What's she asking?
It's this blue line straight. This one right here. You may not see it very well, so I've outlined it. This line right here.
Go on.
Is it straight? So the horizon's straight, right? It's perfectly flat. What about this grid in the background? See that? Okay, I'll stay on that topic for a second. The horizon, right? I know you don't think that's the horizon, but just admit that's the
Go
horizon.
on, this line is what?
Just to make it visible, let's jump over
Goodness
here real
sake.
quick.
This line is what? Are you saying this line is what?
She's
Flat,
asking you
straight.
if that line is flat. Do you agree or not, or do you disagree?
So right here.
Going straight across looks flat, yeah? No?
Yes, it's a straight
Yes,
line.
I agree. I agree with you. Yes.
So the horizon looks flat. It's not at the center of the frame, though.
Go on.
So with this distortion, if I go into filter and do a little lens correction, now we've got a nice straight grid. It's pretty straight now, right? You can take the grid at any point.
And this is a lens correction profile because we know which camera has been used.
Yes, I actually went in, believe it or not, if you go into lens correction,
Yeah, you get a shitload of.
there's some
I
camera
believe
make
they
and model,
all
GoPros
do
in here.
GoPros in here.
GoPro Hero 4, there's Hero 5s in here. Actually, I don't think the 5s is. But I checked. So when I take it out, look at the curve now.
Wow. It's almost like knowing what you're doing works.
So we measure the grid to establish the distortion of the lens, and then we cancel out that grid. We basically bend it back straight again.
So
And in the image, so I'm showing you that that's how it works. That's how we know lens distortion works and how we use it.
How do you
we
know
use it to make measurements?
How do you know we're looking? How do you know we're looking curved or arc left to right? They're not looking flat straight out.
Oh, there's a great example in the footage you sent me that you neglected to give me the whole thing at first. There's a great little part where the balloon or the camera flips over right here.
Mm.
I love this because right here, as it crosses the center of frame, if I pick that line, just rotate it. You can see now it's curving that way. At the same point in the image. So if you say it's lens distortion, you got shit wrong. I'm sorry. Because then you let it flip over. Right there at center again. You can rotate. It's still bending toward the earth. This is observable evidence. You say that we don't have observable evidence. Well, you're wrong, because we do. All evidence we show
the middle of this
demonstrates to us that the earth is a globe.
That point there.
The center of frame is what's important in this.
Bob enough. That would be the horizon line, yes?
This line right here. The curved one below the line.
Perspective, right?
So red line is a straight line.
Carol, wouldn't this also be the video he gave you earlier today?
Right?
Yeah, he gave me this video where it shows it for several minutes.
Yeah, so it's not cherry picked by you; it's actually picked by him.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, he picked this footage.
Yeah, and what's the problem with that? I've said to you, this is not the true horizon line.
Where is it then?
It
Tell
was
me,
the
where
true
does the
horizon
sky
when you
meet
were
the
claiming
ground?
it was flat.
Where does the sky meet the ground?
It looks like it there, but that's not the true horizon, is it? Obviously.
What, you mean right here?
No,
it
it obviously is the horizon.
Where's the true horizon, Spurs?
By every definition of the word, that is the true horizon.
No, it's where it appears. So this is just a still. So this would appear the same to everybody.
Why did you try to use it as evidence if you don't believe it's the true horizon?
Yeah, again, this is your video.
This is your evidence. You're saying that the horizon's flat, ignoring the center of frame for the moment. How do you even know? Like, so now that's not even the horizon?
Yeah, we're saying from left to right, there's no
Where's the
curvature.
horizon?
Exactly. You tell us, where's the horizon?
Right there.
That's your claim. That was the point of my claim about observer A, B, and C. You claim that's the horizon, but now we need observer C to make sure what you're saying is true. End of subject.
How can you claim it supported your position, Spurs?
Because you're saying it curves. I'm saying it goes straight on ahead.
What curves? What goes straight on ahead?
I'm saying
What?
to the left, to the right, it goes straight on, and straight ahead, it goes straight on. And you're saying it curves down to the
What
left.
goes straight on? You're saying what goes straight on? You made a claim, and you're going to live up with it.
The land goes straight ahead. So where that black is.
So you think by weaseling out of the term horizon and changing it to land, you're going to score some points here?
Because you can't see beyond that far.
Well, hey, what shape is the Earth now, Spurs?
Uh-oh.
Well, it's certainly not the right.
Is it flat? Is it? Do you see a curved horizon like a ball?
Concave.
Well, you know.
So what have we just learned about this footage?
That I'm going to a FEMA camp. Unless he curses me.
Play the video and let's make a judgment after that.
What have we learned about this footage? Do you know?
But you need to play the video.
No, this frame is all you need. What have we learned? What have we learned from this footage? From this frame?
By looking at this frame.
Yeah.
Oh, right, you've learned.
Sure, we'll skip out a few frames. Okay, now what have we learned about this footage? What have we learned about this footage? Here we go. What about there? What about there? What are we learning right now?
We're learning that neither of us know, because 1 minute they show a ball, 1 minute it's convex, 1 minute it's concave. So what are we going to do about it?
What point?
Actually, what we're learning is that one person has a detailed understanding of how lenses work, and one does not.
Spurs, if you had any intelligence, you would have said, we're learning that this camera and this footage is using, is using a fisheye lens. That's what we've learned here. This footage has a fisheye lens. Can we accept that?
Well,
Do you agree?
remember.
Do you agree?
Remember.
Is this a fisheye lens?
Yeah, that's possibly the case, but remember.
Possibly the case, or is the case?
I just said it, yeah. You were ranting and raving. Grab me a video.
Not possibly is the case. Is it the case, or is it not? Is this a fisheye lens?
Yeah, it looks that way.
It looks that way.
Is it a fisheye lens or is it not?
You can't get pinned down on something because then he's in the position, to be wrong.
Well, no, because like I just said, Kyle was ranting and raving.
Based on all of the distortion, is this a fisheye lens? Based on all the distortion we're seeing.
That fisheye lens, I'm gladly oblige. I'm not
based
playing
on
any
all
games.
this distortion. Based on all the distortion, is this a fisheye lens?
Discredited. You got this video. It's your video. It's not my video. It's
a
video that was.
You're the one that picked it.
This was your evidence.
Yeah, you're the one that picked it, so you should know if she had done something.
Yeah, I did pick it. We can analyze it, we can test it, we can observe it.
You told me to pick footage that showed a flat horizon.
This wouldn't be satisfactory anyway, because we'd need to repeat it. So it doesn't matter if we do it again.
Hey Spurs, link me the next bit of footage. Link me 10. I dare you.
Right. So again, there you go. Rushing me.
No.
Right?
No, take your time. Take your time. Pick the best footage you can.
Well, we're gonna have to make a date.
Take your time. Take the next freaking month. I don't care.
So
the thing is, as long as it's possible to trace back what kind of camera was used, this can be applied on all of them.
Well,
and even then, even if we don't know what lens it is, you can find a reference point that goes across the frame. Ideally, when the balloon is at just before takeoff, if you have something straight to align it with, you can manually adjust for it.
We're going to be coming
and apply it to the entirety of the footage.
We're going to do the test for. Means you guys are too late.
Well,
because some of us know how to work these kind of programs and correct for lens
Guys,
distortion.
no idea. You're not changing minds. I've told you. Flat earthers are growing. Your work is,
I don't really care about changing minds. I care about keeping minds from being corrupted by your stupid ass.
As a teacher, you need to be able to teach people.
And you're not a teacher. You fail on every regard.
Actually, see, that's kind of okay. So one of the philosophies of my old math teacher, which I was actually, and believe it or not, this worked extremely well, was that I can't teach you anything. It's up to you to learn it. I can show you the information, but you're the one that has to absorb it.
Well, no, it's about accepting it or being indoctrinated and don't ask any questions. That's how they like it, and that's how you guys like it. That's why Quarter.
No, again, you're wrong. He specifically encouraged people to ask questions. He just wanted people to refrain from asking questions while he was explaining something.
Thank you. Good idea. Go on.
Yeah, you should maybe, take notes.
Last time someone took notes, Spurs ran away.
Yes. I think we're coming to a close now. Yes.
Well, Spurs, let me give you this suggestion. Since you're so anti-fisheye lens and you don't want to make this mistake again, why don't you go ahead and submit some Dwayne Kellum balloon footage where he swapped out the fisheye lens from his GoPro and put on a non-fisheye lens.
The kind of videos that Jeranism has mirrored, claiming that it shows a flat Earth when it clearly shows a curve.
Yeah, try that one.
Yeah, but I think usually that whatever curvature you guys, show.
$1,000 bet. How's that? I'll bet you $1,000.
It's always different. It doesn't comport with the numbers. It doesn't add up.
Make you $1,000 bet.
No, stop. You have no clue about the numbers, Mr. 3,000 mile line.
Well, that was a method that we went over. And,
that was not a method. That was you being a fuckwit.
We managed to get an honest answer out of a baller by using such a method.
And
been asking
something you're incapable of.
And he wasn't able to answer. You use that style, but I'm dying to give the right answer. So it worked. So right now, whatever curvature you show us doesn't comport with any reality.
You don't know that.
That you have because
it does.
Go get a GoPro, get a classroom globe, and prove us wrong.
It's constantly changing. Our Earth is constantly changing size. Right? Every picture.
No, it's not.
What it needs to be, every curvature, every piece of curvature that we see.
The number we have for the measurement of Earth has changed. Their size has not changed.
That you claim is curvature.
Our measurements have gotten more accurate. That's it.
They need to
so when measurements changes, right, there would be something fishy if, let's say, one day people said that the diameter was 1,000 miles, the other day they said 15,000, then they said 30,000, then they said 4,000. That would be kind of fishy because that would essentially mean we have no fucking idea. But when people are giving numbers such as, and I'm not actually saying the real number, I'm just saying if people started out saying it was 9,800, then they refined it, said, no, it's 9,870. No, that's actually wrong too. It's 9,871.3. That's called refining the number with more accurate data. Changing numbers doesn't mean people have no fucking idea. It depends how those numbers are changed.
Like flat earthers change numbers with the height of the sun.
Yeah, because nobody.
How high is the sun, Spurs?
Yeah, do you know what? I think I've burst the bubble of science completely with that statement that nobody's going to find out a model. How is it possible?
I do think that.
So this is Spurs emo class. You can't know anything. You can't measure anything. It's impossible. Just give up now. The Earth is flat.
Don't give up. Keep
That's
observing.
The Spurs emo way.
No.
That's what Spurs wants you to know. That's what Spurs wants you to hear, right?
Observe.
Where am I wrong? Where am I wrong? This is your exact statement.
Again, if you want to rant on, that's up to you. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Where am I wrong?
Right?
Where am I wrong?
You're not going because you're supposed to observe the world around you.
That's what we do.
You're supposed to find out these.
Yep, that's what we do. And when we measure it, it's a globe.
Don't for 1 second, Cara, that you're a god You might be a goddess, but you're not like a god. You know who?
So we can't measure balls.
No,
We
you
can't
can't
measure
decide
planes.
these
We
things.
can't measure triangles. We can't measure anything. Come on.
If you have the right tools, yes, you can. But you don't have the right tools. You don't
We have all the right tools, Spurs.
don't have the means. You
What's
don't
We
wrong
have
with
have
the
all
tools?
of the right
What's wrong with the
tools,
tools,
Spurs.
Spurs?
What
You're still in the
tools don't we have? What tools do
Stone
we
Age.
need more? What more do we
You're still in
need?
the Stone Age compared to what we need to find out what you want to know.
You have no idea what we
You're
need.
so
You don't know how to
bullshit.
even do it. How would you know?
You don't even think we should measure anything, Spurs.
Of course, you should measure it. You should verify
Yeah?
it. And
How about
measure
measuring distortion of a lens?
You didn't even know you could do it.
Did you know you can measure the
Yeah.
distortion of a lens?
I don't know anybody, about.
Did you know you can measure the distortion of a lens?
You could make a model.
Did you?
You would be
We have a model.
what? No, you have a model for a board, not where you live.
Prove it. Prove that we don't have one. See, that's the thing. You have nothing to show that our model is wrong. Not one.
Because if you had a board,
Our model's correct. You don't have a model. And you have
Right.
nothing to show for it.
Yeah, our model
Simulate-
explains everything in everyday life. Everything from you dropping a cup of coffee to how the planets work.
no, it
We
doesn't.
have a
It doesn't
working model.
explain.
You don't.
It just tells us what science has discovered so far. That's what
No,
it's
that's
done.
what we observe. That's what we observe. When
Yeah,
we
so
measure
I'm
the
saying
Earth,
you
it is
have
a globe.
model because
First,
you
when we
don't-
measure the Earth ourselves, the Earth is a globe. It doesn't
Look,
matter what scientists tell us.
Tesla arguing over ether and Einstein arguing over relativity. None of you guys know what's what. The greatest minds are arguing. So you think me and you having this discussion, we're going to get...
They're not arguing about the shape of the Earth, Spurs.
And Newton
No,
was
they're
a
arguing about
calculus. So what?
Shape of the Earth is not an
smart people have stupid ideas.
Yeah, of course it's about shaping it, because relativity suggests that the ball is in this kind of, layer of something.
Yet it's still a ball. It's still a globe, Spurs. Doesn't matter. It's what
It's
we
wishful
observe.
thinking. Pal. Wishful thinking.
No, it's what we observe.
You can
You know what? It's for the sake. It's only for the sake of what you've learned, the sake of your science. That's all why you need it to be a board of what you've learned.
It's
No.
what
Now
we
you have-
observe.
Well, you keep
I
on
don't-
saying that, Kara. You keep on saying we've observed it.
Look
but
at the
yet-
screen. This is what we observe. There's a curve.
Yeah, there is a curve there. Yeah, I see that.
Why?
Right across the center of the frame. Upside down, right side up, doesn't matter.
Everybody sees that curve.
Yep. Across the center of the
Except
frame where
you,
we
apparently.
measure the lens distortion to not do this.
According to that curve, we're not supposed to see the Chicago skyline, but we do. That curve can't be true.
Actually, according to the curve, we see exactly how much skyline we expect to see.
Yeah.
According to those, according to
Especially
that
when you know the refraction
You're
index.
wrong,
of any given
Spurs. You
day.
don't know how to use it.
according to that curve that we see,
You're
not
wrong.
supposed to. You're not supposed.
You don't know
robot
how to
is not
use
supposed to
it.
do
You're
an experiment.
wrong.
Straw
Don't know
man.
how to.
No, I'm not. I'm saying according to the curve that you're showing me now, the experiments that we have done, you're not supposed to see the islands that that guy did. He did it. He saw the islands 33 miles away. According to this curve that you're showing me now. So if we
Atmospheric
agree,
refraction,
if I agree, okay,
atmospheric
this is
refraction,
curve
and
that
geometry.
we're
If
on a
you,
board,
if
I
you,
agree,
hey,
but now
Spurs,
we're going to test what
you know
you've
the
said.
local
According to
refractive
the math of this
index,
board, we're not
given
supposed
the
to see.
atmospheric conditions of that day and the distance, it shows exactly how much you're supposed to see.
Well, no.
Have you ever gone back the next day, Spurs? Have you ever gone back several hours later?
Or 5 consecutive days at random hours at different weather conditions and temperatures?
You go on the clearest day. You don't just go when it's any day, when it's foggy, misty. You got to go on the best day.
No,
So,
not foggy.
He lives in this little box. It's hilarious to me. He just lives in
Well, I
this
think
little
you
box.
understand me clearly.
Where
I
nothing can be observed. We can't know anything.
I think you're slowly. I don't think you've ever had this kind of understanding before. I don't know who you've been
What?
managing with, and you're
He's
starting
so
to realize.
fucking-
You're starting to realize how things work in order to be successful.
How do things work, Spurs? How
Right?
do
You can
things
either
work?
listen. There are two ways. You can either fool people, trick
How does
people.
equinox work, Spurs?
You can trick people to the top.
How does refraction work?
You can be
How does
honest.
distortion
How does
work?
refraction work?
How does
Look,
CGI work?
This is all science jargon, right? This is all
So true.
jargon.
What's the difference
That's what it is.
between up and down?
Up is up,
CGI, what
down
is
is down. What must go up, what goes up must come down.
Spurs, what are you on, man? Can you like hit me up with a PM? Let me know what you're on.
I've never done drugs
where
before.
I can get
I'd
some.
like to try it.
Banana Kush.
Seriously.
Banana Kush. I don't think you can. This is This
Oh,
is
it's special.
Banana Kush.
He gets the special weed because he's a special flat earther.
That's
Oh,
it's one of those strains that
no.
they make you see things a little bit clearer. How is it possible that I understand things deeper and
Why do we see a curve here, Spurs?
more coherently than you do? Like I just said,
Why
I
do we-
agree.
why do we see this
I
curve?
agree with you, Kara. This is curvature. Now let's test this.
Why do we see it, Spurs? Why do we see this curve?
Deeper than you, he said.
If Earth is flat, why do we see this curve?
No. If this is the curvature, I'm going to test your claim. That's all. Now leave me to it.
I do it.
Right. So now we're going to find. Yeah. If there are videos or people that find information.
Make sure it crosses the center frame. Make sure it does that.
No. I'm not talking about center of frame. I'm talking about objects that we're not
that's
supposed to.
important. I don't care what footage you give me, even if it's a rectilinear lens. I want it to cross center of frame. Do you know why?
Changing.
Because you want to eliminate lens distortion because someone knows how lenses work.
PMAS, tell her.
I'm going to see if I can find the mirror Jason has.
This is what it's all about. It's all about people thinking about where they really are and how they see the world. It's not all about your evidence and proof.
Absolutely.
It's about your logic and understanding how you see things. If you can't touch it, if you can't use your senses, then you ask
Using my
questions.
senses right now. That's a curve, buddy.
Okay, so you should test this now then.
It sounds like me. Like
see a magic trick. In order for you to know that magic trick is real, you would have to test it for yourself. So you don't know if what your eyes are seeing is real.
Spurs, do you not hear me? I've tested it.
No, you have. And you came up,
yes, I have.
Yeah, you have tested it. I agree. And you came up with the wrong. You failed. You get a D.
I failed. I failed. How did I fail?
Class.
Wow.
Yes, you failed.
That is like the textbook definition of begging the question.
How did I fail? Because I came to the wrong conclusion? Or are you just going to say that answer?
Well, look. No, you failed, absolutely, because it's not what we see in reality.
What did I do wrong?
You did the experiment, but you didn't get the result I wanted, therefore you failed. Holy shit.
What did I do wrong with this experiment by measuring lens distortion? What did I do wrong?
I'd have to go over what you did, how you did it, and explain to you step by step.
Go over it, please. You know what I did. You know exactly what I did.
You have to know what she did wrong for you to say she failed.
Yeah, what did I do wrong?
I've just tried to tell her. When she sees a magic trick with her eyes,
no, you
in order for her to believe.
No.
That's not an answer. What did I do wrong?
It appears journalism has actually removed that rectilinear lens balloon from his channel.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I can still find the original though.
Oh, sure.
So what did I do wrong, Spurs?
I've explained to you, Kara.
No, you
Go
haven't.
ahead.
Look, you can retake the test.
What test?
The test to find out if you can figure out what's going on in reality. That's what you need.
Okay, what's question number 1?
You need serious preparation. I know somebody who can help you. There's people like Poncho, he can guide you. People like
Gosh, you just won't answer a question.
They can help you with.
What is 1 plus 1?
Right, we've got people like.
What is your favorite color?
Yeah, he can help you. Right, we've got people
How
like
tall
Vinny.
are you?
Vinny's an engineer. He can help you understand reality. Right, we've got Hugh.
You have 1 eye or 2?
He writes a lot. He's got a lot of information. So do your homework.
Do you have 1 eyeball or 2 eyeballs?
Here, Karen.
You failed.
I think you've seen this one before, but there it is anyway.
It's a lot of math.
Well, one of his videos.
Oh my gosh, that's so long.
Yeah, well, it takes a while to ascend and descend, so it's raw, like it's from ground up all the way until it lands again. So
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Center.
She just won't answer me though. It's like, what did I do wrong with my little experiment? Take the picture of the grid, use that grid to make the establish the claim that lines crossing the center remain straight. You could try this any way you like.
it's actually doing more than your due diligence, because using the grid to actually confirm that the profile corresponds with the lens is going above.
I've actually determined it's a little bit off.
Yeah, you've showed us curvature. Well done. But you failed because it doesn't comport with reality.
Circular logic, dumbass. You ever heard of that?
This footage that shows curvature doesn't actually show curvature because it didn't film the reality?
No, that shows curvature, yes. But you know you can manipulate videos.
Oh.
But it's not reality, therefore it's not a curve. It's not really a curve. It's all a lie.
It's also a video you picked.
Because I know the Earth is flat.
You're saying that this is curvature, that there are no buildings or islands that can be seen.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
This is what I said, and she failed.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
We've seen buildings that you're
How
not
do you know the Earth is flat?
according to the curvature that she showed.
How do you know the Earth is flat, Spurs?
Now, other people have shown different.
Hey, Spurs, how do you know the Earth is flat?
And they have also
because he's now challenging the authenticity of his own evidence.
It's not my
Which
video.
is actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing to
applying pressure,
question evidence.
And I had to put
but it was perfectly fine before until he found out that it went up his ass the wrong way, and now he doesn't like it.
Time and date so he can be prepared, but she wants it now.
So now he's inventing new excuses for why it's no good.
I obliged with the demands and just pulled up a video. Simple as that.
Yeah?
Why are you making?
Also, Kara, since that's a land swap, you should probably see that even when it's below center of the frame, it's still curved.
You're focusing on
the right way.
Earther. Show curvature, and also show a spinning ball, and then the numbers will reduce. You will see the numbers of flat earthers reduce day by day. They'll be like, they've just shown.
Bullshit, actually.
They've shown a spinning ball. You'll see tomorrow.
Bullshit.
4 million, 3 million, and people just start deleting their videos. Like, this is a joke.
There aren't that many.
Okay. What will you accept? What evidence do you?
No. I'm off now. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying. It's my last final words. I'm saying, if you, instead of talking about me and how I don't understand and how I don't get, try to show the people this curvature. Try to teach them that there's curvature.
She's shown you curvature all night, and you still won't accept it. So what's
it's not about if you manage to show curvature or spinning ball,
what's your level of evidence? She's asking you what your level of evidence is, because if it's actually something that will count for you when you've been given like evidence in your face and still refuse it, if it's evidence enough for you, it's probably evidence enough for most people. So she's asking, what would be sufficient evidence for you?
She's got a lot of work to do. Spoke about this all day. Come on now.
That's not actually an answer.
I know.
You spoke about it evasively, like you're doing now.
Come on now. Do you know what time it is here?
Yes, I do actually. It's 5:15.
My gosh, come on. These are all fresh and ready. I'm unprepared here.
It's 6:15 here, so I don't really have any sympathy.
Oddly enough, you're always unprepared, Spurs.
Whatever. Right. PMAS, I don't know if you're a flat earther for real or if you're pranking or whatever. It's great talking to all you. I hope you see the light soon and kind of like wake up. You're running out of time. You've been left behind. Word of warning, all of your science will be obsolete soon. No one's going to trust you, right? No one's going to listen. No one's going to take you seriously. And guys like myself and other people, they'll be taking you know, I don't know how you're gonna. I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how you're going to see it, but that's what's happening. Let's fix up, come up with outstanding proof, and then we'll all be happy. Jeremy, I'm out.
I'm looking forward to the end of science. Science is hard. I want to just be able to make up my own physics like you guys do.
Well spoken, Spurs.
I missed some of that. I missed a good chunk of that because reasons. So did he at any point say what would prove it to him? Because I asked him this question once about a year ago.
Oh no.
Nope. I've asked him this as well before about a year ago, and he's never actually answered.
Well, he did answer me a year ago, and he said 24/7 video of the Earth spinning from space would do it for him. And it was at that point I said, well, you know, we have pictures from space of the Earth spinning now. We get one every 10 minutes from the Himawari. We get one every half hour from the Epic Discovery.
You also
so
get live feed from the ISS.
Well, yeah, that. But I mean, he wanted to see the whole planet, right? So we've got two satellites that do that. So, and now we have the GOES, but at the time it was just the two. So I said, well, we get the pictures now every 10 minutes or every half hour. Clearly, that's not good enough. How quick do they have to be? Like how many minutes apart or how many seconds apart or whatever do they have to be before it becomes evidence to you, proof to you? And he said, well, I want video. I want video. I want video.
You know,
and I said, you know, video is just a series of still images. None of them are moving. You see them all in a row, and that's a video. And I could not make him understand that.
Wait,
Literally couldn't.
Now that you're saying that, though, I think it might have been him or Pete that once said that they wanted a 4K camera, 60 FPS on the moon filming the Earth.
60 FPS. Okay. Well, he didn't know what frames per second were, and after a while he got really annoyed and said, stop using these technical terms.
Well, he doesn't know what CGI is.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't even know what the letters are used for. So
I'm hungry.
Well, I was wondering if today he changed his tune in any way, like this is what it would prove it. But if he's going to sit there and say nothing would, then that's fine. No reason to have the conversation.
To be fair, we live in a scientific dictatorship, so I understand why people think it's flat.
Good Lord. He doesn't understand enough science to refute it. He doesn't even know the terms he's talking about. So you can spout on about scientism or scientific philosophy or whatever you like. He is not part of that equation.
I liked when he said that, how come I can understand these subjects much deeper than you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How indeed.
Yeah.
Banana Kush.
Yeah, that must be it.
That's what he said.
You guys think flat Earth scientists are a joke?
Really? He said THC is what gives him insight into the shape of the Earth?
Well, specifically, it was Banana Kush. I asked him what he was on because I wanted some. Where to get it? And he said Banana Kush, and he went on to talk about how, you know, that's why he understands these things much more deeply.
Oh.
If smoking makes you like that, I need to try it.
Here I thought it was DMT that did it because, you know, Hank Hill and everything. But okay.
I'd like to know more about these flat Earth scientists, P. Morris. Can you enlighten us?
They hide among us, Curved, and you can't tell who they are because they don't wear the white coats.
Are they the same as young Earth creationist scientists?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think very much the same. Did anybody see my sidebar earlier? Because it struck me that what Spurs was trying to do, and quite badly, was use creationist language to try to attack the foundations of knowledge, but he has no idea the terms he's using. But I was getting the same flavor of presuppositionalist argument. Sort of filtered through is stupid.
Banana man of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a presup argument with him.
Yeah, it was presup language, but he's clearly just like learned a little bit of it and doesn't know how it works.
Well, earlier, was he trying to pull a Stunja with that independent observation thing?
I think he must have been.
I think he was trying to do the independent variable thing.
Yeah. I think he was trying to do a couple of things that he thinks might work because he's seen people get tangled up in them before.
He's practicing his craft.
Okay. Craft indeed.
I'm just waiting for the line that it's flat because of the impossibility of the contrary.
Because it's impossible for it to be round, therefore it must be flat.
Yeah.
Neat. Yeah.
It's also the same. So there's this whole thing in flat earthers as well. It's kind of the same thing as IDs or young earth creationists, right? It's try and falsify Model A, and if you manage to falsify Model A, then Model B by default becomes correct.
So there are only two possibilities.
False.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because there's essentially a limitless number of ways it could be if our fundamental understanding of everything is wrong.
Right. However, even to get to that wonderful point where you're starting to say, well, what is it if not this? You have to be able to establish it not to this.
Yeah. Which, they can't do that anyway.
There has to be something the model doesn't describe properly in order to change the model such that it does. Whatever that takes, right?
Yeah.
And you have to change some pretty fundamental things to make observations not match the model, the standard model. So
our understanding of everything is almost like there's very few things, relatively speaking, we don't understand right now.
Yeah.
At least that we know are actual problems. I mean, who knows? There might be more things we discover. Like, let's say we discover what dark matter is, right?
Sure.
What it actually is. Now that might open up a whole new venue, and all of a sudden we have 10,000 more problems.
Yeah, we might have new questions.
Yeah, but until that is actually answered, it remains as one singular problem.
Yeah. And there's the whole epistemological thing, right? You have known knowns, you have known unknowns, you have unknown knowns, and you have unknown unknowns.
Yeah.
So we don't know what we don't know. That's always true.
I know that you know that I know that you know that I think you know that I know.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about part of that. The rest of it I'll grant you is valid. Anyway, you guys got staying power. I don't. My God, talking to that bugger until, what is it for you, Houseway? 5:20 in the morning? God.
6:20.
Good Lord. Even worse.
I mean, I got nothing planned except for having a wank and sleeping, so.
Well, when it became clear he was just singing his same old tune yet again, I went off and watched the new Doctor.
What did he? Doctor what? Doctor Strange?
Doctor Who.
Oh, Doctor Who. Okay.
Yeah, they have the new episode of this season.
I've never gotten into Doctor Who. I should though.
Some of it's fun. This new season, the first episode wasn't bad. I expected it to be bad. It wasn't. So.
I still have the latest episode of The Expanse to watch. I need to watch that.
My friends keep telling me to watch The Expanse because it got so much better in season 2, but I've only ever seen one episode, so I've got them all to see. Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty brilliant.
I've heard that. Yeah. Looking forward to it actually.
I'd go as far as as far as sci-fi goes, it's one of the better shows made in a long time.
Yeah, that's what I'm being told. By people other than you, Hal, so it's just coincidental that you happen to agree with them, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
if it was just you, I'd avoid it like the fucking plague, you know.
Oh, I know. And I wouldn't blame you either.
I'd be sure you could fap to it though. That'd be a certainty.
I've also, believe it or not, I've actually also been enjoying it's probably not everyone's taste, but I've also been enjoying Designated Survivor.
I steered around it because of Kiefer Sutherland, but yeah, maybe I'll take a look.
It's at least to me, it's actually really, really nice.
Might be worth
it. It's it's better than 24, put it that way.
Well, that's a pretty low bar. Like when I looked at it, I thought, gee, this has got to be a pencil rubbing of a Tom Clancy novel, right? So I didn't know if it was worth it, and so I never tried.
But it's also like it's surprisingly, like how to explain this? The show revolves surprisingly much around everything but him, because there's this whole thing happening around him.
Mm-hmm.
He's more or less just a piece of the puzzle. He's not actually like
The hub of the wheel, maybe. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll check it out on your say so.
I love how in Star Trek: The Next Generation they use the transporter to solve all their problems.
Or cause all their problems. It caused at least half of them. And the holodeck caused the other half. They should have just unplugged both of those things. Use the shuttlecraft instead.
It's. I mean, let's be real though. It's the most effective execution machine ever built.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like people will just willingly use it.
Yep, you just step in and hope they step out the other side.
I would be afraid my soul would get lost in transmission.
Well, you're a soulless bastard to start with, P. Mars. So, nothing to lose. Just dead silence from that. That's great. Can't argue that. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's
right
true.
on the nose.
Were you serious about this term flat earth scientist, P. Mars?
Yeah, you guys think flat earth scientists are a joke.
Well, we don't know what they are.
Check out the Rob Schema video.
Yeah,
you can be an accomplished biologist and still think the Earth is flat. That doesn't really change the fact that you can be an accomplished biologist.
Yeah.
You're still pretty stupid, but
Flat earth scientists, shout out to Shroomy.
The Skiba, if you're talking about his lensing, that was ridiculous and demonstrably ridiculous. Sparkane took care of that and won. Just boom.
At best, Skiba's a fiction author, at best.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's relying on the gullibility of the people who watch his stuff to go, oh, and toddle on after him, regardless of its merit. And it hasn't any merit.
If that's true, then why do people keep talking about it and referring me to telling me to watch it?
People are
You mean for something to have, for people to talk about it, it must therefore have merit? That's Burskimo saying, I must have a valid argument because you're arguing with me. That's ridiculous. People talk about all kinds of the stupidest shit you can imagine, as you well know. You're a leading proponent of talking about stupid shit. It doesn't make it valid just because it's being talked about.
Hey, P. Mars, can you point me to the spot in Rob Skiba's video? I've forgotten where it is, where from across the lake, he sees the buildings, the tops of them from way across the lake, and then he pulls out the mighty P900 and zooms in and brings back the entirety of the Chicago, city skyline there, all the way down to the ground, to the shore. Where is that footage again? Because you can do that, right?
Well, the magnifying effect causes this false obstruction that our society lies to us telling it's occurring.
I hope you're going to wipe after that.
Nice try.
Oh, the Cordes here. I found a GIF that actually perfectly illustrates what entering these rooms feels like.
It's Jeff, you Norwegian motherfucker.
Go fuck yourself, nerd.
And the horse you rode in on, if you even have horses in Norway.
We don't have horses. We have giant four-legged beasts.
Right. Well, then fuck that.
And housewives trying like hell to sleep with some of them. AKA.
I wish I could fuck the beast I rode in on. She won't let me.
Actually, Norwegian women are generally hot, aren't they?
Actually, that is true. Yeah, I don't know how Housewives really missing out.
I'm not complaining. So,
what GIF are you showing me? Because I'm on a device, I'm not seeing it. So.
Oh, that's.
Let me look at the YouTube feed. I can do that on another computer. Hang on. I don't see it there either.
Oh my god!
It's in live here. I can post it in the green one if you want.
Oh no!
Yeah, do that.
There we go. It perfectly illustrates entering the room, what it feels like in the beginning of the room, during the room, and how it ends. It perfectly illustrates everything.
Oh shit!
I'm not deadpanning. I haven't seen it yet. It's just coming up now. Oh dear.
Oh, oh my god! Is that video your idea, Housewife?
I wish.
They don't make it to the second hurdle, do they?
Holy shit!
Oh my.
It hurts. It hurts just watching.
Who would volunteer for that?
Well, it's an Asian TV show. You volunteer
yes.
for everything.
Say no more. Yeah. Oh Lord.
Can you imagine how just like no?
Who
It does look uncomfortable.
Inject themselves to that?
I just like how they look after the first hurdle. Just like nope.
Yeah, it's like no. I think you guys must enjoy this because I have to leave. I honestly have to leave.
Yeah, I should too.
No, I mean I did. In the middle of this, I had to walk away. I was just like, this is too stupid. It just makes the same fucking bleeding noise all the time.
Oh yeah.
And Spurs too, not just that household guy.
I just love to laugh at him.
Did you learn anything this time out, Curved?
He's getting worse.
I think so too, actually.
Worse in every way imaginable. He's just getting worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't disagree.
Kind of hard to imagine someone getting worse than I don't know what to call it.
Well, he's always held the same idiot position about the shape of the earth, but he does seem to be less lucid. For a stretch here, he really sounded drugged to me, and I guess he was. Like you said, it was banana kush or whatever he smokes.
He really did. Especially
yeah,
when I first came in, I was wondering, what is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, he sounded like he was being played at the wrong speed. Just, it's like slowed right down like a Thorazine kind of thing. Oh, well, yeah, I think everybody should go to bed. My God, it can't be early for anybody in this panel right now.
Details, schmeetails.
I'm guessing Jeremy's sound asleep.
Yeah. You awake, Jeremy?
It's 6:33 for House, so it's midnight 33 for me. Curved.
5:30 for Jeremy.
P. Mars probably sleeps till 4 o'clock any given day. Again, no answer. I'll take that as confirmation.
He's got big steaks riding on a hand.
I'm eating pizza.
Of course you are.
Yeah, really? When are you not?
Always eating.
$8,000 a week on pizza.
Good pizza, though.
Oh, well. Yeah, time to get out of here. Let this one go. Thanks, Jeremy. Have a good night if you hear this.
Yep, thank you all for your time. Talk to you later.
Word out.
Later, nerd.
See you, nerd.
And nerdette.
Ciao.
Unless she left. Oh, she left.
Oh, yeah,
she had the good sense to leave.
Hey, Pillbox, would you like to have a discussion?
Oh, God, it's time to go for sure.
Those guys are wrong. The Earth is flat. We haven't taken a picture from above low Earth orbit since 1972. can verify this on NASA's own website. This guy, Mr. Blue Marble, is talking about how he CGIs all the pictures of Earth. And we've had a bunch of lunar eclipses where you can see the sun in the horizon. The sun can't be causing the lunar eclipse with the Earth's shadow. There's obviously an invisible disk causing these eclipses. There's no other ball explanation for it. Poncho was on a couch for 65 days, no evidence. These guys kind of ganged up on Spurs. It wasn't fair tonight. We've never observed a curve. No one showed any curve tonight. No evidence for curve. The sailors even treat water as flat over 600-mile area. Come on. Railguns. Gyroscope. Exactly, Tom. If Spurs had more flat earthers on his side, I tried to help. But they're talking about science. I'm not good at science. I just know the earth is flat. I thought Spurs did a really good job, all things considered. Well, damn it. There's no one to talk to. Shout out to DQ. Shout out to Uncle May. Shout out Multi Tom Tom. Shout out Christopher. Shout out Annabelle P. Shout out Pillbox. Shout out A4. And shout out Shroomy. Shout out Emotional Dissonance. I believe in demons. I think these flat earthers, they're really they're light workers, right? And they're under spiritual attack. Shit, I don't like monologuing, man. Well, Helio Skeptic. I mean, it's hard to say because when we're talking about metaphysical topics, like demons and spiritual. Obviously, we're not. It's all subjective because there's no like empirical information, right? But I grew up in a house where I experienced like my bed moving, and I seen shadow people. I get like night terrors, sleepwalking stuff. I never heard voices. I never really heard noises. It was like I felt just mainly it was weird. My bed would shake at night, and I would say an Our Father because I was raised Catholic. And every time I prayed the Our Father, it would go away. And then when I became sort of agnostic, or I didn't like the Catholic religion or believe in it anymore, then I thought maybe, but I still believed in demons because I've seen this shit growing up. I thought maybe maybe demons want us to believe in the Catholic religion and so they like fuck with you, and then when you pray to God, they stop because people report this a lot. So maybe demons are doing it intentionally to make people believe in religion, and they want people to worship God because the whole Catholic religion is about worshiping some fucking demon. Because I think of God like it's if that's all true, we're the children of God. It's kind of fucked up. Like, why would God want us to worship? Like, if some being wants you to worship it, it seems demonic to me. Like, would you want your children to fucking worship you? No, you just want to love them and, teach them lessons and watch them grow and learn, become independent, free will people. I mean, some people aren't. Some people are really controlling, I guess. But like, it seems like there's these two different types of people in our world. There's like this real like controlling mentality, fear-based people, and then there's these easygoing people that are chill and they're all about like freedom and they don't like control and responsibility and all this bullshit that we have to deal with because psychopaths rule the world. Helioskeptic. I don't. Here, I'll add you on Hangouts, Helio. Oh, we're already friends. Well, call me some other time, man. I'm not feeling it tonight. I'm kind of under the weather tonight. But we can talk for sure. I'll talk to anyone. I don't give a fuck. Not like some people. Some people who refuse to let people on their panels because they're intimidated or they're insecure. Some people are like that. I don't mind if someone comes on my panel and makes me look stupid. I'll learn. I don't care. I don't need to be fucking smart. Hmm. A4, I didn't actually. I banned you because like, what do I even really need to give justification for banning you? I mean, come on, man. Yeah, me and Shroomy were trying to do a show last night, but Isaac couldn't get on the panel, so we just had a echo chamber, not a show. Okay, I'm a hypocrite. I admit I'm a hypocrite. I've said that many times. I'm not trying to like fucking wake people up with the truth and save the world. I'm just fucking dude. This is just a platform for comedy for me, A4. So I don't understand why you even care. Like, I'm not even trying, and I probably put out better Flat Earth content than most of the Flat Earth content producers. But that's not really saying much. They've just been parroting the same fucking information that's 2 years old. And like their arguments have gotten to the point where I'm noticing that I think they've accepted defeat, and now they're saying that, well, we're not here to prove the flat Earth, we're here to question the globe. I think they're gonna go with that. That's what I see Hillbilly doing now. Name the best flat Earth content. Pillbox. I would say Flat Earth in 5 minutes by ODB. I think ODB makes the best Flat Earth videos because he doesn't like drone on the same point as much as most of them. And I also like short videos. Plane Pograph, Mommy's Inheritance. I don't really ban people in my channel A4. You're pretty much the only one who gets banned. A4, I've had really good flat Earth panels with Tim Osman, who is knowledgeable about these subjects. And like I had Tim Osman and Nathan Oakley on the same panel where Tim Osman got Nathan Oakley to admit his criteria for evidence was he needed to be shot up in a rocket to look at the Earth for himself. He wouldn't accept any observable evidence on the fucking planet that he lives on. So, heliocentric cultist, what's your point about books? Like, why do you think videos are, or why do you think books are better than videos? I don't understand. What about Cliff Notes? What if like a video is about a book and then it's like Cliff Notes? What about that? Like, I think it's a very bigoted and closed-minded viewpoint. You have heliocentric cultist, and I think that's probably why you get lost in La La Land all the time, and maybe you need to put those books down and experience life and base some decisions off that. Yeah, it is stupid. What do you think? How do you think they controlled thoughts before television? Heliocentric cultists. They used books, did they not? So how do you think you're going to use books to like get smart? Look at the Bible. That's a book. That was one of the greatest forms of mind control. So, I mean, I just don't get your point, heliocentric cultist. You just seem like an elitist, arrogant prick. I don't know why. Why do you want to be better than other people? It seems like you've missed the point of the truth movement entirely, and you're just like an elitist fuck. I think that's really sad, and it's like a pathetic. You act like you're fucking like awake and wise and all this shit. But you act like an elitist, arrogant prick. I don't get it. Good lord. Well, look where this like book thing has got you in life, heliocentric cultist. You're in fucking a flat earth live chat on YouTube right now. So obviously your book learning isn't doing you any good. You're in the same place as a bunch of people that never read books, and you hang out with people on the internet that never read books, and then you act like you're better than them. That's your life. The meaning of life is 42, helioskeptic. The earth is flat because no matter how high we go into the atmosphere, we see the horizon, it's always flat level. Planar geometry, right? Like sailors treat 600 miles as flat on the ocean. Pretty suspect. Where's all the curve? Where's the curvature? That is wrong, PMRs. My back hurts. Well, Jay's Dreamers is organizing a flat Earth expedition. He's saved up $127. Well, that was a week ago. Maybe he's got more. He's going to buy some supplies and make videos. Are there any flat Earth shows going on? I guess I could look. I figured you guys might know in the chat. Oh, my back. My back is broken. No. Me and Jeremy are friends. I didn't snipe the hangout. It just looks like I did. Everyone just passed out when Spurs left. Oh look, basketball playoffs. I should stream them and ruin the channel. Oh shit, Utah's up 3 points over the Clippers, guys. Who's gonna win? No. You could I could add you, Helio. But then I would have to talk to you. All right, I'm gonna search for Flat Earth Hangouts. Oh, Stephen Bradley, nice. The Zulu one's on there. Felix. Oh, nothing's going on YouTube. Yeah, it looks like the Clippers are going to lose. Oh shit, someone joined.
No, mate, I'm nobody.
Oh, so. Jesus. People in the chat are mean. Send the link. Okay, I added you. Helio. Hmm.
Hello, does this sound okay? Am I coming through?
Yeah, bro.
Excellent. Well, hey, it's been a while, man. Good to see you again. I mean, I've
Yeah, I
seen you
suppose
every
it
day
has.
pretty much,
Yeah.
but
Right?
we haven't talked in a while. In other words, I mean, it's funny.
Yeah. Probably not since Free Chan, or maybe you were on my P Mars channel one time.
I came in one night on your P Mars channel and I had
Yeah.
a conversation with you and Mr. Osman.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, that's when I debunked gravity and called it total bullshit and freaking threw it out the window like everybody else should. But, anyway, I found it very interesting after everybody dropped off. Well, no, maybe I shouldn't start with this. Let me think. Where should we go? Because I mean, you've pissed a lot of people off here lately. Let me say that.
I guess so. Yeah, even on the baller side.
Okay, so it's very. I find it interesting. That's why I wanted to jump in. I mean, I'm curious. I'm like the guy that looks at. This is what a real researcher or someone that's interested in topics. Which I mean, obviously, we are all. I mean, I'm on the channel, on the Ballers channel, watching it and seeing what people are saying. Observing, I mean, and we've all looked at all different sides, or not all of us, but the ones that really, care about the subject. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. I've been doing this for over a year now on these channels. Okay, so we already know what each other's going to say, even though I'm very surprised sometimes during debates that the standard argument doesn't come out sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I feel like I have an answer for, a question that would come out, especially like there are a lot of arguments that perspective would answer, and the ballers would call it a curve, and then you're going over the curvature of the Earth's moving away from the sun and it's going this way, and we call that, going behind the curvature, but we'd say, no, that's perspective, it's going this way. And it's a very simple argument. I mean, either way, it's just how you understand it. We both, I already expect the answer to be that, but sometimes it's not argued that way. And I'm like, wait a minute, man, that's the answer. This is why we think that is the answer to that question. And so I try to avoid the debates because, especially like when Spurs was on here earlier and there's like 5 other people on there, and sometimes they can be very cordial, but sometimes they can be very, intimidating or denigrating, in certain aspects. So I don't necessarily want to come into it in a platform like that. So I wouldn't, even though I feel like I could answer the question, I might be intimidated at a certain point. I'm not intimidated for the sake that I don't have an answer to the question, but just feel like, just kind of outnumbered. And that's because I've never been in debate. I don't know why I'm fucking rambling right now, but let's get back to making fun of P Mars. No, I'm just playing. So that everybody can make fun of me now. No. Anyway, no, but
I don't mind. I don't mind. You know.
Oh yeah, you're probably used to it by now.
Yeah. Actually, I heard Hillbilly said today, like, you can't make fun of P. Mars. He can't be embarrassed. He embarrasses himself. So yeah, you finally figured it out. I mean, I think you got to laugh at yourself to some extent, right? So.
I mean, you kind of have to be if you're going to put yourself in a public platform. You kind of have to, and a lot of people aren't willing to do that, or it takes them a while to really come to a point where. I mean, there is so much of this information. So much of this is something I'm passionate about, and have been for a long time. Not the flat Earth necessarily, but about the truth. About the media and education manipulation and all that stuff. Some of the stuff you talk about, but then I don't want to try to psychoanalyze you, and there's no understanding P. Mars and your fucking shit. But it's something I'm passionate about, and I'm not really I don't express it very well as some other people that I've followed have, and that goes for both sides of whatever argument it is. I always study both sides of it, and I hear two different sides, and I feel whatever connects with me, and I would hope that everyone that would look into whatever subject it might be would look at 2, 3, 4, 5 different sides of the argument and take the best information that they can find, and whatever clicks with them, that is because when it comes right down to it, it's a belief in the information that you were given. So that to me, that's the bottom line of how we came about across the information, how we come about our results, how we come across our beliefs, and because at the end of it, it is a belief, and it's a trust in the information that you were given. And so fundamentally, it just depends on who you believe, and when it comes to the flat Earth thing, it just makes sense. You would have to convince me the curvature is there, I guess, by taking me up 120,000 or however fucking high you have to go to see the curvature, because you're not going to find it any other way.
George just measured it in American Canadian border.
Say that again.
George just did a measurement of the curvature over a few miles over Canadian border.
You know how long I've been arguing about curvature?
Yeah, he just drilled through the ice, so the water rinsed up into the holes. He drilled 1 mile, half a mile, 2 miles. He set up posts, then he used the auto level, and then he measured the curvature. There's going to be a video presentation on his findings soon. He hasn't released it yet.
Man, I'll gladly look at another video for someone to prove curvature one way or another. I've seen hundreds, and on both sides. So, but seriously though, I mean, from eye level, standing on the ground somewhere, or standing on a 30,000 foot tower or mountain, or 10,000 feet. If I personally, and all the globe believers could try to convince me otherwise, that if I'm standing, I mean, now they claim that it's approximately 25,000 feet in circumference. I don't think it would take. I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty smart guy, so I picture things in my mind. And if I'm on top of a ball, which, I mean, everybody hates the word ball, but we use ball or whatever because it's an oblate spheroid. But at sea level, it's flat, or appears to be. Now, if I'm standing on a beachfront with my toes touching the water, looking straight out across the sea, and I began to rise, how high would I have to go before curvature would start to become quite obvious and it was undeniable?
I reckon fairly high.
How high, in your opinion?
I don't know. I reckon fairly high, though.
Well, nobody knows, and that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? I think, personally, in my opinion, it would be it would probably be at the very least 100,000 feet. It would become quite obvious if you're rising off something that resembles a ball. If you were able to just put your hands out, standing on the beachfront at sea level, which is sea level is the same all over the supposed globe. You rise off of that, and if you're rising off of a ball, the horizon would drop, and especially at the periphery of your, as far as you can see to the left and right, it would rapidly go down before the one in front of your eyes, because you see at a certain angle. If you're looking straight ahead, the horizon would begin to drop to your left and right prior to you looking straight ahead.
All directions would drop at the same speed because the horizon is a constant distance in all directions.
Well, but I'm talking about what you see. I mean, yes, and you would you could perceive it, and yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that is what you'd see.
Oh, but okay.
The sides wouldn't necessarily drop faster as you go up.
No, they would actually.
Our eyes aren't really rectilinear. That's not how our brains work.
Oh, they would though. I have to agree. The sides would get, as you get further and further away, it'd get more tighter and tighter circle.
I mean, you would start to notice a curve, I suppose.
Exactly. And that's
what I mean
one of
is,
the big.
okay, so
Go ahead.
here's what I mean. If you have directly in front of you, eye level, you like to call it eye level, directly in front of you. As you go higher, it's going to drop the same angular distance all the way around you. So in front of you, let's say you go, whatever it is to get a drop of 5 degrees. If you go up that height, it's going to drop an angle of 5 degrees in all directions around you. You will eventually start to see a curve because of this, but the horizon is dropping by an equal amount all the way around you.
Yeah, but what height would you see that curve?
I disagree. You may be about to say the same thing I'm going to say, but I'll let you go ahead first. What's your name? Matthew?
No, I was going to say, there's got to be a height where the curve is visible to the human eye.
It's somewhat subjective, though, determining like what somebody would accept. So that's why we can't give you an accurate number unless you know the actual perceptive resolution of the human mind, which we don't have. We don't know what resolution our perception is. It's difficult to quantify, but we do have instruments. We do have tools that we can use, and we can actually hone in on how precise an instrument is, and then we know the measurements are within a certain accuracy.
Okay,
so if you have a resolution of say a tenth of a degree, then you would only need to go up 1,000 feet before you start seeing curvature or a drop on the horizon, for that matter.
That's where I'm getting at. I mean, they're like when we watch the high altitude balloon footage, and of course some of them are fisheye lenses, and most of them are, and there are different. But the fact that you are looking, that lenses, as far as I understand, below this balloon is pointed straight out, and the horizon is right there. You can do as many calculations to the left and right and watch this lens bounce up and around. You should have to be the horizon shouldn't even be in the camera lens at 120,000 feet.
Sure it should. Why wouldn't it be?
Unless it's pointing down off a ball. This rope right here is curved. It's
okay. I'm gonna go over this with you. I went over this with Spurs.
Man, I watched your video.
I don't know you.
I watched your
video. Do you see this?
Yeah, let's watch this video.
The center frame is very significant. No line across the center that starts out straight will become curved by a fisheye lens as long as it crosses the very center. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You can test this yourself. You can get a fisheye lens to take a picture of the grid, and if you can get the very center where I've got here, where the grid crosses the center, the vertical, the horizontal, and any angle will remain straight. Okay? So even at 45 degrees, You can see it very clearly. That is a straight line. So when we look at a horizon like this, and we put the horizon at the exact center, where we know a straight line remains straight, and we see a gap like this at the edges, this tells us that there is a curve there that is visible.
It seems that you have convinced yourself of that, but that is not true. When you just move it around a little bit, that's looking at a flat plane there with the sun moving across it. And,
do you know why I picked a frame where the horizon's at the center?
That's because
that's why it's important. The frame before it, the frame after is irrelevant.
Okay, I don't know. I don't want to argue about it, but
well, it's something to think about. If we can measure.
Oh yes, it is definitely. Like I said, I've watched your video. Honestly, I found your video about 3 days ago and I watched it, and I just disagree that with what you're saying about anytime you use that physical, I mean, it's in the middle there, but it should not be at eye level at that altitude.
It's not at eye level.
There's no way.
That's not. You have no reference of eye level in this footage, none whatsoever.
No. Okay, well, there's no eyes up there except for the camera, correct?
Well, we don't know what angle the camera's at. There's nothing telling us that.
That's true as well. That's true as well.
So you don't even know where eye level is in this photo or in this footage at all.
Okay.
You can't know where eye level is.
Okay.
Drop 3 degrees from an airplane.
Say that again.
Is 3 degree? The horizon's 3 degrees lower from eye level from an airplane. 3 degrees, isn't it? I'm not sure. It's certainly measurable though. If you get a theodolite app, you can. The argument that the horizon stays at eye level is not true.
You mean with the theodolite app on your phone, you can measure 3 degrees?
Yes. You can measure the drop below eye level. You can measure this. See this between the pink and the blue? You can measure that as you raise an elevation. You can measure that. So as you get higher and higher, eventually you can see the whole thing. Now, where you decide that point is, where you can start seeing a noticeable curve.
It doesn't matter where I decide it is. They told us that the globe is approximately 25,000 miles wide in circumference.
Yeah.
You tell me, since you're so convinced that it's there, how high do you have to be to actually convince yourself that there is curvature to see it?
As soon as I can measure it, and I can measure it.
Okay, you measure it and tell me how high you have to be before it's very obvious that there's curvature.
As soon as I can see enough pixels, I would say, I'll show you the point. I would say right about here. I'd be more than willing to say.
That's not obvious.
That's not obvious.
It's obvious enough to me, but the thing is we have footage. We have footage where it's this obvious.
Well, how high is that right there?
143 kilometers, the height of the ISS. Actually, I don't know if that's true.
We don't trust the footage from the ISS, and any footage from the ISS, the ball looks a lot smaller than that.
20 kilometers. I mean, you pick
because they're using fisheye lenses and anyway. But you see what I'm saying?
Well, I don't really.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
well,
if you're
like here, do you see that curve? Is that evident? Is that an evident curve to you?
I mean, it looks like some of the shit I saw in movies.
It's from 120,000 feet. This is crossing the center of the frame. Meaning that this is valid. This whole concept is valid for this footage. It's right here. I can show you one way you can find the center of frame is you can just draw an X.
Part of the problem. We're relying on images and who we can trust and who we can't trust. Took the images and what's valid and what's not valid. I mean, it's very hard to
get a theodolite. get a theodolite and go measure the drop in the horizon yourself, and you can confirm it yourself.
Yeah, but that won't convince anybody. It won't convince me.
Yeah, it won't.
It's a measurable drop. It's
Yeah,
something.
Yeah,
If you don't
okay.
think you can test it, then fine, but you can go measure it yourself. You can go to a lake where the bottom of the building becomes obscured long before the top is.
Yeah, I know, but kind of what I mean is, if
That's perspective.
Yeah, exactly. You see,
That's
It
not
can be argued
perspective.
the same way. It can be argued the same way. We can argue about perspective too if you want to. It can be argued the same way.
Well, it can't, because why would the bottom disappear first? You don't have any reason for why the bottom would vanish first.
Then you don't understand perspective.
You don't understand perspective. Perspective.
No, you don't understand
The further
perspective.
something gets, the smaller it gets, right?
No, that's not the full explanation of it. No.
Yes, it is. Twice the distance, half the size. That is it, exactly.
Atmospheric distortion comes from the top and the bottom at the same time as you look out, and they converge. Come on, man.
Do you know how air refracts light? See, these are things that you could test if you took the effort to do so, and people have.
Yeah.
I look all the time. I look as far as I can see all the time.
Yeah, this is why you need an argument that's not going to be argued with things like this. Like I say, if it's proven, you must agree that if there's 24-hour daylight at South Pole, that's only one explanation for that. There's no flat Earth explanation for a 24-hour daylight at South Pole.
Or the South Celestial Pole, or the solar equinox.
There's also no evidence for 24-hour South Celestial poles.
Yeah, there's no evidence that there isn't, though. There's no evidence that there isn't.
There's none that there is either. So anyway.
Well, there is rubbish evidence that there is. I agree with you. I'm not happy with it.
Yeah.
But,
well, and I have no personal evidence that there's one at the North Pole as well. So,
but there's no evidence.
Celestial Pole?
No, there's no 24 hours North Pole. I just seen what I've seen on YouTube videos and what people have talked about. You know what I'm saying? So,
what about the fact that we have two celestial poles? Does that bother you at all?
There's only one pole. It's in the north.
You sure that?
Compasses point north. There's another part on the compass that points south only because the other part points north.
Do you know what the South Celestial Pole is?
Oh, the celestial pole? Yeah.
South Celestial Pole.
Yeah, I know about that. I mean, I'm not going to argue about the star trails and all that shit.
See, these things are gleaming problems for the flat Earth model that are.
No, I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into it because
because it'll serve.
Not as far as that goes. No, it doesn't bother me.
That it exists, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bother me because there is no freaking curvature to the Earth. That's what bothers me.
Thing is you can measure the curvature.
There is an explanation for it, but you can't
convince
me of it.
There's any
because
see, this is why you do multiple different observations, all of them in an attempt to explain what you're seeing. For example, let's say you get a clinometer. What that is you can measure the angle of something. Show you what it looks like. It's a very simple instrument.
See, P. Mars'
you could build
punk
one like
ass
this,
dropped
okay?
off, man. He got me come on here, and his punk ass dropped off.
So you see this? You can measure the angle at this. You can measure different things, right?
It looks like an old school protractor, like I had in elementary school.
Yeah, it's very simple. Anyone could build one of these.
I don't think they put those protractors in elementary school anymore. Just saying.
You can still get them, and yeah, they're pretty much required in geometry class.
But your Greek teachers don't require you to, because they just tell you to pull up the computer and whatever you feel like, But anyway.
Well, the computer works too. Actually, you can measure angles with the computer, but regardless,
it's a lot easier to convince yourself if you actually do it yourself. But anyway,
certainly. So, get a straw and tape it on there, and you can measure the angles of things. Like how high.
I do that all day long. I'm a cabinet builder, and I build things on angles and all that.
Okay, so you can measure. Do you think you could measure the angle of Polaris?
Probably not.
Why not?
How am I going to measure the angle of Polaris from where compared to what?
Here? Well, the string hangs on a weight, so you can treat that as straight down, right? That's a plumb line. That's like hanging out.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Okay. So if you tilt the straw up to look at something, you're sighting that and determining what angle that is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Relative to your position on the ground.
On the ground.
Right.
But would you have to know how the distance of that star?
Nope, don't really need to know the distance.
Okay.
In fact, you could assume that you don't know the distance and that the Earth is flat, and then you could use this to essentially determine. You could use this to determine how high Polaris is above the flat Earth.
I disagree with that. I mean, if you were
So you don't think you can triangulate?
I'm gonna let you continue. I mean, I'm saying you can triangulate, but you would have to assume your position is on a flat plane or on a spherical Earth.
You could do it both ways. And I'd actually encourage you to do that. Do the math both ways. So if you drive north, for every degree of latitude that you go, which is approximately 69 miles, Polaris will move down 1 degree.
How far? Well, okay, 69 miles. How far away is Polaris?
Billions of light years. It is very, very far away from what we understand, unless it's on a flat Earth, and it would only be
distance.
Hold on.
But triangulation by going 69 miles. Okay.
Based on what we've measured of the Earth, because you can use geodetic surveying and measure the circumference of the Earth and all sorts of things. So if you use the globe model, Polaris appears to be far further than we can measure. Actually, we don't actually know how far Polaris is because we've never observed enough parallax to get a good measurement of it. So it's one of those things that so far we can measure parallax to different stars and know exactly how far away they are. But Polaris is one of the exceptions. It's so far away, we don't actually know.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Polaris is a lot closer than you think it is. That's why we can see it, and that's why it disappears over the horizon when you cross the equator.
I'll grant you.
Because it's a lot closer than you think it is. It's not freaking trillions of miles away.
Let's say the Earth is flat. Why would it be for every 69 miles north you go, Polaris moves exactly 1 degree every single time?
Because it's closer than millions of miles away, trillions of miles away.
Starting at the equator, 0, Polaris is on the horizon. When you go 10 degrees north from the equator, Polaris is at 10 degrees above the horizon.
If you start assuming it's a lot closer than you think it is, then it'll make a lot more sense.
Well, no, it doesn't, because look here, I'll sketch this out for you, because I think if you build cabinets, this might actually make sense to you.
Okay.
You don't have to assume it's any distance, do you? You just assume it's a dot in the sky.
Yeah, I apologize if I'm being a little crass.
Oh, mate, it gets worse than this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I do apologize. I don't mean to be so crass. I'm sorry. Especially talking to a lady. I apologize. It sounds like you're very passionate about it.
I was flat Earth for about 8-9 months, mate, before I decided I don't think I can believe it anymore.
Really?
Yeah, really. The only arguments that's got me is measurements of curved water. If water's proven to be curved, there's no explanation for it on a flat Earth. And you can see fluid dynamics on the surface of Jupiter. So you know that there's an atmosphere that can wrap around a ball because Jupiter spins around.
Yeah, but is there an atmosphere, or is it a really freaking pretty light in the sky?
It could be.
Now, that's the question. Can you trust the information that you've gotten about the atmosphere of Jupiter and what's going on? I posted an article in there where they say diamonds rain on Jupiter earlier. That's a pretty fucking outlandish freaking claim that they figured out that diamonds rain down on Jupiter. Man, come on, man.
Well, when you consider the energy levels and stuff involved,
do trips to South Pole.
Not as far-fetched as you might think.
You could have a trip to South Pole during 24-hour daylight. Just stay there for a few days, witness the 24-hour daylight at South Pole, and come back.
Oh yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow. I got you, man. I'll come back and report.
It costs a couple of grand, but they do actually do trips to do this. You don't have to go down and be part of a team or anything. You can go down as like a,
Yeah, I don't mean.
I don't think the South. I don't think the
very
South
hard.
Pole's as locked up as we think it is.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
for a flat Earth, and let me just pull up a simple flat Earth model so I can illustrate this a little. So if this is flat Earth,
By the
right?
way, I don't subscribe to a certain flat Earth model, but
Well, just
yeah, I will.
the flat plane part of it is the most significant part. The fact that it is a flat surface that you're taking these types of measurements from. So starting at the equator, when you look north, and this is a fact, when at the equator looking north, Polaris is on the horizon. So if that's here, you're looking pretty much straight out at the horizon, right?
Yeah.
And then at 10 degrees, and now this is, let me put some dimensions in here so you can at least see that. So I'm doing this in miles. It's 6,225 miles. That's the distance from the equator to the North Pole. Most flat earthers will acknowledge that that's a fair distance to use.
All right.
For every 69 miles, I said it moved 1 degree. So for every 690 miles, you should get 10 degrees. So if I take a line, I'll just put it here. I'll just rotate 3 degrees. Or rotate it 80 degrees instead of doing it the other way, just because it's a little easier. So 10 degrees. I'm just going to go ahead and do all of them, just because it's a little easier to do that way.
What are you doing?
So this is what we observe. So for every 69 miles,
So each
Polaris
line
goes-
represents 69 miles. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
it would represent the angle that you get when you use one of those, where'd it go? When you use one of these. That's the angle you would get. And I can promise you, I challenge anyone to make this trek, make any 690 mile trek north, and you can measure this 10 degree, no matter how far you are from the equator.
On this model that you're showing there, you have a presumed height of Polaris from the Earth.
No.
And you have the angle
Here,
correct.
no. You would use triangulation here, which you
No,
can.
the triangulation is done to determine the height, and then you would use this model here to determine when it would disappear beyond the horizon. You would it would be the only way you'd be able to do that.
No, this is just calculating angle. This is not calculating any distances.
So, so at this left point, you would be at the North Pole on a flat Earth map. Okay.
I'm
So,
sorry.
so at this point right here,
I'm getting ahead of
you're
myself.
essentially at the very center at the North Pole. So you'd look up, directly up to see Polaris.
Directly above you. Okay.
You go 690 miles. I'll even dimension that just quickly. Go 690 miles down.
Okay.
And now you have an angle of
10 degrees.
80 degrees.
80, yeah, okay, yeah.
then 70 degrees, and 60 degrees, and then 50 degrees. So if you're trying to triangulate, you would look at the convergence point for all of these lines, right? So I could just extend. Not that one. Where's my extend button?
This ain't gonna work. All these lines are gonna hit at different places.
Yeah, and I understand. I mean, you did that, very fast, and they're not going to converge at one point. I mean,
in fact, this curve that you get is incredibly revealing, because if you think about this, is if we take a circle now. Actually, what I'll do is, let's see, I need to circle a circumference of, hold on a second. I'll just do Earth's radius. So for each point on this, I'm just going to copy it over here, and we'll just show you the difference between these two models and why the globe model is working for us, but this flat Earth model, no matter how flat or whatever flat shape you use, doesn't account for the angle of Polaris from any elevation. The distance doesn't correlate with the angle at all on a flat Earth.
Oh, you have to add perspective, don't you? You have to have some sort of magic perspective going in.
So if Polaris is above the North Pole, so if you're at the North Pole there, you look straight up to see Polaris. It's very far away, right? We're going to assume that for now.
Yeah, it's very far. Yeah, that's general assumption. Yes, it's very. Both of us can agree it's very far away from the North Pole.
But you don't need to put it in, do you? You can just do the same things, put your lines in, and then just wherever they meet. Yeah.
They'll be essentially parallel, anyway.
See, all the problems with the flat Earth, trying to get a map and all the models and everything, try to explain equinox and everything, all vanish if you put the Earth as a ball. The equinox problem is just so explainable with a ball, but not with a flat Earth model.
Personally, I haven't done much research in the the equinox with the sun, the moon, and the moon phases and all that stuff enough to really convince myself of one way or the other.
Well, the idea of the equinox is if you draw a circle and then you put a point in the middle and you draw a line to the disk out to this edge, and then on the equinox twice a year, as the sun goes across the equator, everybody line, if you get your compass out, sun rises east. Now, if you try and map that on a flat Earth, it's not gonna. You can't ever get your sun to rise east for everybody. You need everybody to have their own personal sun, and it just don't work. But if you put it on a ball, everybody, it's so explainable why it works.
I know, but if you can't find the curvature,
well,
when you have to figure out there's something else.
That's the thing, though. Is we do find it. We do find it.
No, don't look at pictures. It's just been measured though by George, and George 3 months before his measurement came out and said, "Anybody got anything to add to this experiment? Any objections?" He put it, open, and no one complained of anything, and he invited everybody to come and witness it, and no one did.
Okay,
so it's crazy.
I've laid this out just quickly.
Yeah.
So Polaris is really far this way. You could imagine that this angle at here just has almost an immeasurable amount of angle inwards this direction, right? So
there's no way you can see it.
200 light years away, those lines might converge, but it's so far away that these lines are just parallel, essentially, from our perspective.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now when we measure the angle between the tangent, which is the ground, and then that, in this case, it's 0, because it's just in line with each other. So at the equator, looking north, you see Polaris at the horizon. Now this next line, tangent, here, measure the other direction, 10 degrees. That's the same angle here, 10 degrees. And I can also measure, I'll have to trim a bit, but give me a second here.
So at that point, Polaris, even if it was visible on the horizon, you'd be lucky to see it from that vantage point there, because it'd be so low on the horizon.
Yeah, but it would be 10 degrees up. And there's actually some interesting equations you can use for accounting for atmospheric refraction. And you can predict exactly where Polaris will be when it's near the horizon, because as you look through the atmosphere, you're going to see slightly more distortion than when you're looking at near zenith.
Of course, the further away you look, the more atmospheric distortion.
Yeah. It's why we see the sun get all squished down before it sets.
Exactly, yeah.
So the same refraction that's happening there can be used to predict the position of Polaris and the deviation. It's only at most, about a degree or less, but in general, it doesn't distort much. And there's software that illustrates it pretty well. But what was I saying? Okay, so I took out just a cross section. So this is 10 degrees. Just to give you some dimensions. The diameter. So that's Earth's diameter in the globe model. Earth's radius, 3959. The angle here we already saw was 10. If I trim the segment, I can dimension aligned, which gives me an arc length. Where does it? Let's see. There you go. It's actually a bit off, but regardless. So I wonder why it is. I'll have to look into that. But either way, going 690, 640, get an accurate latitude measurement for 10 degrees of latitude and use that number, just whatever that is for the globe. There's a lot of rounding involved here, so I'm sure that's off for that reason.
Yeah. I'm sure all the really astute math people are like, yeah, I know exactly what she's talking about. And then I'm like,
I'm getting to the good part. So
hey, how far did you say Polaris was? 4.5 trillion fucking miles away? Pardon my French.
It's very far. Yes. But the point is when we treat it as that far away, as you go up the same distance, 10 degrees in latitude, you get 10 degrees change in elevation for that very distant object. And it doesn't have to be that far. Most of the stars in the sky will suffice. You could do this with all the stars in the sky. For every degree you move, the stars will move 1 degree. Until you eventually get to 90.
Can you animate that? Can you animate it from
probably,
one to other?
Yeah. Well, it's like it's why equatorial telescopes work. An equatorial telescope, we take the mount and we tilt it at the exact same tilt that the Earth is at to cancel out its rotation. That's how we track the stars. The shape of the Earth is, as far as I'm concerned, undisputable because of things like that. The fact that we simply cancel out the rotation with only one axis of rotation, it works in both the northern and southern hemisphere. And the southern hemisphere, you align to the south celestial pole instead of the north one because you can't see it. You can see the south one, you can't see Polaris. So you have to use a different reference point. So to align to the axis of spin for the Earth, you use the south celestial pole.
I would argue that, not out of ignorance maybe, but the closer you get to the equator, probably wouldn't even use Polaris anyway, right? If you were, say, you were on a ship, if you were, had to sail and use the stars, you wouldn't even use Polaris. It's too damn far away. It's too low on the horizon. It's not something, if you were navigating by the stars.
You can use other constellations and infer where Polaris is at. So you don't necessarily need to see Polaris to infer where it's at.
And so after you cross the equator, if you're sailing on the South Seas, then there's another point of reference that you use since you cannot see Polaris or other related stars anymore.
Yeah, you do south, won't you? You'd spin
Or
round.
would you? I mean, is that an established, criteria? I'm not sure.
In general, yeah, you use the stars that are visible, and you can use any set of stars to triangulate your position. You don't need Polaris.
Because they're always in the same place.
Not in
Pretty
the same
much.
place, because
The
they
same-
all orbit around the same point. We know their motion.
Polaris.
So this is a great way of illustrating this. If I get this to quit annoying me. So here I can pull up a map. So this is location. So as I go to 0 degrees north, so at the equator, see the north is on that side, south is on that side.
And so that is Sigma Octantis there on the south side.
Yeah, if I zoom in, I should be able to find that.
Well, I'm not necessarily asking you to point it all out, but
yes, that is the south celestial pole.
So what are we looking? What is this representation we're looking at here? What software is this?
This is called Stellarium. You can use it for.
Oh yeah.
You can even use it. You can use it to drive telescopes if you like, and it can track things for you.
I'm sure it can.
So, as you go north 10 degrees.
Oh, my bad.
Polaris moves up. So it's one of those, it's interesting because if you look east and you do this and you just keep going north, you can actually do it this way. It looks exactly like you would expect on a globe. So I can make this a wide angle lens and you can kind of see. And this is perfectly accurate. Like you can use this at any point from anywhere on Earth and determine where the stars are at. So as you go from north to south,
I got
turns
Sky
that
Maps
way.
on my Android phone, man. I can tell exactly where Jupiter is, and it looks beautiful on there.
And it
it's got,
uses this to
all
do
the
that.
colors and everything.
So there's the south celestial pole. So as I go south, you get the same effect. Actually, I'm going east to west.
Wait a minute.
You get this.
You know, I thought
And what's
the map
crazy
was-
about this, what's really crazy, I just want to show, is it if you start going east to west, this is amazing. It starts to rotate. So as you go east, it rotates the same way as when you play the day. And we're still looking south here. That point is not moved. And there's another point down here, the North Pole. The sun moves on these lines. Every star moves on these lines.
It's an amazing phenomena. I will grant you that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking completely off topic. Well, maybe slightly. Map you're using, it all distorted. You're moving up
This
and down.
here?
Lot. Yeah, I thought all land
That's
masses
got
were
a
wrong
lens
size.
distortion.
I thought it were all wrong size. I thought they were using wrong projection. I thought all sizes should have been different. If you're using that to navigate this, it's not going to be navigating properly, is it? Wait a minute.
I'm just like
I
I don't even know how to
confused.
express how many problems I have with everything she's presenting, but I don't even know where to begin. But
Well, how do you think we could predict the positions of all the stars and everything? If we
because
didn't know the shape of the
whole
Earth.
time, they've been there the whole time. No, but
Like two celestial poles and everything?
who's we? Who knows the shape of the Earth?
All of the people that use telescopes.
The people that made that software.
The people that navigate the Earth, yeah.
Show it Equinox. Have you got that Equinox model?
How many people that designed that software navigated the Earth?
I don't know. It's irrelevant.
Zero.
Yeah,
The point is anyone on Earth at any time can use this to triangulate or to tell them exactly where the stars are. So it's accurate for every position
It's
on
pretty
Earth.
accurate for finding position on the Earth. You are correct about that.
Anywhere.
I mean, you see that flat map you have right there where you have your mouse going over right there? That's how they do it. And this other thing is a representation of what it might look like on a globe. if that was a globe. But with this flat map right here is a lot closer than what you have in your curved model up there.
Do you know why the South Celestial Pole like totally ruins that for you?
I don't know. I don't know what is really going on in the south with the South Celestial Pole and
because there can be a north one. Everything could be rotating around here, but anyone looking south, say in Africa, if they look south, they're looking this direction. If somebody over here looks south, they're looking in this direction. Somebody here looking south is looking this direction, but all the people are looking at the exact same object, the South Celestial Pole. So it doesn't work on a flat Earth. You can only have one pole of rotation on a flat Earth. You can't have two celestial poles. Like,
well, let me ask you this: if you were standing at maybe 40 degrees latitude south, and you had a compass in your hand, and you were trying to find north, how hard would that needle have to point down to find a freaking North Pole? I mean, you'd have to have a needle that could be able to bend down like inches, depending on how tall the needle was and how tall your compass is, because north is not towards the equator. North is all the way through this big ass ball. So
what's interesting is if you look at a compass like that, they actually do tilt down and in toward the Earth, like you say it does. Although if you're 40 degrees south,
see that. I'll be
if you're 40 degrees south, you'd be closer to the South Pole. So it would actually be, you'd actually be pointing toward the ground to the south, not toward the north, because you're closer to the south.
I'd be interested to see that. I'd like to see some convincing video footage of someone trying to do that. Go ahead, Matthew.
I was going to say, do that equinox model you've got. Because equinox were always equinox problem is just a real problem for flat Earth. There's no possible explanation that you can possibly come to. You know, all this idea of trying to get a map without this explaining, it's always going to be flawed.
Yeah, it's just kind of a combination of trying to triangulate the position of the sun and explain the equinox.
Equinox, where everything exists. No matter where you are on any latitude line, don't matter where you are, sun rises east. And that can't work on a flat map, no matter which flat map you use, unless everybody's got their own individual sun. And that don't
And you know what? That maybe not everybody has their own individual sun, but maybe, just maybe, if the Earth is flat, the sun doesn't work the same way that everyone thinks it does. That we all assume that whatever we've been taught, that the sun is way the hell out there and we're spinning around and these are the seasons, everything. And what you just said, it would not work, but maybe the sun doesn't work the way that we think it does. It certainly doesn't look like, to me, personally, since I've been observing it, I just went along with everything until I, came across this information. And I believe that we should be taught to question a lot of these things and prove these things to ourselves.
I agree.
A lot of people don't want to, you don't mess with their kids, which I don't want you to mess with my kids and teach them even, apart from flat Earth. Before I even found flat Earth, I was already, I guess I'll say anti-government, but I understood what they were putting our children through scientism. I've never in my life ever believed evolution was true. And so I was always, just, I knew it was bullshit. So I was like, they tried to teach me it in school, and I just inertly knew that it was bullshit. And I started, do we want to get in that debate right now, or are we talking about that?
Well, I mean, you brought it up, but it's like, something's bullshit.
But that's part of it.
Know
that's
that
part of it.
Without having evidence.
No, I do have my own personal evidence, but I did bring it up, but I don't know.
Let's not get deep into that. Let's not get deep into that.
Yeah, we're talking about cosmology right now. Maybe another time.
Right, here we go. Right, this map here. So if you look at this shadow line here, everybody stood on that shadow line is going to see sun rise in the east. Everybody, get your compass out, and it's going to be an east.
On the equinox, is that what you're?
Yeah, twice a year. Twice a year.
On the depending on their position and latitude, right?
No, every position and latitude, every single you pick a point. It don't matter where you are. Don't matter.
It will rise directly east
every time.
Yeah, pick a latitude and it will be east at the exact same time for everyone along that line of latitude. So you could say prime meridian at 0, going through Greenwich.
Oh, you're talking about on the flat Earth map design here that you have.
Sure, even on a flat Earth. So actually I can highlight.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, I'm confused about your picture there. That's what I was asking.
Well, regardless of shape, it don't matter. Regardless of shape, no matter where you are, it's east. So shape needs to explain that. The shape of the Earth needs to explain how everybody on the latitude line sees it east. Because it's a fact, and all facts need to be explained in a model that we use. You can't just throw facts away. You can't say, okay, I've got an explanation for 95% of things, 5% we're still working on. Okay, I'll accept
and this is one of those things where, like, show me a model that does work, because if you get to see one, like I've tried myself, I've built my own, like this is something I put together, like trying to explain the equinox, because somebody along this point would be looking east, right? Somebody here would be looking east, and here east. Everyone along the terminator line looks east to see the sunrise.
What is the altitude of the sun in that model right there?
Here I've used the angle that flat earthers have triangulated at, 3,000 miles.
Okay. I happen to think that if it does move the way that around, my personal opinion is it's closer than that in the flat Earth model, and so is the moon is as well. So now it's very hard to calculate, the atmospheric, conditions and all that. Oh, that's freaking awesome, man! Hey, can you do this model for me that I want to disprove? I want to debunk gravity. I think you could help me do it.
I don't think I could help you do that, to be honest.
Oh, Carl, you can't turn that down. It's a great effort.
Because I can't do that shit. But there's this thing I have in my mind, and I could blow gravity's ass out of the water. But anyway, go ahead.
I don't think you could. You almost had me intrigued just so that I could laugh.
Okay. Well, we maybe talk about that.
We'll do it right now. Let's do it.
Oh, well, I just had this idea. No.
What's that? Show him how it works on a globe, this equinox. Show how the beauty of the equinox on the globe, how it works, because it don't work on anything else. In my
So if you just take the flat Earth model and roll it up, right? And then you just have a light source on one side. That doesn't have to be very far. It just needs to be lighting the ball, essentially. And then you get exactly what we should expect to see, where you look east at any elevation or longitude. And that's where sunrise is. And I can position the sun, or the camera, however I need to, and I have one pre-positioned where I can go all the way around. So I'm just spinning around. You look down here, you'll see the camera spinning around the Earth, looking toward the sun, and you can see it's all near the horizon the whole time, all the way around. So you could essentially see it rising.
Always east.
So here's sun rising for that point.
And this is the thing. This is what I found after 9 months.
Here's sun rising for this point.
You can ignore globe model all you want, but as soon as you do go, okay, it's a globe, everything that you observe is explained. That's not nice for.
Here's at the equator. Here's where it'll pretty much rise and go straight from east over zenith, directly over your head, and then set in the west from the equinox. So that doesn't make much sense on a flat Earth model either, because if you think about that.
Well, and of course, I mean,
I'm lost here. If you think about how could you be at any point on this and have the sun going in a circle around you, but yet observe the sun to rise in the east, follow a perfectly straight line across the zenith right above your head and then set in the west. It doesn't make sense on a flat Earth because the sun never travels a straight line. It has to be curving around in a circle in some fashion.
And like I said, I don't necessarily subscribe to this model of the flat Earth. So
I encourage
I
you to
agree
try
personally.
and solve any of these problems with the flat
there's
Earth
no-
model. And
there's
you
no
defeat
model.
it, you run into huge problems.
Yeah, of course, there's no model. Of course,
I'm saying you
there
cannot
were
make a
models
model
of the
that will make it work without totally, basically breaking all rules of physics as we know them.
That's all right. We can do.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, there's a
Oh,
lot
it
of
is true,
physics that
actually.
would work both ways.
Not at all.
No,
There's
that's not the
very few.
case. I mean, don't you find it an awkward coincidence that
Okay, since we're speaking of physics, since we're speaking of physics, and this is what I wanted to get into, and this is a question. You know, I've not been to school and learned physics this way, but this is something I picture in my mind. Okay, we have this oblate spheroid. It's spinning around approximately 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. And as you move south or north above that, or whatever your position is on this oblate spheroid spinning around, this is what I wanted to get at with all the models that you were showing me. Can you make a sphere? It would just be easier to just make a perfect sphere and have 2 points, north and south, and this sphere spinning at a certain level. And I've seen videos of the water. If you dumped water on this spinning sphere, that it would come and everything coalesces towards the equator, and then it comes off of towards the center of the ball, and then it goes out in waves. So that just kind of tells me, and I could be wrong about this, that if you were on a spinning ball, that if you're on whatever position you're on the ball, then you're going to have some type of force that drags you towards the equator, and it varies from the equator on up. And so gravity makes up for all of that. It's most intense at the equator. It pulls you straight down towards the center. But they say that gravity pulls everything towards the center. So if you are, say, where I'm at in Arkansas, the force that gravity pulls on me to keep me straight up, and all the buildings that are here straight up, defying the centrifugal force of the Earth spinning, it compensates in all the minute calculations that have to do with all the force that would pull me towards the center, towards the equator, because of the spin of the Earth. Am I explain that right, where it's understandable?
Sure, that's a very simple equation to calculate how much that centrifugal force is. You're focusing on the 1,000 miles per hour. What you should be focusing on is the revolutions per minute.
I know that. I've heard that before.
Well, this math, the math for calculating the centrifugal force of anything spinning, you can duplicate it with any weight at any radius at any RPM in a lab or wherever. They use this when they design rides for amusement parks and things, and it always perfectly predicts the force that you're going to be experiencing if you know the mass, the radius, the velocity, the RPM. You can perfectly calculate it. And when you do it for the radius of the Earth, spinning one revolution per 23 hours 56 minutes, it's
Hey, epistemology, you know what you just proved? Somebody created the Earth and calculated everything.
No.
Whether you believe it's geocentric or heliocentric.
You would never find yourself in a universe where you couldn't exist. You would never find yourself in a universe.
But I can tell you that if someone created the universe, he sure as hell didn't make a freaking flat terrarium for human
Appears
beings.
that way to me. Well, I mean, I didn't say it's a terrarium. I just say it's flat. But someone or something, we are there. That you just proved. That's an assumption. He assumed that you have to have for something to work this perfect.
Would you like to go over the math of why you don't experience getting flung off the Earth?
We could go.
Yes, tell me how gravity compensates. That's what I was asking. How does gravity compensate for all the different
gravity is
the differentials? If it's spinning on that point and all the different, you cannot tell me that if it's spinning 1,000 miles, I don't care how big it is. You say it's going run. You know, you're trying to tell me that the revolutions per minute is going to make up for, you know, the fact that it is going that fast, and all the differentiations between from, you know, as far north. We don't ever notice a difference as we move. If I drive from here to Cuba, I'm not going to notice a difference whatsoever. Or if I drive from here to freaking Venezuela, I won't notice a difference in the spin, you know, the whole time. And I know that's very shallow. I'm getting tired now. You guys got me up too late.
So
Here's a question. If you were at a theme park and you're spinning round on a roundabout or a merry-go-round or whatever you call it in your place, and you were a thin person, would you experience the same force as a fat person?
Well, hell no.
You experience the same G-force, but because you weigh more, it would depend basically on how it's distributed over the area, right, on the ride, right? So there's more force the more mass there is. The acceleration is constant. It's the same thing as things in gravity, right? Acceleration, gravity manifests as acceleration. And what we're talking about when we're spinning it on a ride is we're generating a centripetal acceleration. And so it would be the same as that heavier objects, they have more force, right? Because force is the mass times the acceleration, right? So, you know, or the weight is the mass times. I'm sorry.
This falls apart though as you are going from the equator. Now this may work. Do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson that this is an oblate spheroid?
Why does it fall apart when it goes towards? You know that things are lighter on. Did you know that things are lighter on the equator than they are on the North Pole? And people have measured that difference.
I've never heard of anybody. I've never heard anybody say they've ever been to the North Pole, or
well, you don't have to go to the North Pole. Things get lighter as you travel away. I mean, things get heavier as you travel away from the equator, and they're ultimately at their heaviest, the closest to the poles, and they're at their lightest when they're at the equator.
And that's because of centrifugal force.
Because the centripetal force reduces the effect of gravity.
Wouldn't that be centrifugal? Not centripetal, centrifugal,
direction
right?
of gravity. So
centrifugal.
Essentially, it reduces the gravitational pull on that object.
You're missing my whole point, man.
No, but this is demonstrable fact, which also verifies that you're on a spinning globe. And in fact, one of the things that Wolfie, I forget what his channel was, he just did.
Wolfie 6020.
6020. He had a test weight on a very precisely calibrated scale, and he was showing how when he's on the airplane, which was traveling east, adding to the velocity of the Earth, the test weight weighed less than it did when he landed on the ground. And that's because that extra velocity of that proves that the airplane is following the curvature of the Earth as it's flying, because there's a reduction in the weight of that object while it's traveling east at high speed, because there's a centripetal acceleration.
I've gone to bed right before I went to bed. I weighed myself. I don't know where the fucking weight went. I've weighed myself before I went to bed. Woke up in the morning. First thing I did, weigh myself again. I'm 4 pounds less.
Yes, but that's because you're a living, breathing. Where
the hell did that 4 pounds go?
Well, first of all, you know that when you're breathing, there's moisture in your breath, right? Like when you breathe on a mirror, the mirror gets all foggy. That's because you're constantly expelling.
So if there's that much difference between my bed and my bathroom, how can you, if there's that much difference between my bed and my bathroom within a few hours, how can you say? Well,
first of all,
how can you use that as an experiment to say that, oh, he weighed less now when he went?
This is probably not a precisely calibrated. You know, your regular $40 bathroom scale is not an extremely precise instrument, right? And I'm guessing that 4 pounds, you probably went number 1 or number 2 between those 2 points where you weighed yourself.
Nope.
But even if you didn't,
I had to wash my
bathroom
seats probably afterwards, right?
depending on the quality of your bathroom scale, you know, that's why you would weigh 2 different things at the same time. Are you suggesting that in reality weights are you suggesting that either, because it's one of 2 possibilities, right? One possibility is the scale is fluctuating, which is what I'm saying it is. The other possibility is that objects on Earth constantly fluctuate in weight.
Because of gravity, right?
Are you trying to propose number 2? Are you proposing that like a 500-gram test weight, if I weigh it on my counter, it will weigh one thing 1 minute and something else another minute, and come back in a day and it weighs something else? Is that what you're saying? Because that's empirically false.
I won't say no, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, I have a human body, and yeah, that shit happens all the time.
Like
when you're saying is somebody flew from somewhere and they went somewhere else and weighed their shit and it came back, and that's not the same freaking scale they weighed it on.
No,
I got up and weighed on itself on the
same scale while the airplane was in motion. It weighed one thing, and it weighed how much you would predict it to weigh when you do it by the math. The amount that he was seeing different was consistent with what the math predicts, based on the known diameter of the Earth, the altitude they were flying at, and the velocity that the plane was going. It all perfectly comports to what was being seen on the scale. And the test weight was lighter on the scale than it was once they landed.
That's because of the gravity.
Because of the centripetal acceleration.
Centripetal force acceleration, and the centrifugal force, is less. All right, so
not only that, I'll link you to the GNOME experiment where they took this GNOME, which is like basically functioning as a test weight, and it got flown all around the world, and they weighed it at different places around the world. And that GNOME was at its lightest near the equator and at its heaviest near the poles, which is also what would be predicted if we're on a spinning globe, right? And then just tonight, I had the telescope and the webcam on it, and I was showing Jupiter and the moons of Jupiter. And the other night before that, we were watching Jupiter and the moons of Jupiter, and you could see the moons were in a different place because the moons are orbiting around Jupiter. So clearly there's something that's holding them in their orbit. It's all perfectly explained by gravitation and centrifugal force and what makes orbits possible, right?
I won't say it's obvious. I won't say it's obvious. I understand the concept, but I won't say it's very obvious.
Right? Nature, things are uniform in nature. We don't ever see one-offs of anything in nature. There's no one-offs in nature with anything. In nature, we see multiples of everything in nature. And so you look in the heavens, and every single celestial body is a sphere with objects, a spinning sphere with objects in orbit around it. So to think that the Earth is suddenly this special exception, it not only is it not consistent with the uniformity of nature, but it also goes against everything that we observe on the Earth. Because we can make many different observations, then they all come to the conclusion that, yes, we're on a spinning sphere. And the ancients figured this out, like before the time of Christ, they knew that we were on a spinning sphere.
Who was that figured that out?
Well, they knew that we were on a sphere. The contention then was whether we were the center of the universe, right? But they thought that the sky was spinning and the Earth was stationary, but they knew that the Earth was a sphere. They just thought, there was a celestial sphere that was spinning around the stationary sphere of the Earth. But that was before the time of heliocentrism. But until the observations were perfectly explained, the retrograde motions of the planets and stellar parallax and stellar aberration and all these other observations that we were able to make when we had better tools that confirmed the fact that nope, we're on a spinning ball. We're not, and that's moving through the solar system. We're not sitting stationary in the middle of the whole universe.
So they just figured that out in the past I just I don't know the details, but
really
they figured
smart people made very careful observations over many years and made better and better tools. And
so the other cultures had it wrong. I mean, you're saying you're trying to convince me that there weren't other cultures that believed in a flat Earth and that they had the stellar parallax and all that shit figured out.
there was no advanced culture that believed in a flat Earth. Certainly not one that was navigating the seas, because you can't navigate the seas on a flat Earth.
God.
No, you can't. I'm sorry.
It's accurate. Yeah, it's very true.
There's no navigation of the oceans without knowing that you're on a curved surface.
Well, my brain's kind of burnt, man. I don't know how much further I can go in this. Not because you're just throwing it for a little. Well, there is a lot of areas I haven't studied in that vein. But
so I have a gravity simulation going for you. What I've done,
yeah, sure,
is so I've taken a ball. So we'll treat the center one as Earth. It's a bunch of mass, and all these little balls around it is the water. And I've imparted some initial rotation. I'll speed it up a little bit. 20. And when I hit play, so this thing rotates. And all the water falls to it, and collects around it. Now this is driven by Newton's equations. You notice the water forms to the shape of it and takes on its rotation. And it's rotating fairly slowly, but you got to think the Earth is pretty big and it really isn't rotating that fast compared to its size. And all of the water essentially is formed to the globe, like you would expect within a gravitational field. This is pretty crude, but it illustrates the way our system works and why it works. So there's really nothing wrong with this. If you understand how inertia works and how, like if I were to say, take a box and make it a fairly tall box, like a skyscraper, and get it so that it's on the surface of this ball, attracted to it by gravity, I could keep it upright while the ball was spinning, simply because the gravitational pull is much more significant than any centrifugal force outward. Now you did see it slow down because there is some angular drag in this, and I can fix that really quickly.
I appreciate you showing me that diagram.
This is a simulation I programmed myself.
Simulation. Yeah, that's great. But
this is the gravitational model being simulated frame by frame, iteratively, with code that I wrote myself.
So that represents all the inertia. Now listen, what I'm saying.
Did you notice that the moon coming into orbit? Like,
I'm just talking about the inertia that is
like up here, you got a separate body
on the ball.
It tracks to itself.
Now, gravity pulling towards the center would still have to compensate for everything north and south of the equator, the way that they would pull towards the equator. The gravity pulling towards the center would have to compensate the further and further you get south and north, latitude.
Yeah, that amount is measurable. Like, do you know how much weight you lose from the rotation at the equator? Like, it's very little.
Gravity is so freaking awesome. It's just magic, man. It compensates.
Well, it's not magic. It's something we observe and measure.
Amazing. It knows how to compensate for all that stuff.
It's a very simple.
I don't mean to denigrate or whatever. I'm just saying I just really don't buy it. I really don't buy it.
When the thing is we can use it. It has predictive capability, and we use it constantly for making predictions. And that's why we take it as truth, because it shows its truth and its ability to predict the future.
I really honestly don't think that.
Like,
I think you're being dishonest because they do not use those calculations of the minute differences between the gravity from the equator to the North Pole. And when it comes to building large structures or anything, yeah, of course they don't, because it's all constant.
It's not significant enough. Well, it's just not significant enough. It's there, but it doesn't matter for our.
But guess what? They do use it when they launch things into space, which is why all the launch sites are as close to the equator as possible.
We're not going to talk about space because I'm not going to get into that shit.
See, I just don't know if you. It doesn't seem like you just understand the scope of our model here. Like all of the positions of all the planets are being predicted by the same mathematics that I just showed you.
So you're going to show me some CGI to prove CGI.
No, I'm showing you this because this is a 3D model. It's a 3D representation of reality. We can use a 3D model like this to predict what we see in the skies and what we see around us. The positions of all the planets, all the stars, everything.
So I've been in astronomy for many years, and I've had various telescopes, and all the telescopes would go to systems, which means that you can align them to an object, and then they'll find any other object in the sky that you tell it to, has a computer, which uses all the equations that Keras software here is using to determine the exact positions in the sky of all celestial bodies at that particular moment on that particular position on the Earth.
Yeah.
And that's why all those devices require, number one, your coordinates on Earth, and number two, the exact time. With those two bits of information, they know where every object in the sky is. So, yes, it's simulated in the software using all these equations. But number two, when the telescope's loose to that object is right there in the middle of your eyepiece, because that object is in reality where all this mathematics predicts it's going to be. That's the predictive power of the model.
So the sky kind of works like a clock then.
Everything's spinning, yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
It's like clockwork.
Around you like clockwork.
It is like clockwork, and it's all three-dimensional geometry that we can work out very easily these days.
So
it's trivial nowadays.
We're stuck on relativity. You cannot tell if the Earth is spinning around or if the sky is spinning around.
It's not as simple as a clock, though, because these orbits are elliptical, and it has to calculate the positioning based on the fact that these orbits are elliptical.
And at this point,
not as simple as calculating that like a hand moving on a clock.
Exactly, but they are calculable, and some of them change sometimes drastically, and sometimes over periods of tens to hundreds of years from an observable standpoint. So, but they still do move on a certain schedule. We can't say what that is. Now, I disagree that we're on a globe observing these things, but the looking into the sky, we cannot really say for. I mean, we're going to fundamentally disagree on the.
Looking up into the sky validates that our model is accurate. That's what it does.
When you, like, for example, if you were to go out every night and observe Jupiter and Jupiter's moons for hours, right, you'll not only see the atmosphere on Jupiter spinning around on it, because Jupiter has a very high, has a very short day, and it's a very large planet, so it's got a very, very high velocity at the equator of its atmosphere. So its atmosphere is whirling around at really fast speeds. You can see that in the eyepiece if you do an observation over a long period of time.
Do you see the other side of Jupiter where the eye is not in the view?
No, you can't see the back side.
It spins around.
Yes, you can only see one side of a ball at once.
You can't see. You can only see one side of it, but you'll see the red spot go around, and then you'll see it come back around, and you'll see the planets doing exactly the same thing. I mean, you'll see the moons doing exactly the same thing around it, around all the planets.
So is it for the same reason we can't see the moon because it's tidally locked? We always see the same side of the moon. Is that why Jupiter we can only see one side of it?
Actually,
I know
no.
Jupiter is not tidally locked to the Earth or anything else.
So that's a fact. Okay.
We do see all the sides of Jupiter, but no, we can't see the back side of it when it's facing us because there's no camera from that position. There's no eyes on from that position, right?
We see all sides of it, though. It's like we said, the day is short, so you actually see a full rotation within a day on Earth. You could observe it overnight. You could actually see a full rotation, if I'm not mistaken.
It's like I believe it's like 9 hours or something like that, is it?
Right. So midwinter for you, and you have a nice long night, you could actually observe a full rotation of Jupiter.
Well, I definitely intend to just start observing that.
Yeah, a Jovian day is 9 hours, 55 minutes.
You'll need a pretty decent telescope. I'm not going to lie to you. You do need some decent equipment to really make out Jupiter well if you want to pick out a full rotation. But that's beside
get a decent setup that will track it for $1,000.
That too, yeah. It's
expensive. It's not free, but it's not nothing either.
Yeah,
if you spend $5,000, you can actually make. If you spend $5,000 and you have a telescope where you can make out the disks of the moons of Jupiter.
That's what you guys have already looked through those types of telescopes and observed them yourselves.
I was broadcasting just this evening through one.
Excellent.
I was actually on the fence for dropping about $900, like today.
Well, personally, I've been, looking into getting a good telescope. I mean, I don't know if I could spend $1,000 on one or not, but
I've always wanted a killer telescope.
Carrie, you're probably going to want to do some astrophotography, so you're going to be looking at an
Yes.
equatorial.
I was thinking of starting with a Dobsonian, and I would love to build one, believe it or not. And I do have the.
Are you going to make your own mirror? I mean, how hardcore do you want to get? Because you can
I'd buy the tube. I'd buy the tube and make them out.
Okay, and just buy the mirror.
I don't know. Buy the full telescope setup, and then
some of the hardcore guys they grind their own. They buy glass blanks and they grind their own mirrors. But grinding mirrors,
I thought of that too, but
that is very tedious work, very time consuming. Although it's amazing how.
I mean, I've thought of just buying a mirror as well, but I don't know. I'd like to just buy a pre-made, something that works, that I know will work well. If I want, I could scavenge the mirror out of it and build
for
something different.
astrophotography, you're going to need an tracking equatorial scope.
Yeah, no, I would. But they do have. I mean, if I wanted to do, say, a 10-second or longer, say within a minute, you can do it with the Dobsonian.
And stack, and you can still get okay stuff, but
you have to stack and rotate the image. But yeah, it's doable.
Yeah,
I don't think it'd be too difficult for me.
The thing is with an SLR, because you've got such a much more sensitive, photoreceptor than your eye, you can actually get away with imaging some really beautiful things without too much aperture. Whereas when you're trying to see stuff with your eye, you need a lot of aperture to see anything.
If I'm going to do it, it's one of those where I don't just want to be taking pictures of Jupiter and other things. I'd love to do nebulas and galaxies and.
Yeah, so you'll want an 8-inch or 10-inch on an equatorial.
Yeah, I was looking at a 10-inch Dobsonian that I would probably convert.
And you're going to want something with a short focal length so that you can get a decent amount, because some of these big deep sky objects are pretty big, so you're going to need something with a big field of view to get it all in the frame.
Usually, Newtonians are pretty good with that. They get a wide field of view. Not always, but depends on the barrel.
Like something in the F5 range, F4.9, F5, maybe F6 at the longest. When you get into Cassegrains, you're talking like F10 plus. The same with a lot of the refractors. You're like at F10 plus. So when you start getting some aperture there, you get these huge focal lengths. So you're just always in super zoom.
So I was looking at. You said you had the.
I have the XT8. Yeah. XT10 is good.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off, man. It's really late here.
All right,
I really appreciate the talk, man. It's been riveting. And Gary, it was nice to meet you. Thank you, Matthew. Epistemology, I've seen you on before.
Yeah, have a good night.
I've seen you, Kara, and everything. Appreciate the talk.
Talk to you, mate.
Later.
So the other problem that you're going to have, Kara, with these Dobsonians is you're going to have to run a lot.
Are you there? I think you dropped out. Yeah, I think you did.
Hello.
Hello?
What happened to epistemology?
He vanished. He may have dropped his laptop again. So it'd be so easy to mount this thing to an equatorial mount. And I do have more than the precise tooling I would need to make all the components.
Sorry, I was just getting lost in image of you mounting a telescope.
Sorry, my battery died here. I had to plug in. I was saying, Kara, the other problem you're going to have is you want to put this heavy SLR on here, and with the Dobsonian, you're going to have to counterbalance it a lot, and it's tricky when you put a lot of weight on there. You're putting a lot of weight on there, so you're going to have to counterbalance on the other side. Because they make the bearings pretty smooth so that you can track by hand smoothly. And so it's not going to support a lot of weight before it's going to start slumping on you.
Sure, I can manage that too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Benefit of being a machinist.
I can see you getting really into doing photography, and so I would just start with the decent equatorial so that you can do astrophotography.
I could already do it with this, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know you can, but it's, I mean, you see how stuff moves. I mean, really, you're gonna have really short exposures, and if you're going into this with photography in mind, I would not go to a Dobsonian.
Well, fine. I mostly want, like I said, I will make an equatorial mount. I can make one. I'll engineer the damn thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a lathe that I could stick this entire tube in.
Yeah.
And then turn something to 1,000th of an inch. Less, 1/10 of a thousandth.
Well, yeah, and then you'll need stepper motors and stuff to do the drive mechanism. There's open source.
Build a CNC machine forever too, and that's right up my alley.
There's open source software and they'll tell you what stepper motors they've used. I found a whole page dedicated to this, to building your own mounts. And there's open source software for it that will do everything that you want it to do. Like, find all the objects, track to them, run all your stepper motors, adjust slew rate and everything else.
You just need some controlling software, and you could usually drive it with just about everything. Stellarium, I think, could do it even. I could even write a plugin.
Well, this one had all the code in it to drive the steppers. Like it was a turnkey solution. It had all the code to drive the steppers and everything. Yeah.
I don't know how they have.
You can do it. I mean, it's time consuming to do it, but one of the other things I was going to say is don't buy new. Just buy a subscription to astromart.com and just keep an eye out every day, basically, because the good stuff gets snatched within hours.
People will buy like ridiculous stuff and then sell it for cheaper.
Yeah. Well, the cool thing is astronomical gear. It tends to hold its value, especially eyepieces. Eyepieces hold about 80% of their value used compared to new, 75 to 80%. Telescopes, it's closer to 50, 60%. But if you buy it used, you can basically sell it for whatever you bought it, because they never get below 50, 60% of their new value, assuming everything is working, right? They really don't degrade in value. So if you buy used, it's almost like if you ever decide to get out of it, you can basically get almost all your money back, which is always pretty cool. Not a lot of hobbies like that. It's actually amazing. Like people are selling like TeleView eyepieces that they bought in the 90s for 75, 80% of what they bought them for, new, even though they're like 20 years old.
So that's kind of my reasoning, is I can get a really good tube and a mount if I get a Dobsonian. Instead of, with this, I'd only be getting the telescope, no mount. I have to buy a separate mount. Or I could just have something that I could start with and then either build or buy a different mount later on. Because you can mount a telescope to just about anything, couldn't you? As long as the mount will support its weight.
Yeah. Anything that you want it as vibration free as possible.
Right.
Something that'll handle a little bit of wind, because it's rare that you'll get out and it'll be totally windless. So something that's not going to start resonating like a drum when there's the slightest breeze.
Well, think about it.
Yeah, but I mean, but now with SLR technology and as big and high resolution as the as your CCDs are, and with the modern stacking photo stacking software, I mean, I've seen some amazing pictures done with really fairly small aperture devices,
Right.
especially if you have access to a non-light polluted sky, because the light pollution will just really badly magnify. Although they make pretty good filters now too for filtering some of that light pollution, although that reduces light transmission. But I'm assuming where you're at, you probably don't have to go too far to get a somewhat decently dark sky, at least one where you can clearly make out the Milky Way.
Not too bad, yeah. Just go up into the mountains. Usually enough, because there's not too many cities up in the mountains.
Like the ideal, like the hardcore astrophotographers here in Southern California, they go up to Mount Pinos, which is a mountain that's it's probably maybe 30, 40 miles east of the coast. But it's at 8,000 feet. And what happens on a good night is the marine layer comes in at 1 or 2 in the morning. The marine layer rolls in and it basically blankets all the little bit of, and it's still pretty far out in the middle of nowhere. So you already have a really dark sky. But when that marine layer comes in and it blankets over the city, but you're at 8,000 feet, so you're way above the marine layer, you can get like a really, really, really dark sky. And that's where the astrophotography people have this little area where they're at till like sunup, basically doing astrophotography, because they can sometimes get really dark skies.
There's actually a place I had in mind. I don't know how good it would be.
Like here, look at this picture here. This is done on a 9-inch Celestron Cassegrain. It's just amazing with the stacking and the sensitivity of modern cameras what you can do.
That's insane.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, through a 9-inch Cassegrain, if you look at M51, I mean, you can barely see it with averted vision. I mean, with a 9-inch, you really can't see the spiral arms. You basically see a fuzzy spot, a black and white fuzzy spot. Really good dark adapted eyes in a 12-inch, you can just start to make out the spiral arms. But you sure as hell are not going to see any color, and you're sure as hell not going to see any nebulosity. So this is what I was talking about, is that with the right software and camera, you can get amazing shots without too much aperture.
Does he say what camera he is? Oh, there it is. QSI 583? Don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a dedicated imaging. It's a dedicating imaging. So some of the so the problem that you run into with like using an SLR is the CCD is never meant to be used for a super long exposure. It would
You
overheat
get a bunch
before
of
that.
noise, yeah.
So it starts to overheat. So some of these specific imaging CCDs, they've got like huge heat sinks and powered heat sinks on them and stuff to keep the CCD cool, so you can do a really long exposure. This is the camera that was used for that one. See how much this thing costs. Oh my God, it's a $3,000 camera.
My goodness.
But that's because it's got a huge CCD that's got a proper cooling device on it, so you can probably run a very long exposure on it because it's got so much cooling on it. Yeah, it gets expensive fast.
See, for me, I live over here in Eugene. So just going east, I head up into this mountain range. And I'm certain like a couple places like around here where there's lava flows, you'll get very nice crisp air, I think.
Yeah.
Especially because you're pretty far away. Like that's
Yeah,
a
I mean,
nearby town, maybe
the
further out.
higher up you go, the better to get out of the muck, you know?
Yeah, and this pass goes pretty far up there, and you can take some off-roads or offshoots too. Let's see. I don't know, somewhere along, out in the mountains somewhere. I'm sure there's some good spots. In fact, I think there's already some Star Party type stuff that goes on outside of town.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a local astronomy club, and the people that are into astrophotography, they're usually the super hardcore astronomy people, and they've got, you know, lots of money invested into their rigs. Probably be good people to talk to, because I've never done astrophotography myself, so I
need a
don't
good
know too much
hobby.
about it. But it's one of those hobbies that like it's like a bottomless pit.
Cheaper than cars still.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely is. Because yeah, you could probably get a very nice astrophotography setup for under $5,000. Um, but it's a little bit more expensive than knitting or stamp collecting or something. Although I'm sure on the high end of stamp collecting, they're probably spending thousands on stamps. So very strange. Like with the guy that we were talking to, it's so strange how they just want to adhere to these ideas. Like they're so stuck to them and so unwilling to budge from them, no matter what you show them.
Very strange, isn't it?
And it's strange because they're always accusing Globers of, oh, you're so close-minded. But it's like, no, I'll entertain any notion that you have if it comports with reality. That's my only requirement. Whatever you tell me, it's got to comport with reality. I have to be able to go out there and see it. I'll believe it when I see it. And the 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning ball thing is so weird too.
It's such a non-issue. I don't understand why people get so caught up on it.
People on the Concorde sat in there drinking champagne when that thing would make a curved turn to course. You know,
right?
To go
Yeah.
around, to go around some weather or something. You know, like at 1,400 miles an hour. They'll make a turn at 1,400 miles per hour drinking champagne, and they're worried about this 1,000-mile-per-hour tangential velocity.
It's pretty badass, that QSI thing. I'll take 2. I don't know what I'll do with the second one, but I'll figure something out.
But Dobsonian mounts super easy to make. People just use either like for the bearings, they just use Teflon pads, and then either Formica or FRP panel for the surface. Because the thing is, you want it smooth, but you need some friction to hold it steady. You don't want like a pure bearing setup, because then it would just wind vane on you, right? So you need a certain amount of friction. Yeah.
Quite a while ago, so I've actually designed a couple Dobsonian mounts. And yeah, that's a commonality I found a lot was Teflon, some kind of friction surface, but smooth sliding. So smooth action, but with some amount of friction.
Right. Yeah, they call it stiction because you need some friction in there, and you want it to kind of hold position, but still be able to easily nudge it. So my XT8, I bought it used, and it didn't come. It wasn't the XT8i, obviously, right? So it has no encoder wheels or anything. So all that I did is I bought a digital level for it, which is accurate to a tenth of a degree. That's just magnetic and sticks to the top of the tube. And then I bought that DRO device that I showed you, and I built I machined some pulleys for it. I was going to do it direct drive, but I decided it would be better not to put any bearing loads on the encoder, so I just ran it off a robotic timing gear and pulley that I bought on Amazon. I bought it on Amazon for like, the belt was like $4, and the pair of pulleys were like $7 or $8 or something, and I just had to machine them out to the diameter that I needed, and it works perfect. And then I just use software on my phone that tells me what the alt as is for any object at that particular moment, and I just slew to it. But you still have to nudge.
Sounds nice. Yeah. I'd imagine,
which
wouldn't always be perfect.
This is my first Dob. Before that I had a Mead Schmidt Newtonian 10 that came with the LXD series mount, which was a nice computer motorized mount. A little undersized for the 10-inch, so it was very temperamental, but it was always nice never having to slew. And I like the variable speed control, so that if you want to just pan around, you had really precise control, and then it would just hold whatever you wanted in the eyepiece. That was nice. Although the thing I like about the Dobsonian is many nights if I just want to observe one or two things, it's really easy to just drag out there and just, like, I could be out there in 10 minutes and just looking at stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas that other setup, you have to take all the weights down. You have to take the optical tube off. You got to set the scope down. You got to align it to Polaris. Then you got to put your weights on. You got to put your tube on. Like, it was a lot of work to get in and out. And so I didn't end up using it as much.
Yeah, if you had some kind of auto-aligning system, it'd be more feasible. But without
Well,
that, it's a ton of work to get everything lined up.
the problem is like when you get into it, you want some aperture so you can actually see some stuff, and all the stuff that's big aperture is heavy. So you're talking about a heavy telescope on an equatorial. It's going to be a pretty heavy rig. You have all your counterweights. You have, you know what I mean. You have a bulky frame because it's got to handle it and it's got to be stable.
Yeah, right.
So it's heavy. You got to break it down. You got to break it back up. You got to set it up. And so I think with setups like that, you just end up not using it as often. There's really something to be said about having it be grab and go. Although, you know, so another thing you might want to look at, Kara, is the LX200 series from Meade, which is a Schmidt-Cassegrain.
Hey, give me 1 second. Right back. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
So the LX200 series from Meade, it's a Schmidt-Cassegrain, so it's going to be pretty light, even if you get like a 10 or a 12. And
LX300, you said?
LX200 series. And it's on an alt-azimuth mount, and it's computer controlled, and you can hook it to your laptop. And I think that's what Astronomy Live uses to do is ISS tracking, because he can run it. It's a Schmidt-Cassegrain, yeah. And if you want to do photography on it, you can get an equatorial wedge so that it only moves in one axis, and that way you don't get field rotation. Because what happens is if you're tracking on alt azimuth, you get field rotation.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because it's moving two axes to track versus one. So that's why you get an equatorial wedge, and then it only has to move in one. It only has to move in one axis to track, and so you don't get any field rotation. And Charlie was telling me that it was pretty interesting. So he was telling me because he works on these big scientific grade, you know, like university type telescopes that he builds mounts for, and he was saying that all the big stuff is alt azimuth because, you know, with alt azimuth you can have, you know, multiple bearing posts, yada yada yada.
And don't they just rotate the sensor?
That's what exactly what he was saying is. So what they have is it rotates in three axes. It rotates as an out as and in an axis to make up for the field rotation. Which I guess it's easier to build a big telescope that does that than it is to do like a pure equatorial in that size.
It does make sense, because anytime you're trying to put a bunch of stuff at an angle like that, you know, so it's not perpendicular to the force of gravity, you're going to have a bunch of problems.
Yeah,
so,
and some of these big mirrors are like 20 tons, right? So
yeah.
you're
So I
building a
could see
mount
why
off of 20
mechanically
tons.
why it would be that way. Makes sense. Here's the one you're talking about, looks like. Oh, not sharing. LX200 with the wedge.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Here it's on a wedge, so that see, all they have to do is run one axis to do their astrophotography. But if you want to just go out there and watch, you don't need the wedge. You don't need the wedge for just observing, or like, you know, ISS tracking or whatever.
Yeah, that's not bad. Be
If you can
setup too, I think.
I'm sorry.
Be a much easier setup too than trying to.
Yeah, sure. And like the newer series stuff, it's got like GPS and all this stuff, so it's like a breeze for calibrating.
Fancy.
Obviously, though, you're still going to have pretty finicky calibration for when you set up the wedge because you still need to get it perfectly aligned, but to the axis of the Earth.
But if you're doing astrophotography, you're going to be spending a bunch of time there anyway. So.
Yep, exactly. And if you can get one used, that's the way to do it. Find one on Craigslist or on Astromart. They don't really show up on. There's not too much astronomical stuff on Craigslist, but on Astromart, I'm sure you'd be able to find one. They go pretty quick. But
only a couple grand. Not too much.
Yeah. Something to be said about the lightweight and compactness of the Schmidt Cassegrain. The disadvantage is that you see the long focal length there, so you're always at very high magnification, and you don't get a large field of view. Even with a really big, expensive eyepiece, you don't get much field of view because the big, like if you're looking at the like 100-degree view eyepiece, that's like in the 32 millimeter range. You're talking about like an $800 eyepiece. And even that's not going to give you a very large field of view compared to if the telescope, if it was a Newtonian, that was like an f4 or an f5 at that aperture, which would give you double the field of view. It's not that big a deal because, most of the objects are smaller, like Andromeda Galaxy, right? I mean, that thing is pretty wide. It's like a couple of degrees in the sky. It's one of the biggest things, but most of the other stuff is, if you can get like, half to 3/4 of a degree field of view, you'd be okay. Some of the star fields can be pretty big. Some of the open clusters and things can be pretty big.
Those are some nice ones out there.
Yeah, so 14, if we're talking 14 now, so what can
I should
14
sell my car and get a nice telescope.
So what can you get with like let's say if you go up to the monster, right, like a 16. Well, even with the 14, you can actually start imaging the moons of planets and resolving spheres with some surface detail of like the moons of Jupiter with like a 14 or a 16 in that range. You'll be able. You can actually.
F10, geez. Yeah, you're right. Very long focal length.
Yeah. Right, exactly. And at that size, at 14 inches on an f10, right? So your lowest magnification is going to be like over 200 and your lowest magnification.
Eyepiece is in the back. Isn't this where it bounces off the primary mirror and then a secondary mirror behind here, and then back to the eyepiece, which is a hole in the back?
Yeah, there's a hole in the mirror. There's a hole in the
That's what I thought. Okay.
There's a hole in the main mirror, and it goes through the glass, which does some of the correction, and then at the very end where it comes out of the hole, there's a diagonal, and the diagonal just puts the eyepiece at a comfortable angle. But if you're doing a camera, you won't use the diagonal. The camera will usually just go to the back as long as you have clearance between the forks, right? So you notice that, you see how there's a diagonal and the eyepiece goes in the diagonal. The diagonal is just a mirror. It's just a diagonal mirror. But I've seen it where they have the cameras on there, and the camera's just, you don't use the diagonal. You just have the camera hanging off the back. And one of the things they do have, Kara, is they'll make like a camera diag. Yep, exactly. They also have like diagonals that have like a little mirror flipper to where it flips between the camera and the eyepiece, so that you can look in the eyepiece and then flip it, and then it's on the CCD, and then you flip it and it's back on. They make diagonals like that too.
It's like the most badass lens you could ever have. The way the camera is mounted on there, it's funny.
Yeah.
It's just a killer lens. That's all it is.
So you see what I mean, though? You got all the weights, the counterweights there. You got the dovetail that the tube is mounted to, and all that. So that all has to come apart.
I've used them before. Yeah.
That all's got to come off whenever you're breaking it down or putting it back up. So it's just time consuming to get everything set up again. So it's not ideal for just grab and go. It's like anytime you drag this out, there's going to be some. Oh yeah, there it goes. It's got the diagram there showing how the light comes in. Comes in, goes through the primary correction of the lens, and hits the mirror. Not entirely sure exactly what the corrector plate does.
The one in the front?
Yeah, the main corrector lens. What does that do before it hits the mirror? I'm not sure. It does something though to get to focus on
I
the
think I knew
mirror.
at one point. I think it may be because they don't use a parabolic mirror.
Yeah. It's what allows the tube to be so short.
Oh, is that?
You should see some of the, so in the olden days, right? They'd make it was all refractors in the olden days because they didn't have the aluminizing technology. And so the Newtonians at the time it sucked because they were using God, what metal were they coating the mirrors with?
I think I was right.
But like in the old days they were using God, what were they coating these mirrors with? This stuff that wasn't very reflective.
Yep.
And
The Schmidt corrector plate. Sorry. The Schmidt corrector plate works because there's this aspherical lenses, or they are aspheric lenses with spherical aberration that is equal but opposite to the spherical primary mirrors.
oh, I see. Yeah, and that's what allows you to have the very short tube with a long focal length.
And an easier to manufacture lens. Because making them aspheric, I think, is easier to manufacture.
Well, you know, like all the mirrors in those Newtonians, they're still hand ground. I don't know if you knew that or not. There's no CNC machine that can do the final grinding on the mirror. There's no CNC machine in the world that can do that.
There's a mechanism you could do that would.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do it in mass production. I'm pretty sure that the final shape is still done by hand. Because what they do is the CNC machine gives you your very basic spherification of the glass.
Right.
And then it goes into the grinding, which can be done. It's basically done on like a spinning wheel type thing, but there's still some hand involved. And then the final shaping is done by hand, as far as I know. When they get to the final, quarter to eighth of a wavelength in precision. I don't think that there's a automated way to do the mirror from start to finish. Oh, the other nice thing I was going to tell you, Kara, about the Schmidt-Cassegrain for imaging. With every Newtonian telescope, like if you noticed my Jupiter pictures from tonight, you always see the veins for the secondary. Whenever you're looking at bright objects, you always get the veins in there. It's just how Newtonians are. And with the corrector lens, you don't get the veins in there because it's a transparent holder of your secondary. So that's how you can always tell if you're looking through a Newtonian is you'll see the spikes in there from your veins, your secondary.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, I knew about the spider. They're more evident when it's out of focus, but yeah, it will cause a very slight darkening where the rib is.
Well, and anytime you're looking at something bright, you're going to see spikes coming off of it.
Yeah, from there's a name for that. Diffraction, I believe. Yeah, diffraction spikes.
Yeah, it's
You could-
diffraction spikes. Yeah,
You
they
get
call it
those with
diffraction
the
spikes.
Hubble because it has the struts for the mirror.
Yeah, for the secondary.
Yeah, so
yeah,
makes
you can
sense
see
why
it. You can see
Jupiter
it in the
would see.
pictures. Yeah. So that's the other nice thing about the Cassegrains is you don't get those. The same with refractors too, but refractors are good for astrophotography too because you get super razor sharp focus, but that gets super pricey when you're talking about apochromatic. Because with the refractors, you have to do a lot of lens correction in order to get all the wavelengths to come in at the same time. Otherwise, you just get glow of different wavelengths around the objects. And so the apochromatics are very expensive and have very little aperture. You're going to spend $3,000 for something that only has, 100 millimeters of aperture. Which, like we said, with astrophotography, it's not the end of the world. But you're still then limited by the resolving power of a 4-inch lens.
Depends how good your sensor is too. If you can have a noisy sensor.
But you're still, the problem is though, you're still at the limit of Dawes law, right? So you're still at the limit of how much resolving power of a lens that's only 4 inches, right? So if you're doing like planetary imaging and stuff, obviously you're going to get way more detail with the 12 or 14-inch versus a 4-inch, right? Because you have so much more resolving power.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where size comes into it with that. That's a big thing.
But people like the apochromatics because they have just razor sharp focus, perfect dots, and they tend to stay very well collimated no matter what. So, and they really hold their value too. In the old days, it was mostly refractors because, like I was saying, they didn't have a good material to coat the mirrors with and get good light transmission.
Yeah, I've seen some good documentaries on that, like the history of telescope and how we got to a certain point where we just couldn't make the lenses big enough anymore. They just got too big and too heavy that we couldn't build anything to support them. And then Newtonians came along and solved most of the problem. And that got improved on over time.
They had the same problem with the Newtonians, though, is they could only grind a single piece of glass so big before it got just so too heavy.
Yeah,
which is why now they're doing the array, the mirror arrays, paneled mirror arrays, because now they have the actuator and computer technology to focus them.
Which is badass to a whole
Well,
nother level.
that's what the James Webb is.
Yeah, it's an
they're not
incredible feat of engineering, without question.
They're not repeating Hubble's mistake trying to put a huge mirror in space again.
I really can't wait for James Webb. I've waited a long time for that. I think we all have. Now I got a big old battery grip and everything for my camera. I'm all ready for the eclipse now.
Yeah, I just bought a solar filter last week. Hopefully I'll have
I need
it.
a solar filter. Yeah, I need one.
I'm hoping I'll have it before Friday because Friday there's going to be an ISS transit over the sun that I want to try to get and recorded.
Really?
The solar filter was back ordered, so. Yeah, you know what the amazing thing is?
What's that?
So to get a like an ISS transit, you usually have to drive somewhere specifically because even just being like 8 or 9 miles away from your point, you can be out of the transit location. So
Yeah, you'd have to be within a few, like a good 5 miles for it to be decent.
Yeah, so you still have to drive somewhere to see the transit. It's for the chances for it to happen right where you want it, you're gonna be waiting a long time.
So how far do you have to travel then?
Oh, not far at all. This one wasn't. This one was actually on my way to work, so not too bad. I could go to a relative's house, and
For the Sun
I'd
Transit?
have, yeah, for the Sun Transit. There's a relative's house that's going to be in the transit, but it won't be centered. It won't be a center transit, but it would have internet if I want to stream it. So I haven't figured out what I'm going to do yet.
Oh, that'd be cool. That would be awesome to see, though. It happens quick, though. You gotta.
That's the most depressing part is setting up for all that, and the transit is like 500 milliseconds.
Yeah, it's like no time
The
at all.
the ISS.
Half a second.
Once the ISS is somewhat close to you, it's doing over an arc minute per second, right? The sun's only 32 arc. I'm sorry, it's doing. Yeah, it's over an arc minute per second. It's like 67. What is it?
Oh, you can see why they're back ordered. The eclipse coming up and all.
Yeah. So hello.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So the sun is like 32 arc minutes, right? And the ISS at its fast is like when it's at your zenith, it's like 72 arc minutes per second. So
Right. Yeah.
it only takes about half a second to transit the sun. So it's.
Frick, that's fast.
Yeah.
Damn balloons are fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, solar filters going in the order box. Because I need one. So I kind of need 2 of them. Anyone on EV?
I don't know. I think maybe only Eric was there. I'm not sure. By the time, hey, are you still listening to us? I want to answer a question of yours I saw in the chat.
I'll check real quick. So I was thinking maybe hopping over if there are people talking. Just Huey's over there.
All right, you were asking me about running like a 2x Barlow versus an eyepiece with half the focal length. So even though you'll get the same magnification, the advantage of the Barlow is you'll have so with all eyepieces, as you get to shorter and shorter focal lengths, you get less and less eye relief, which means the eyepiece is less comfortable to use. So with the Barlow, you'll still maintain the same eye relief of the longer focal length eyepiece, which just makes it more comfortable. At the disadvantage of you're going through more pieces of glass, so therefore you'll have less light transmission. If you're looking at a very faint object, you're going to lose some light transmission. So that's a disadvantage of the Barlow. But wide angle eyepieces are pretty expensive, so the Barlow does allow you to basically double your eyepiece collection, which is a lot cheaper than buying, you know, all the smaller, all the shorter focal length wide angle eyepieces.
It's good to get a good set, though, from what I understand. Because if you skimp on your Barlows, you're killing the quality of your other lenses.
Yeah, that's the big gotcha with this is you know, like you buy that LX200, you're going to easily spend $1,000 in eyepieces, very easily, if not more. You could spend, like I said, $800 on a single eyepiece, on a single wide angle eyepiece.
Right, yeah. Are these neutral density 10 stops enough for solar filters?
I don't know. I've never bought a solar filter before. I don't know what that means, 10 stops.
10 stops in brightness, that's how you measure.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I thought all the films were pretty similar. Some give you a white tinge and some give you a yellowish tinge.
Yeah. Yeah. Marumi solar filter is a 100,000 neutral density. Let's see how that translates. I'll go to this other one. If I can figure out how. Ten stops, neutral density. Thousand filter factor. Not sure.
So by you were talking about Hawaii. So if you were to take a telescope to Hawaii, the best place to go would be on the Big Island, on the where you can go to where the actual astronomical observatory is, which is on the top of Mauna Kea, which is like almost 14,000 feet, way up there. And I've been to the top of Mauna Kea. The disadvantage is you're vacationing out on the shore, on the ocean, and then within a few hours you drive up to the top of Mauna Kea at 14,000. You get sick really fast. You get sick really fast going up that fast. I don't think there's anyone that's not going to be affected by such a high altitude change so quickly. You get sick so fast that you probably wouldn't want to hang out up there too long because you could get really sick.
All right, that's the one I'm getting. Add to cart.
What is this solar filter going on to, Kara?
Canon.
Oh, on for your camera?
DSLR, yeah.
Oh, I see, for your camera.
And I'd like to have a proper, like, screw-on filter instead of a piece of plastic that I tape to it.
What do you think is the best spot to go? Because I'm planning to go to Oregon to watch the eclipse, and I haven't booked anything yet. I do have a family friend that lives in Oregon that I could probably crash at their place. But I would want to drive somewhere in the morning, I guess.
I was gonna go somewhere out Eastern Oregon.
I'm just afraid. I just don't want to get caught in clouds. That's my only concern.
That is my main concern, and that's why I'm planning to go to Eastern Oregon. I've got a couple good scenic areas that I could go to that are right in that path. So I figured it'd be good for, if anything, a good day of photography and set up, do a solar eclipse, and continue just screwing off for the rest of the day. And then drive home in the evening. That was my plan. So Eastern Oregon, where I have a very good chance of not having clouds.
Yeah. Any high mountains there in Eastern Oregon?
Yes, not really on the path.
I mean, something that you can drive to.
Like, how far are you willing to drive?
I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Because I was going to go for a good 5 hours to get to where I want to go.
Oh, wow. And the eclipse is at like 10 in the morning, I think, right? What time was it at?
Yeah. I don't have issues with screwing with my schedule, so.
Oh, man. Yeah. So really, it takes 5 hours to drive across Oregon? I guess it's bigger than I thought.
It's a big state. But to get across the pass and everything, it takes some time.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I have to go east and then north. If it was a straight shot, it'd be a lot shorter. Actually, I think I have it plotted in here. Let me look. I know I downloaded this. I'll just find it again. Let's see. You can get Google Earth overlays for the solar eclipse. Here it is. So I want the August 21st, 2017. That's the one. And here it is. So Oregon. I am down here, so south of it. So I gotta go north and then east. And I was thinking of this road right here. I think there's all sorts of spots along here where you can get wonderful views.
Do you think there's going to be crazy traffic on that road that morning, Kara?
I don't think so. I think it'll be mostly deserted. Maybe. We'll see. Could be, though. Very well could be. But there's some nice, I wouldn't be out here. Let's see. There's a great place along here that I wanted to see. If I can find it again. Way the way, it's really just beautiful country out here. Here it is. Where's this at? No, that's not it. Places.
Yeah, my plan was to drive maybe the day before. From California up to there, to Oregon.
Be a fun drive. I guess it wouldn't take 4 hours. Let's see. Maybe. Well, I don't know. It depends how far I want to go. I wouldn't go that far. No. Where are my borders at? Here we go. Here it is, Painted Hills Overlook. This is where I wanted to go. Because this would be amazing.
What's the altitude there? Can you click on that? Tell me what the altitude is.
I cursor.
If you did, just look at the.
feet.
Oh, it's not very high up though.
No, not very.
Wouldn't get you up above the clouds if you had some clouds.
If you had clouds. I think if you had clouds, you could drive east. You could just keep driving. That's why I'd go early. I'd go long before, and I'd spot out work.
It sounds like it would be an all-nighter because
Probably.
if it's happening at 10, you probably want to be at the spot by 5 or 6 and kind of evaluate what are your chances there.
Yeah.
Probably no cellular internet there, right? So you can't just look at a radar map.
The thing is, with Eastern Oregon, it's desert out here already, so they don't get a whole lot of clouds. Yeah, a lot of clouds really don't make it over the Cascades, like not a whole lot. So in general, you're pretty safe. Eastern Oregon this time during around August. Usually, not always. I'm not going to guarantee that, but you have pretty good odds out here.
So I think what I would do, because my friend's house is near Salem, so I guess I'd probably leave at like 10 o'clock or midnight or something and then just start driving. I mean, how long would it take me to get there from Salem?
To where I was? The
Yeah.
Hills,
Looks like 120 miles-ish.
Yeah, is there a good way to check distance between? That? Actually, yeah, about 4 hours east from Salem. Of course, if you're coming, oh wait, no, that's not right.
How many miles
Oh, wait,
is
from
it?
Salem? Why would you
Yeah.
come? from Salem.
That's where my friend's house is.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. 4.5, give or take.
It only looks like, how many miles is it?
Yeah, the roads aren't very direct. I'll give you that much.
Oh, I see.
Squiggly lines. It's more direct from Eugene. Or actually, Corvallis. Although if you're coming from California, you could take 97 over, and it would pretty much just take you directly over that direction.
Yeah, but my plan was
You could overnight in Redmond or Bend, and then it'd be a fairly short trip. It's up to you though, on that one. I'd start booking a hotel though if you do decide to go that
Well,
route.
yeah, my plan was to stay with my friends. They have a
Gotcha.
house up there.
Fair enough, Salem. It's in path. You'd even see it there, but yeah, the valley is so iffy with weather. Like, oh my gosh, you see how green it is? Holy cow! Compared to Eastern Oregon, like you get so much rain this side of the Cascades. It's crazy. But once you cross the Cascades, yeah, it kills off most clouds. Because as it raises in elevation, you get higher pressure, and it forces all the rain out of all the clouds. And they tend to dissipate after that. It's like Nevada, actually. The weather is very similar to Nevada in Eastern Oregon. Colder, but similar. And more trees. A few more trees. I'm choosing the safe route, though. I'm not even going to risk it. I'm going as far as I can away from where clouds are going to be. Hopefully, that's the plan. And the painted hills look amazing. Like, I could probably sit up here the whole time and do the eclipse from up here. Get a nice wide angle lens. And just,
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
gosh, maybe that's what I'll do instead of... I've been wanting a wide angle lens for so long, you have no idea.
You mean just to pan around and catch the nightfall?
I want a nice, fast, wide, a decent field of view lens for night photography. To do, like, imagine looking over this. I could take a decent light, like a flashlight or something, or a spotlight, and open the exposure or open the shutter and paint light into the foreground, and you can do all sorts of really neat, get the full Milky Way and everything. And having the fast lens lets you have fairly low sensitivities, like so you're not boosting up to ISO 1600 and getting a bunch of image noise. You can keep it pretty low. So yeah, I really want to get a nice wide angle. Oh, there's a 14. Which one is it? This one here. This is the one I want. It's not that expensive. Where's this at? 2.8? Yeah. I think this is the one I need to... I could swear there's another one. Yes, like this. I love images like this.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just freaking love images like this. And you can do all sorts of just beautiful scenery. Stars, the night sky like this. But you need a decent wide angle. Because 50 millimeter and yeah, just not enough.
Yeah, I think that's just light pollution there. That's making the sky so lit up.
A lot of this, yeah, the purple and the... Yeah, here's where I saw it. Like, this images like this are just killer. I love shots like this. It opens a whole new realm for star trails as well, having the wide angle. Like, to do
Yeah,
good
that's
star
cool.
trail photos, that's the kind of lens you need is one of
Yeah.
these guys. Where you get it's a 14-inch, tons of glass, so you're getting a really wide aperture.
Hmm.
Yeah, this one right here. Screw it, I'm buying it.
How much is it?
It's like dirt cheap. I'll show you.
I'd say $67. Yeah, it's cheap.
No, not that cheap.
Oh,
300.
300. Okay, yeah, that sounds more like what.
For what it can do, that's a pretty badass product. Gets really good reviews. It's very highly recommended. This is a 6D with that lens. Here is another 6D with that lens. That is just freaking gorgeous. Holy crap.
Now, I don't get it. How did they do that long exposure without blurring the people?
They may have done some kind of stacking and light painting. I don't know with this one.
Because the ground stuff isn't perfect focus.
Did it say what the frame rate? 30-second exposure, so they had to have been standing still for a while. ISO 6400.
Hmm.
But 30-second exposures, those are amazing for that. I'd probably do a 15 or 20. I wouldn't go that
But
long.
you would think even over 30 seconds, the edges of those people would be blurred.
Yeah, they must have been careful.
You can't stand that still. I remember all those Star Trek episodes. Like, do you remember that one where they come to the Enterprise and it's like they're like beaming the power over from the Romulan ship or whatever, and that's like when Picard paints the smiley face in the warp, in the exploding warp drive. Do you remember that episode?
Yeah.
So that episode, the time is going super slow. So they walk around the ship and everybody's frozen in time, like all the Romulans and all the crew and everyone is frozen in time, right?
Yeah.
But if you watch it, like everybody's freaking fidgeting, like everyone's trying to stand still, but you can just clearly see them shaking and moving through the shot, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And they try to eliminate it by keeping the camera moving as much as possible, but you can just still totally tell people are standing. You know, it's not done with CGI or anything. They literally have people playing freeze, you know?
Here, this one you can see they kind of moved around too much.
Yeah, see, that's more what I would expect. Yeah, you kind of see you see a soft edge to them.
Yeah. These really are some of my favorite pictures. I love these.
Those people do they have glow stick on a rope or something?
Yeah, or just a light or something on the end of a string. These are all 30-second. This one's 60 with half the ISO. My goodness. I watched a series on doing this kind of stuff, and it's pretty it's interesting. You can go out and scope out where you want to go and set up the composition that you want and think about how you might try and light the foreground. Because a lot of that is, if you just open the shutter, you're not going to get enough light to light the actual ground. So you have to introduce some extra light. So for, say,
So is
5
that
seconds,
artificially lit?
some of it can be, yeah. Some of the foreground can be. So for, say, 5 seconds of that 30-second exposure, you're shining light around the scene to add some light to it.
The thing is, it's weird because it looks so uniform.
Yeah, like here?
Well, this seat looks like it could have been lit. Yeah.
Yeah, not all of them are, but it's something you can do if you want to. Like this one, yeah, this one might be natural lighting or light from the moon.
It's got to be natural lighting. What's that glow back there? Is this at twilight?
It's probably a city or something in the distance.
Yeah, just some light pollution.
Which, in the right spot in an image, actually complements it. It doesn't really hurt it too much. Though it does draw your eye. Like here, I think that's more light pollution. That could be from the sun, though. I don't know. He really stood still for that one, didn't he? All right, it's happening. Getting that lens and a solar filter.
Sorry, laptop disconnected. Keep forgetting to plug it back in when I unplug it.
It's a nice piece of glass. I like it.
That was funny today with Spurs. His response is, I really feel like he's trolling.
Yeah, I'm tending to agree with that.
All right, Kara, I'm off to bed. But so if you're serious about getting a telescope, though, what I would do is go on Astromart. There's a small sign-up fee. Cloudy Nights has a good for sale section, and sometimes some stuff is duplicated, but I think Astromart is still the big kahuna for this stuff. Yeah, thank you in the side chat. The Cloudy Nights one is free. It's just an open forum. Hold on, I'll post in the side chat here. So the Cloudy Nights, their classified section's free. Astromart used to be free back in the day, but now they kind of have a sign-up fee, which is $15, which kind of sucks. And that gives you access to seeing the full ads and messaging the sellers and stuff. But if you go in there, you get a feel for what the used market is like. Ooh, Anna Cortez, Alex 200 sale. Wow. Turner Movies Alex 200s. Okay, 12 inches 4,000, 10 inches 3,000. 8 inches 2,300. 49. That's pretty nice.
Well, there you go, $650 for a 10-inch. That Orion 10, yeah, XT.
Oh yeah.
Must sell $650.
The problem that you'll see with all these, Kara, is nobody wants to ship something this size, and so they will all be local pickup only, and you can't see where they are right now because you're not a member. So you'll find that a lot of these are just not going to be anywhere near you or within driving distance to you. So a lot of them you just won't be able to get because they're not willing to ship and they're too far away. Plus, nobody wants to deal with, oh, this thing came broken from shipping or whatever, and then go through that fiasco. So that a lot of them you'll see with telescopes. Unfortunately, when you get to these big telescopes, it's going to be like 90% local pickup only. Like they'll meet you. Like a lot of times you can talk to the seller and they'll meet you. Like they'll probably drive maybe an hour or two to meet you. And so if they're 4 hours away, kind of manageable. You guys meet halfway. Anything past that though, you're stuck. You're not going to be able to get it unless you're willing to go where they are, you know?
Yeah, this isn't a bad little setup.
So these type of Dobsonians, you know, they break down really nice, so you can like just throw them in the trunk of like a regular sedan. So that's kind of cool about it. But then you got to put it together and you got to collimate it and do all that before you can use it. And plus, you get a lot of stray light coming in, so a lot of people they'll use like a wrap around the struts.
Yeah, I've seen that.
To block out all the stray light, and also body heat. Believe it or not, body heat is a big mofo with these things because, especially if it's a little colder, your body heat is going to be radiating off of you and creating distortion. Yeah, you see they wrap that, which that's for stray light and for body heat, because just your body standing next to it, you're going to see distortion from the heat coming off you.
Yeah, I could see that. Doesn't take much.
But it's the only way you're going to have a transportable 22-inch. I mean, that's a lot of aperture there. And it's transportable because it breaks down into the mirror box and all that.
Right, yeah.